Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Cyprian. The cold wants to kill us both. I know this the way I know my daughter's weight in my arms, intimately, desperately, with the kind of certainty that carves itself into bone. Aurielle's small body presses against my chest, wrapped in every scrap of fabric I could salvage, and still she trembles. Still her lips fade from pink to blue to something worse than blue, a color that belongs to corpses. Stay with me, little star. My voice tears raw against the wind. We're almost there. I don't know if that's true. The blizzard swallows everything: sound, sight, hope. Snow drives horizontal across the Praj Mountains, each flake a tiny blade cutting exposed skin. My orcish blood runs hot enough to keep me moving, but Aurielle is half human like me, and her human half is dying. Her heart is freezing, literally freezing, frost spreading like spider webs across her chest beneath the clothes, creeping toward the center with each labored beat. 3 months ago, I didn't know she existed. 3 months ago, Marin died giving me a name, Cyprian, and a child I'd never met. A daughter conceived during one reckless night 7 years past, when I was someone else, someone worse. Now Aurielle is all I have, all I am, and I'm watching her die. My boots punch through snow to my knees. Each step costs everything. The mountain path vanished an hour ago, or maybe 3. Time moves strangely in whiteout conditions, in terror. I navigate by instinct, by the faint pressure of altitude against my skull, by the prayer that the Purna fortress lies ahead, and not behind. They say the Coven takes no visitors. They say Purna hate outsiders, especially half-breeds like me. They say 1,000 things, most of them warnings. I don't care. Aurielle whimpers against my neck. The sound barely registers above the storm, but I feel it vibrate through her small ribcage. Feel how weak it's become. I've got you. I adjust my grip, tucking her tighter against my chest. My arms burned out miles ago. Now they're just meat and determination. I've got you. I've got you. I've got you. The mantra keeps me moving, keeps my legs pumping through drifts that want to swallow us whole, keeps my mind from the image of her pale blue eyes closing for the last time, frost claiming the light behind them. Not today. Not while I still breathe. The wind shifts, just slightly, just enough. Through the chaos of snow, I glimpse something dark and angular. Stone, walls, the sharp geometry of civilization carved into mountain rock. The Coven. Relief nearly drops me. I stumble forward, pushing through the final stretch with reserves I didn't know I possessed. The fortress rises from the storm like a sleeping god, all black stone and ice-rimed towers. Windows glow with pale violet light, Purna fire the color of bruises and power. I reach the doors and slam my fist against ancient wood. The impact jolts through my shoulder, through my spine. Please! The word tears from my throat. My daughter needs help. Nothing. Just wind and snow and the terrible weight in my arms. I pound again, harder. She's dying! Please! Someone! The door swings open. A woman stands in the threshold, tall and severe in midnight robes. Her skin is the gray-brown of winter bark, her hair black shot through with white streaks that could be age or magic or both. But it's her eyes that stop my breath. Violet, the same impossible shade as the Pernafire, and cold as the storm at my back. "You bring death to our door, half-breed." Her voice cuts like glass. Not cruel, just factual, as if she's commenting on the weather. "I bring my daughter." I shift Oriel so the Perna can see her face, can see the frost spreading underneath her jaw like poisoned lace. She has the frozen heart curse. I was told... My voice cracks. "I was told you might save her." The Perna's expression doesn't change. She studies Oriel with the detached interest of a scholar examining an insect. The curse spreads quickly now. It has progressed far. "I know." My arms shake. Everything shakes. That's why I'm here. Why I climbed through this God's forsaken storm. Please. I'll do anything. Anything. The Perna repeats the word like she's tasting it, testing its weight. Do you understand what anything means in a place like this? I meet her eyes and hold them. I understand I'll die before I let her die. Everything else is negotiable. The wind howls behind me. Snow finds its way past my body, swirling into the warm interior. Oriel's breathing rattles against my chest. Too shallow. Too slow. Then the Perna steps aside. "Bring her." I don't wait for her to reconsider. I push through the doorway into blessed warmth, into air that doesn't flay skin from bone. The entrance hall stretches before me, all dark stone and flickering violet torches. Other figures move in the shadows, more Perna, their eyes catching the light like animals. They watch us, all of them, silent and judging. The first Perna closes the door, cutting off the storm's roar. In the sudden quiet, I hear my own ragged breathing, hear Oriel's shallow gasps. This way. The Perna walks deeper into the fortress without looking back, clearly expecting me to follow. I do. What choice do I have? We pass through corridors that twist and turn, descending into the mountain's heart. The walls pulse with barely visible runes, magic inscribed directly into stone. The air tastes of frost and something else, something old and vast and not quite human. Finally, we emerge into a circular chamber. A ritual space, I realize. Symbols cover every surface, spiraling from floor to ceiling in patterns that hurt to look at directly. At the center sits a raised stone platform, and the Perna gestures toward it. Place her there. My arms don't want to release Oriel, don't want to relinquish the weight that's become my only anchor. But I lower her onto the cold stone as gently as I can, unwrapping layers of fabric to expose the curse's spread. The frost has claimed half her chest now. It glitters in the Pernafire light, beautiful and horrible, ice crystals forming intricate patterns across green skin. Her small tusks, inherited from my Orcish heritage, peek from her slack mouth as her head lolls to one side. The Perna kneels beside her, pressing 2 fingers to Oriel's throat. Checking for a pulse I know is barely there. "She lives," the Perna announces. "For now." "Can you save her?" The question comes out broken. "Can you?" "Perhaps." She rises, those deep eyes fixed on me with uncomfortable intensity. "But understand this, half-breed. Nothing in this coven is free. Your payment will become clear to both of us in time." "I don't care about payment." "Perhaps now." She tilts her head, studying me like I'm a puzzle she's deciding whether to solve. "What is your name?" "Cyprian." "I am Cressa, matriarch of this coven." She turns back to Oriel, her expression unreadable. "For now, I can save your daughter's life. Beyond that." I step closer to the platform, to Oriel's small, frost-covered form. "Just save her now. The rest, we'll figure out the rest." Cressa's lips curve in something that might be a smile or a warning. "Yes, we will." She begins to chant, low, rhythmic words in a language that predates common tongue. Other Perna file into the chamber, taking positions around the circle. Their voices join hers, layering harmonies that raise every hair on my body. Magic floods the space, real, tangible, heavy as water. It presses against my skin, my lungs, my skull. And in the center of it all, my daughter lies dying while I watch and pray to any god who'll listen. The guide, goddess of death and travel. If you hear me, don't take her yet. Give me time. Give me a chance. Let me be the father I never was.
Chapter 2. Cressa. The half-breed's daughter is dying faster than I anticipated. I press my fingertips to the child's sternum, feeling for the rhythms beneath skin and bone. Her heartbeat stutters, weak, arrhythmic, each pulse pushing frost deeper into vital tissue. The curse has progressed beyond the superficial layers. It's wrapped tendrils around the organ itself, squeezing with patient, inexorable pressure. 3 days. Perhaps 4, if we're fortunate. We are rarely fortunate. Matriarch? Ellen, one of my younger sisters, hovers at the ritual circle's edge. Her voice carries the uncertain tremor of someone who knows she interrupts, but cannot help herself. The half-breeds. Should we send him away while you work? I glance toward Cyprian. He stands just outside the carved boundary, massive shoulders hunched, hands clenched at his sides. His eyes never leave his daughter's face. Even from here I see the tremor in his jaw, the way he struggles to remain still when every instinct clearly screams at him to gather the child and run, as if running would help, as if anywhere is safe from winter's grasp. Do not use that broken word. I return my attention to the frost patterns spreading across Auriel's chest. Each soul is whole, regardless of how its body is split. It's cruel. I know it's cruel. But Perna do not build power through kindness. We build it through knowledge, through accumulated debts and carefully maintained dominance. If the half-breed wishes to barter for his daughter's life, he can begin by learning exactly what that life will cost. I begin the diagnostic incantations, speaking the old words that pull back reality's veil to reveal the curse's true architecture. Violet light blooms between my palms, spilling over Auriel's small form like luminous water. Where it touches frost, the ice glows in response, pale blue threads that map the curse's progression from skin to muscle to bone. It's beautiful, in the way that poisonous things often are. Fetch the resonance crystals, I tell Ellen, and the winter root extract. We'll need to slow the spread before we can attempt reversal. Yes, matriarch. She hurries away, robes whispering against stone. I trace the curse's path with careful fingers, reading its history in the patterns. This is no natural affliction. Someone crafted this. Someone with skill and intent wove these particular binding threads, inscribed these specific glyphs into organic matter. But the craftsmanship is flawed. Rushed, perhaps, or attempted by someone whose power exceeded their control. What is it? Cyprian's voice cracks through my concentration. What do you see? I don't look up. A botched protective spell. What? Someone tried to shield this child from harm. They used winter binding as the foundation. Common enough, particularly in mountain regions. Cold preserves. Cold protects. I gesture at the frost spreading beneath Auriel's jaw. But they lacked the precision to contain it. The magic recognized the half-human blood as other and turned inward, treating the body itself as the threat to eliminate. Silence. Then, her mother. Now I do look up. Cyprian stares at his daughter with an expression that might be grief, or might be rage, or might be both tangled together until they're indistinguishable. She was dying, he continues, voice flat. Marin. 3 months ago, fever took her, and she knew. She knew she was leaving Auriel alone. She must have tried. His hands curl into fists. She must have tried to protect her. and instead cursed her to freeze from the inside out. I state it plainly. Gently is not my nature, and false comfort serves no one. Mortal magic users attempting Perna-level workings rarely ends well. Can you fix it? The question hangs in the frigid air between us. Can I? The honest answer is uncertain. The curse has integrated itself deeply, and unweaving another's magic is always more difficult than casting one's own. But uncertainty doesn't maintain authority, and authority is what keeps this coven, and myself, alive. I can try. I rise, brushing frost from my robes. The first step is stabilization. We slow the curse's spread, give her body time to fight. Then we research the specific binding used and develop a counter-formula. How long will that take? As long as it takes. His jaw tightens. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you'll receive tonight, half-breed. I meet his eyes, brown flecked with green, warm despite the situation, so very unlike Perna eyes. Your daughter is dying. Would you prefer I stand here debating timelines, or would you prefer I begin the work that might save her? He steps back, nods once, sharp and controlled. Good. At least he can be reasoned with, even in extremis. Ellen returns with supplies, and I set to work. The stabilization ritual requires 3 Perna to anchor and 1 to weave, standard configuration for aggressive curse work. I direct my sisters into position while Cyprian watches from his corner, silent as stone and just as immovable. We chant in unison, our voices braiding power into tangible form. I pour winter root extract over the frost patterns, watching the interaction between plant medicine and magical affliction. The extract steams where it touches ice, creating delicate spirals of vapour that smell of earth and buried things. Slowly, so slowly, the frost's spread halts. The blue glow dims. Auriel's breathing eases, deepens, no longer quite so desperate. But the curse remains, waiting, patient as winter itself. It's only temporary, I warn as we conclude the working. This buys us time, nothing more. The underlying curse structure is intact. How much time? Cyprian moves forward the instant I step back from the circle. 3 days, perhaps 4. And then we'll repeat the ritual while I continue researching a permanent solution. I turn away, already mentally cataloguing which texts might hold relevant information. The Korth scrolls, certainly. Possibly the fragmentary histories, though those are unreliable at best. Your daughter will need constant supervision. Someone must monitor her condition, adjust the suppression matrices if the curse attempts to break through. I'll do it. You have neither training nor aptitude. I glance back at him. One of my sisters will. I'll do it. He kneels beside the stone platform, taking Auriel's small hand in his massive one. The size difference is almost comical. Her fingers disappear entirely in his grip. Tell me what to watch for. Teach me. But I'm not leaving her. Something in his tone brooks no argument. Not desperation now, but absolute certainty. The voice of someone who has already decided which hill they'll die on. I should refuse. Should insist on proper protocol, on trained observers, on any of a dozen valid reasons why an untutored half-breed cannot be trusted with precision magical work. Instead, I hear myself say, "Very well, but if you fail, if you miss a single warning sign..." I won't. We look at each other across the ritual space. Around us, my sisters shift uncomfortably. They're unused to seeing me negotiated with, unused to watching their matriarch bend even slightly. I'm unused to it myself. Ellen will instruct you in the monitoring protocols. I turn toward the door, robes sweeping behind me. I have research to conduct. The Coven's library occupies the mountain's deepest level, carved from living rock and heated by geothermal vents that keep the air dry despite the eternal winter outside. Thousands of volumes line the walls, scrolls, codices, bound manuscripts in languages both living and dead. The accumulated knowledge of a dozen Perna generations, carefully preserved and jealously guarded. I should feel at home here. This is my domain, my sanctuary, the place where problems become puzzles and puzzles become solutions. Tonight, I feel only weight. I pull the Korth scrolls from their shelf and spread them across the reading table. The parchment crackles with age, threatening to disintegrate at rough handling. I'm careful. I'm always careful. The text describes winter binding in exhaustive detail, including 17 known variants and their associated failure modes. I read through each one, cross-referencing against what I observed in Auriel's curse structure. Hours pass. The geothermal vents hiss and steam. My eyes burn from deciphering ancient script by flickering Perna fire. Finally, I find it. Variant 12. Protective encasement with insufficient boundary definition. The description matches perfectly. A mother's spell, cast in desperation, meant to wrap the child in winter's preserving cold until help arrived. But without proper boundaries, the magic couldn't distinguish between threat and protected. It simply froze everything. The solution, according to the scrolls, requires either the original caster to unweave the working or... I read the passage 3 times, ensuring I understand correctly. Or a complete dispersal of the accumulated curse energy across multiple subjects, essentially spreading the frozen hearts until the magic dilutes to sublethal levels. My hands still on the ancient parchment. That would mean deliberately infecting others, taking one child's curse and fracturing it across dozens, perhaps hundreds of people, making refugees of them all, binding them to winter's slow death while we searched for a more comprehensive cure. It would mean turning one tragedy into a catastrophe. It would also mean saving Auriel's life. I closed the scroll carefully, my mind already racing through implications and logistics. The half-breed's daughter can be stabilized, yes, but only if we're willing to pay the price in other lives. Only if we're willing to transform the coven from isolated sanctuary into a hospital for the cursed. The coven will never agree. We are Perna. We survive by remaining separate, by protecting our own and letting the rest of Protheka burn or freeze or drown as fate dictates. We do not invite chaos through our doors. We do not risk ourselves for outlanders. But I remember the way Cyprian held his daughter, the absolute devotion in his face, the tremor in his massive hands as he pressed them to her frost-covered chest. Would anyone ever feel such devotion for me? The thought surprises me with its bitterness. I push it aside, rising from the table. Dawn approaches. I can feel it in the subtle shift of temperature, the way magic always thins slightly as night yields to day. I should sleep, should restore my power for the work ahead. Instead, I find myself climbing back toward the ritual chambers, drawn by a compulsion I refuse to examine too closely. Cyprian hasn't moved. He sits beside the stone platform, still holding Auriel's hand, his head bowed in either prayer or exhaustion. Someone, Ellen probably, has brought him a chair and blanket, both ignored. Auriel sleeps more peacefully now, the ritual's effects evident in her easier breathing and the slight flush returning to her cheeks. The frost remains, but its glow has dimmed to barely visible tracery. 3 days, perhaps 4. Then we do this all again, buying time in increments while I decide whether saving one child is worth damning dozens more to the same slow freeze. I turn away before Cyprian notices my presence, before I have to explain why the matriarch of the Perna coven stands watching an outlander tend his dying daughter with such careful, hopeless devotion, before I have to admit that I'm not certain I can make the choice that's required.
Chapter 3. Cyprian. Days bleed into each other like watercolors in rain. I learn to read the frost patterns the way I once learned to read weather, by instinct, by the prickling awareness of wrongness before it fully manifests. When the blue glow brightens along Oriel's collarbone, I apply the winter root compress. When her breathing shallows, I adjust the suppression matrix, tracing the runes Ellen taught me with fingers that have become surprisingly steady despite their size. I don't leave her side except when absolutely necessary. Cressa appears twice daily to reinforce the stabilization ritual, always flanked by 2 other Perna whose names I haven't bothered learning. She works in silence, efficient and cold, her violet eyes scanning Oriel's condition with the detachment of someone cataloging inventory. She never asks how I'm managing, never offers comfort or false hope. I'm grateful for it. Pity would break me. On the 4th morning, or maybe it's the 5th, time moves strangely in these windowless chambers. Oriel wakes. "Father?" Her voice is small and confused, pale blue eyes blinking against the Perna firelight. "Where are we?" The word father still catches me off guard. Still feels like stolen clothing, something I haven't earned the right to wear. But I take her tiny hand in mine and squeeze gently. Somewhere safe. The lie tastes bitter. Nowhere is safe, not really, not with winter hunting her from the inside. But she's 7. She doesn't need the full weight of truth crushing her. "How do you feel?" "Cold." She shivers despite the blankets piled over her. "And tired. Why am I so tired?" "You've been sick." I brush a strand of dark hair from her forehead, careful not to touch the frost spreading under her jaw. "But you're getting better." Another lie. Or maybe a prayer disguised as one. I'm not sure there's a difference anymore. She studies my face with the unnerving directness children possess, the ability to see through adult deceptions to the fear beneath. "You look scared." "I'm fine. You're a bad liar." But she smiles slightly and something in my chest loosens. "Mother used to say you were probably terrible at cards." Marin. The name still carries thorns. I never knew her well. Just one night 7 years ago, brief and intense and ultimately meaningless to me at the time. But she raised Oriel alone, loved her fiercely enough to die trying to protect her, and left me a daughter I had no idea existed. I owe her everything. I owe her better than the half-breed wanderer who couldn't be bothered to stay. "Your mother was smart," I tell Oriel. "Smarter than me by half." She said that too. Oriel's smile fades. "I miss her." "I know, little star." "Do you miss her?" The honest answer is complicated. I miss the version of her that existed in my head, the woman who might have sent word, who might have given me the chance to be present. But I can't miss someone I barely knew, and I won't lie to Oriel about that. I miss that I never got the chance to know her better, I finally say, and I'm sorry she's gone. Oriel nods slowly, accepting this. Then, "The Perna are scary. They're helping you. They're still scary." She shivers again. They look at me like I'm a problem they have to solve, not a person. She's not wrong. I've seen the way Cressa's sisters watch Oriel, with clinical interest at best, thinly veiled disgust at worst. Half orc, half human, thoroughly cursed. A contamination in their pristine fortress. "They're just not used to guests," I say, though the word guests is generous. "We're more like specimens, test subjects in whatever experiment Cressa's conducting. But at least Oriel is alive. At least her heart still beats, even if Frost tries to cage it with every pulse." "Can we go outside?" Oriel asks. "I want to see where we are." "Not today. You need to rest." I've been resting forever. She tries to sit up, and I see the exact moment exhaustion hits her, the way her small body sways, strength evaporating. "Oh. Easy." I help her lie back down, tucking the blankets tighter. "Your body's fighting hard right now. It needs all your energy." "Fighting what?" How do I explain this? How do I tell a 7-year-old that her mother's love is killing her? I don't. Not yet. The cold. Just the cold. She accepts this more readily than she should. Maybe she's too tired to push. Maybe some part of her already knows the truth and is simply being kind to me. Either way, she closes her eyes. Within minutes, her breathing evens into sleep. I stay beside her, watching the slow rise and fall of her chest, watching the frost that glitters against green skin, counting heartbeats like prayer beads. On the 6th day, I'm certain it's the 6th now, Ellen confirmed it, I finally leave the ritual chamber long enough to explore the Coven's grounds. The fortress is larger than I expected, a warren of corridors and chambers carved directly into the mountain. Some areas are clearly residential, small cells with simple furnishings, communal spaces where Perna gather to eat or work. Others serve purposes I can only guess at, rooms filled with crystalline formations, chambers where the walls pulse with visible magic, a vast library that smells of old parchment and older secrets. And then there are the refugees. I find them in the eastern wing, housed in what must have once been storage rooms. Dozens of them, human mostly, with a handful of other races mixed in. Men, women, children, all hollow-eyed and shivering despite the blankets wrapped around their shoulders. All of them marked by the same blue-tinged frost spreading across their skin. A small boy sits nearest the corridor, maybe 5 years old, his mother's arm wrapped protectively around him. The frost has claimed his entire left hand. It glitters like jewelry, beautiful and terrible, and he stares at it with the blank acceptance of someone too young to fully understand dying. "What happened to them?" I ask the nearest Perna, a middle-aged woman with iron-gray hair and a face like ice. "The same thing happening to your daughter." She doesn't look at me, just continues grinding something in a mortar with rhythmic, practiced movements. The curse spreads. 1 becomes 2. 2 becomes 4. They arrived seeking help. She pauses, her expression flickering with something that might be regret. We do what we can. But it's not enough. I can see that in their faces, in the way they huddle together like animals seeking warmth. The Coven may be slowing the curse, but these people aren't healing. They're just dying more slowly. Just like Oriel. The young boy with the frosted hand catches me looking. He tries to smile, and it breaks something in my chest. "I'll bring you something," I tell him, crouching down to his level. "Food, maybe, or a toy. Do you like toys?" His mother's eyes widen, surprise or fear, I'm not sure which, but the boy nods eagerly. "I like soldiers," he says. "Brave ones." "Then I'll find you some soldiers." I reach out carefully, ruffling his hair. The contact feels like a promise, like a debt I'm taking on deliberately. The bravest ones I can. I don't know where I'll find toys in a Perna fortress, but I'll figure it out. I'll carve them myself if necessary. This child will have his soldiers. I make similar promises to 3 other children before someone stops me. "What are you doing?" Cressa's voice cuts through the corridor like a blade through silk. I turn to find her standing in the doorway, violet eyes blazing with something between fury and disbelief. "Talking to them," I say simply. "You're making promises." She crosses the empty space between us in 3 sharp strides. "Promises you have no authority to make, no power to fulfill. They're children. They're dying." She keeps her voice low, but it carries the weight of absolute conviction. "And you cannot save them. You cannot even save your own daughter. What makes you think you can promise these people anything?" The words hit like physical blows. Because she's right. I can't save anyone. I'm just a half-breed wanderer who stumbled into fatherhood 3 months too late, and now watches helplessly, while Frost claims the only thing I have left to love. But I meet her eyes anyway. They deserve hope. Hope? Cressa laughs, a sharp, bitter sound. Hope is a luxury, half-breed. These people need medicine. They need complex magical intervention and resources we don't possess in sufficient quantity. Your hope means nothing against Winter's grasp. Then what do you suggest? That we just let them die without comfort? I suggest you stop making promises that will break hearts when you fail to keep them. She gestures sharply toward the corridor. Return to your daughter. That's where your limited usefulness lies. She turns to leave, dismissing me with the gesture. I'll keep the promises anyway, I say to her back. Cressa stops. Slowly she looks over her shoulder, violet eyes colder than the blizzard outside. Then you're a fool. Probably. I shrug, but I'm a fool who keeps his word. For a long moment we study each other. I see something flicker in her expression. Surprise, maybe, or reluctant respect, or possibly just irritation that I won't submit to her authority like everyone else in this mountain. The Coven will not support your promises, she finally says. I'm not asking them to. This is on me. Yes, Cressa agrees softly. It is. Then she's gone, robes sweeping behind her like shadows given form. I return to the refugees, to the young male with the frosted hand and his wide, hopeful eyes. Soldiers, I remind him. I promised. His smile could light the darkest corner of this cursed mountain. Later, when I've returned to Auriel's side and she sleeps peacefully under my watch, I think about Cressa's words, about being a fool, about making promises I can't keep. Maybe she's right. Maybe hope is a luxury we can't afford. But watching my daughter breathe, seeing the slight color in her cheeks despite the frost spreading beneath her skin, I know I'd rather be a fool with hope than wise with despair. Even if it kills me, especially if it kills me instead of her.
Chapter 4. Cressa. The child dies at sunset. I feel it the moment his heart stops, a sudden absence in the web of monitoring spells I've woven throughout the refugee wing. One small light extinguished, like a candle snuffed between careless fingers. I'm in the middle of a council meeting when it happens. Maven is arguing as usual about resource allocation, about how we cannot sustain this many cursed refugees, about how the Coven's duty is to itself, not to every desperate soul who claws their way up the mountain. We must draw boundaries, matriarch, she says, her hawk-like features sharp with conviction. Winter spreads because we allow it to spread. Every cursed individual we shelter becomes a vector for further contamination. This is simple mathematics. The other council members murmur agreement. They always agree with Maven when she frames cruelty as pragmatism. I'm forming my rebuttal when the monitoring spell fractures, when that small light goes dark. The boy, the one with the frosted hand, the one Cyprian promised toy soldiers. Excuse me. I rise abruptly, cutting off whatever Maven was about to say next. We'll continue this discussion later. Matriarch, we haven't finished. Later. I don't wait for her response. Don't acknowledge the way my council exchanges glances, confusion mixed with speculation. Let them wonder. Let them whisper about their matriarch's sudden departure and what it might mean. Right now, I need to see for myself. The refugee wing smells of unwashed bodies and fever sweat, and the particular metallic tang that accompanies advanced curse rot. We do what we can. Healing salves, warming spells, suppression rituals when resources allow. But it's never enough. The curse progresses. Winter claims them piece by frozen piece. The boy's body lies on a pallet near the eastern wall, still wrapped in the threadbare blanket someone donated. His mother kneels beside him, silent. No wailing, no tears. Just empty stillness, like she's been hollowed out from the inside. The frost has consumed him entirely. His small form glitters in the pernifier light, transformed into something that might be beautiful if it weren't so horrific. Ice crystals have replaced skin. His eyes, still open, have gone milky white, frozen solid in their sockets. He looks like a sculpture, a memorial to himself. I kneel across from his mother, examining the curse's final work with professional detachment. The progression was exponential at the end. The frost that claimed his hand yesterday devoured his entire body in less than 6 hours. This acceleration, this is new. This is wrong. When did it spread? I ask quietly. The mother doesn't answer immediately. When she does, her voice is hollow. After lunch, he was eating bread and then She gestures vaguely at her son's crystalline form. It just took him, so fast, he didn't even have time to cry. I press my fingers to the child's chest, reading the curse's signature in the frozen tissue. The magic here is dense, concentrated, furious with accumulated power, as if all the slow creeping frost suddenly collapsed inward, demanding its due all at once. This is what I've been afraid of. What I suspected but didn't want to confirm. The curse doesn't just spread, it accelerates. Each new victim feeds the original working, making it stronger, making it faster. What took weeks in Auriel will take days in the next victim. Then hours, then minutes, winter compounding upon itself until it becomes unstoppable. I'm sorry, I tell the mother. Inadequate words, useless words. But I say them anyway because she deserves to hear them. We tried. You tried. She looks at me, and her eyes are empty as winter sky. But he still died. They'll all die, won't they? All of us. I want to lie. Want to offer the false comfort I denied Cyprian when he first arrived. But this woman has just watched her son crystallize before her eyes. She deserves truth, however brutal. The curse accelerates, I admit. Each death makes it stronger. Unless we find a way to break the original working. We die. She returns her attention to her son's frozen form. I understand. Does she? Can anyone truly understand dying by degrees, watching their own flesh transform into ice while consciousness remains trapped inside? I hope not. I hope death claims them before that particular horror manifests. I leave her there with her grief and her crystallized child. Leave her with the blanket and the empty promises and the cold comfort of knowing death came quickly, at least. Small mercies in a merciless situation. The corridor outside feels too warm after the refugee wing's desperate chill. I lean against the stone wall, pressing my forehead to its surface, breathing carefully. This is my responsibility, my choice to allow the refugees inside, my decision to try treating a curse I don't fully understand, my failure. Matriarch? Ellen appears around the corner, concern etched across her young face. I felt the monitoring spell break. Is it? The child is dead. I straighten, smoothing non-existent wrinkles from my robes. His body will need ritual preparation before we can safely dispose of it. The curse remains active even in death. I'll see to it. She hesitates. Matriarch, the council is concerned. They say you're spending too much energy on the refugees, that you're neglecting. The council can voice their concerns directly if they wish. My voice comes out sharper than intended. Or they can trust that I know what I'm doing. Do I, though? Do I know what I'm doing? Or am I simply flailing in the dark while people die around me? Ellen bows and retreats, leaving me alone with my doubts and my dead and my dwindling options. I should look over my research, should dive back into the ancient texts, searching for some solution I've overlooked, some clever binding or creative dispersal that might slow the curse without spreading it further. Instead, I find myself climbing toward the ritual chambers, toward where Cyprian keeps vigil over his daughter. He's carving something when I arrive, a small wooden figure, rough but recognizable, a soldier in armor, sword raised high. Several more figures lie finished on the stone platform beside Auriel's sleeping form. The toy soldiers he promised the child with the frosted hand. You're too late, I say from the doorway. Cyprian's hands still on the carving. He doesn't look up. What? The boy died an hour ago. Your soldiers won't reach him. Now he does look at me, and the expression on his face is devastating in its helplessness. The one with the frosted hand? Yes. He sets down the carving carefully, stares at his own hands, large, scarred, calloused from years of hard use. Hands that have killed, probably. Hands that have built and broken and held his dying daughter with such careful tenderness. Hands that carved toy soldiers for a child who died before receiving them. How? His voice is barely audible. How did it happen? Exponential progression. The curse accelerates with each victim it claims. What took weeks in your daughter's case took less than a day in his. I step into the chamber, keeping my distance but unable to leave. His mother says he was eating bread one moment. The next, the frost consumed him. Guide's mercy. Cyprian's jaw works. He was 5 years old. I'm aware. And the others? The other refugees? We'll follow the same pattern unless we find a solution. I can't soften this, can't make it easier. The curse is compounding, feeding on itself. Each death makes the next come faster. We're running out of time. How much time? Days. Perhaps a week if we're fortunate with the suppression rituals. I glance at Aurielle, watching the slow rise and fall of her small chest. Less for those already heavily afflicted. Cyprian stands abruptly, nearly knocking over the soldier he'd been carving. Then we have to do something. We have to... What? The word cracks out harsher than I intend. What exactly do you propose we do, half-breed? I've spent every waking hour in research. My sisters and I have performed every ritual, tried every suppression technique in our considerable arsenal. We are doing everything we can, and it's not enough. It's never enough. The admission tears something loose inside me. I'm the matriarch. I'm supposed to have answers, supposed to lead with certainty and strength, but I don't have answers. I have dead children and accelerating curses, and a coven that grows more fractious with each passing day. I have nothing. Cyprian crosses the distance between us in 3 strides. For a moment I think he might strike me, might give in to the rage and grief that must be eating him alive. My hand moves instinctively toward the defensive ward I keep always ready, but he doesn't strike. He just stands there, looking down at me with those warm brown eyes full of too much understanding. You're terrified, he says quietly. I'm terrified. He says it again, gentler this time. You're supposed to be the one with all the power, all the knowledge, all the answers, and you don't know how to save them. Don't know how to save my daughter. It's eating you alive. I should deny it. Should freeze him with icy disdain, remind him of his place, send him back to his daughter's side with my authority firmly reasserted. Instead, I find myself saying, I watched him die through the monitoring spells, felt his heart stop. Another light extinguished, just like that. I snap my fingers, and I couldn't do anything. I was sitting in a council meeting, arguing about resource allocation, while a 5-year-old boy crystallized to death. It's not your fault. Isn't it? I'm the one who let the refugees inside. I'm the one who thought we could help, who believed our knowledge and power would be sufficient. I'm the one responsible for every death that occurs within these walls. My voice breaks slightly. I steady it through sheer will. That child's blood is on my hands. No. Cyprian's voice is firm. His blood is on Winter's hands, on whatever twisted magic started this curse. You're trying to save them. That's not the same as killing them. Tell that to his mother. I will, if you'd like. He shrugs, and something in the gesture, its simplicity, its absolute sincerity, makes my throat tighten. But first, tell me, what do we do next? We. As if we're partners in this. As if a half-breed wanderer and a Perna matriarch could possibly be equals. As if I'm not utterly alone in my decisions and my failures. Next, I say slowly, I return to my research, and you return to your daughter. And we both pray to whatever gods still listen that I find something before more children die. What if there is no solution in your books? The question hangs between us, cold and terrible. Then we all die, I tell him honestly. Your daughter, the refugees, eventually everyone the curse touches. Winter will spread until it consumes Protheka itself. You really believe that? I've seen the progression rates, the exponential curve. Yes, Cyprian, I believe it. He's quiet for a long while, processing this. Then, how long do we have? Total, I mean, before it becomes unstoppable. I calculate quickly, running through the numbers I've been avoiding examining too closely. 3 weeks, perhaps 4, if the acceleration follows the pattern I've observed. After that, the curse will spread faster than we can contain it. It will break free from the mountain, sweep down into the valleys, turn every living thing it touches into ice. Guide's mercy, he breathes. The guide shows precious little mercy where winter is concerned. I turn toward the door. I need to work. You should stay with Auriel. Make sure the suppression matrix remains stable. Cressa. I stop, but don't turn around. Don't let him see whatever expression has claimed my face. The toy soldiers, he says. Can someone give them to the other children? The ones who are still alive? The ones who are still alive. For now. Until the curse claims them too. One by one, lights extinguishing in my monitoring web like stars dying in an endless night. I'll see to it, I tell him. Then I flee before he can see the way my carefully maintained composure fractures. Before he can witness the matriarch of the Purna coven reduced to something frighteningly close to human. In my chambers, I light every candle and Purnifire torch available. I spread open the Korth scrolls, the fragmentary histories, 3 volumes of curse theory, and 2 treatises on exponential magical decay. I read until my eyes burn and my head pounds and the words blur together into meaningless shapes, and I find nothing. No solution, no clever trick, no hidden knowledge that will save us. Just winter, patient and hungry, waiting to consume us all. Somewhere in the refugee wing, more lights will flicker and die tonight. Tomorrow, the acceleration will continue. The day after, faster still. 3 weeks until unstoppable. 4 if we're lucky. I press my palms against my eyes and allow myself 1 minute, 60 carefully counted seconds, of despair. Then I return to the texts and keep searching. Because what else can I do?
Chapter 5. Cyprian. The coven has a rhythm I'm learning to read. Mornings belong to rituals. Purna gathering in the great chamber, their voices rising and falling in harmonies that make my teeth ache. I stay with Auriel during these, watching the frost patterns on her chest pulse in response to distant magic. Sometimes the glow dims. Sometimes it brightens. Always my heart stops until I confirm she's still breathing. Afternoons, they work. Some tend the thermal vents that keep the fortress warm. Others prepare medicines, grind herbs, inscribe new suppression matrices on anyone whose curse threatens to break through. A few disappear into the library for hours, emerging with ink-stained fingers and haunted expressions. Cressa among them, always. Evenings are quietest. The Purna retreat to their chambers, exhausted from the day's magical expenditures. This is when I venture into the refugee wing with what little I can offer. Carved toys for children, extra blankets, sometimes just presents. Someone to sit with them while they wait for the end. 2 more have died since the young child with the frosted hand. A woman in her 30s, frost consuming her lungs in the span of an afternoon. An elderly man who simply didn't wake one morning, his entire body crystallized during sleep. The acceleration continues. Today I'm helping Ellen carry supplies to the refugee wing. She's young for a Purna, maybe 25 by human reckoning, though Purna aged strangely, and less cold than the others. She actually speaks to me like I'm a person rather than a problem. You don't have to do this, she says as we navigate the corridors. Help us, I mean. You swore yourself to your daughter's care, not to the entire mountain of cursed refugees. What else am I going to do? I shift the bundle of blankets under my arm. Sit and watch her sleep? She doesn't need me hovering every second. The monitoring spells you taught me alert if anything changes. Still, Ellen glances at me sideways. Most people in your position would be focused solely on their own survival instinct. Maybe my survival instinct is broken. She laughs, a small, surprised sound. The matriarch thinks so. She said as much. I remember Cressa's cold assessment, calling me a fool for making promises. She's probably right. Probably. But Ellen's tone is fond rather than mocking. Though between you and me, I think she respects it, even if she won't admit it. Cressa doesn't respect anything that isn't practically useful. You'd be surprised. Ellen pushes open the door to the refugee wing. She's more complicated than she appears. We enter the wing, and conversation dies. The refugees need our help more than we need to dissect the matriarch's psychological complexity. I spend the next 2 hours doing what I can, adjusting blankets, reapplying warming salves to frostbitten skin, teaching a teenage girl how to monitor her own curse progression so she can alert us if it accelerates. Small things, insufficient things. But the girl smiles when I show her the monitoring technique. Thanks me in a voice barely above a whisper. It's something. Ellen works beside me, her movements practiced and efficient. She doesn't waste motion or words, but there's a gentleness to her that the other Perna lack. When she touches the cursed, she does it like they're people rather than specimens. You're good at this, I tell her during a brief lull. I trained as a healer before the Coven. She measures out a dose of winter root extract with careful precision. My mother was human. She taught me that magic without compassion is just power. Empty power. Was? She died when I was 12. Fever took her. Ellen's expression doesn't change, but something in her voice tightens. The Coven took me in afterward. They were... kind is the wrong word. But they gave me purpose. Taught me to use my gifts. And your father? Unknown. My mother never said. She administers the extract to a middle-aged man whose arm has started crystallizing. Probably human as well. I lack the height and bearing of full Perna. I look at her, tall by human standards, but shorter than Cressa and the others. Her features softer, less severe. Her eyes more gray than violet. The others give you trouble for it? Sometimes. She shrugs. Less now than when I was younger. The matriarch made it clear that bloodline matters less than capability. Anyone who challenges me challenges her authority. That why you're loyal to her? Because she protects you? Ellen considers this as she works. Partly, but also because she's genuinely trying to save people, even when it costs her politically, even when the council fights her on every decision. She glances toward the corridor, as if checking for eavesdroppers. Most of them wanted to turn the refugees away. Let winter claim them outside our walls where we wouldn't have to witness it. Cressa overruled them, said no one dies on her doorstep if she can prevent it. I think about Cressa in the library, surrounded by ancient texts and dying candlelight. About the exhaustion carved into her features, the way her hands trembled slightly when she thought no one was watching. She's killing herself trying to fix this, I say quietly. Yes. Ellen moves to the next patient. But she'll never admit it. Pride or duty or... I don't know. Whatever keeps her standing when anyone else would collapse. We work in silence after that, tending to needs we can't truly meet. The refugees accept our care with hollow gratitude. They know we're just delaying the inevitable, know that each day might be their last. But they say thank you anyway. I'm carrying empty supply baskets back toward the storage chambers when I nearly collide with Cressa in the corridor. She steps back sharply, violet eyes flashing. Watch where you're... Then she sees it's me. Her expression shifts to something more complicated. Cyprian. Matriarch. I nod, moving to pass. Wait. She reaches out, then seems to think better of it, her hand dropping back to her side. How is Auriel? Stable. The morning ritual helped. Frost hasn't spread since dawn. Good. She glances at the baskets I'm carrying. You've been in the refugee wing. Not a question. Statement of fact. Helping Ellen, I confirm. Someone had to. Yes. Cressa's jaw tightens. I meant to check on them myself today, but the council meeting ran long, and then there was an incident with one of the thermal vents, and she cuts herself off. It doesn't matter. Thank you for helping. The words sound rusty, like she's unaccustomed to saying them. Don't need thanks for doing what's right. Nevertheless. She straightens her robes, a gesture I'm starting to recognize as her way of regaining composure. The work you're doing matters, even if it doesn't. Even if we can't save them all, it matters that someone cares. You care. I say it with certainty, more than you want anyone to know. Her eyes snap to mine, sharp and defensive. I care about maintaining order, about preventing panic, about... You care about them. I set down the baskets, giving her my full attention. About the refugees, about Auriel, about every person dying in this mountain. You just hide it behind ice and authority because showing that you care would make you vulnerable. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? I take a step closer. Not threatening, just closing the distance, removing the space she uses to maintain separation. I've watched you, Cressa. Seen the way you flinch when the monitoring spells break. Seen you standing outside the refugee wing at night. Just standing there like you're gathering courage to go inside. You're not as cold as you pretend. I have to be cold. Her voice drops, barely audible. I'm the matriarch. If I show weakness, if I let them see me break, the entire coven fractures. People die when leadership fails. People are dying anyway. The words land like a blow. She flinches, actually flinches, and I immediately regret the bluntness. I didn't mean... You're right. She squares her shoulders, but her eyes carry devastation. People are dying. Despite everything I'm doing, despite all our knowledge and power and desperate research, they're dying, and I can't stop it. We stand there in the corridor, surrounded by stone and shadow, and the distant sound of wind howling outside the mountain. Cressa looks smaller somehow, despite her height, like the weight she's carrying has compressed her from within. I do something stupid, something I have no right to do. I reach out and touch her arm, just my hand on her sleeve, warmth against fabric. She goes absolutely still. You're not alone in this, I tell her quietly. I know you think you have to carry everything yourself, but you don't. Let people help. Let me help. You're helping your daughter. I can do both. My thumb moves slightly against her sleeve, barely a caress. Auriel sleeps most of the day. The rest of the time, I can be useful. Can carry things, 10 people, whatever you need. You just have to ask. Cressa stares at my hand on her arm like it's a foreign object. Something that doesn't make sense in her carefully ordered world. Then, slowly, so slowly I almost miss it, her free hand rises, covers mine. Her fingers are cold, as I expected, but her grip is firm. I have no idea how to ask for help, she admits. Try saying, Cyprian, I need help. A ghost of a smile touches her lips. That's simple? That's simple. We stay like that, hands layered in the dim corridor, neither quite ready to break contact. Her thumb grazes my knuckles, tentative, exploratory, like she's memorizing the texture. I become acutely aware of her proximity, the way her violet eyes catch the torchlight, the small scar just above her left eyebrow, the faint scent of winter root and parchment that clings to her robes. She's beautiful. The thought surfaces unbidden. Not in any soft way. Cressa is all sharp edges and severe lines, but beautiful nonetheless. Striking. Arresting. The kind of face that demands attention even when it's trying not to be seen. She clears her throat, stepping back. Our hands separate. I have research to return to. Of course. She starts to walk away, then pauses. Looks back. Cyprian? Yes? I need help. The words are quiet but deliberate. Not now, but soon. I'll need help with something difficult, and I don't know if I can do it alone. Whatever it is, I'm here. She nods once, and I see something in her expression. Gratitude mixed with sorrow, mixed with something I can't quite name. Then she turns and disappears down the corridor, robes sweeping behind her like shadow given form. I stand there for a long moment staring at my hand, at where her fingers touched mine. The contact lingers, phantom warmth against my skin. I pick up the baskets and continue toward storage, but my mind stays in the corridor, on violet eyes and tentative touch. On the way, Cressa's voice softened when she said I need help, like the admission cost her something precious. When I return to Auriel, she's awake, playing with the carved soldiers I made, marching them across the stone platform in some imagined battle. Father! She grins up at me. Look, the brave ones are winning. Good. I sit beside her watching the game. That's how it should be. The Perna lady came by, Auriel says, moving a soldier to defend an imaginary fort. The scary one with purple eyes. My heart does something complicated. Cressa. Auriel positions another soldier. She wasn't as scary today. She smiled at me. It was a small smile, but it counted. What did she say? That I was very brave, and that my father was... Auriel's brow furrows in concentration. What was the word? Relentless. She said you were relentless. I laughed despite everything. That sounds about right. Is relentless good? In this case? Yeah, little star. It's good. Auriel returns to her game, and I watch her play. Watch the frost glitter on her chest with each breath. Watch her small hands move the soldiers with careful determination. She's alive. For now, for this moment, she's alive and smiling and playing. That has to be enough. Later, after Auriel sleeps again, I find myself thinking about Cressa's hand on mine. About the way she admitted needing help, the vulnerability in her voice. About how I do anything, absolutely anything, to ease the burden she's carrying. Even knowing it might destroy me. Especially knowing it might.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 6. Cressa. The word tainted echoes through the corridor like poison in water. I'm returning from another fruitless research session, 6 hours in the library yielding nothing but eye strain and mounting frustration, when I hear them. 3 of my sisters, voices low but not low enough, gathered near the ritual chambers. Don't understand why the matriarch wastes resources on it, one says. Vess, I recognise, young, ambitious, always eager to demonstrate her orthodoxy. Half orc, half human mongrel, no pure bloodline. The curse probably spreads faster in tainted blood. That's Kira, older but no wiser. Might contaminate our workings if we're not careful. Should have turned them away at the door. Vess again. Let the half-breed watch his tainted spawn die in the snow where it belongs. I round the corner before conscious thought directs me. All 3 Perna freeze when they see my expression. Good. They should fear what they see there. Repeat that. My voice could freeze blood. What did you call her? Vess pales. Matriarch, we were just tainted. I advance on them, and they scatter backward like leaves before wind. You called a 7-year-old child tainted, a dying child under my protection, in my coven, receiving treatment I personally authorized. We meant no disrespect to your authority, Kira tries. We were simply discussing. You were discussing whether a child deserves to live based on her bloodline. I let ice creep into my words, into the air itself. Frost forms on the stone walls around us, visible manifestation of my fury. Discussing whether she's pure enough to warrant our aid. Tell me, sisters, when did we become arbiters of which lives hold value? The coven has always prioritized pure bloodlines, Vess says, attempting to sound reasonable. It's tradition, it's bigotry. The word cracks through the corridor. Dressed in pretty language and ancient tradition, but bigotry nonetheless, and I will not tolerate it under my roof. Silence. They stare at me like I've started speaking in tongues. Matriarch, Kira ventures carefully, your compassion is admirable, but this isn't compassion. This is basic decency. I step closer, forcing them to meet my eyes. That child, Auriel, is dying because her mother loved her enough to attempt magic beyond her skill. She's suffering because of devotion, not because of her blood. And if you cannot see the difference, if you cannot look past the green skin and small tusks to the person beneath, then you have no business calling yourselves healers. We're Perna, Vess protests. We're supposed to be separate, supposed to maintain… What? Our precious isolation? I laugh, bitter and sharp. Our carefully cultivated superiority? Tell me how that serves us when winter spreads beyond these mountains, when the curse we're desperately trying to contain devours everything in its path, pure bloodline and tainted alike. Will your orthodoxy warm you when you're crystallizing from the inside out? They have no answer to that. The next person I hear using that word, tainted, about Auriel or any other person in this coven, will find themselves expelled, cast out into the storm to test whether pure bloodline protects against freezing to death. I let the threat hang in the frigid air. Am I understood? Yes, matriarch. 3 voices subdued. Good. Now go make yourselves useful. Tend the refugees. Check the suppression matrices. Do something productive instead of poisoning the air with your prejudice. They flee. I stand alone in the corridor, breathing hard, frost still clinging to the walls where my temper manifested physically. Slowly, deliberately, I rein in my power. Draw the ice back into myself until the stone returns to its normal temperature. My hands shake. Not from the magical expenditure. That was minimal. From rage. From the reminder that even here, even among those I lead, such casual cruelty persists. The ease with which they dismissed a child's life reduced her to nothing more than impure bloodline. Tainted. I've been called worse, have heard variations on the theme my entire life. I'm 58 years old, though I appear barely 30. Perna age slowly once we reach maturity. I've held the position of matriarch for 20 years, wrested from the previous leader through a combination of magical prowess and political manoeuvring that still gives me nightmares some nights. And before that, before I clawed my way to authority, I was the Perna who cared too much, who couldn't maintain proper distance from humans, who showed weakness through empathy. Tainted by compassion, they called it. As if caring about suffering was a contamination rather than the only thing separating us from monsters. The previous matriarch, Zethyra, saw my empathy as exploitable weakness. She used it, sent me on missions specifically designed to break me, made me choose between upholding coven law and helping people who desperately needed aid. I learned to hide it, learned to wrap compassion in ice and authority, to make strategic choices look like cold calculation, learned to help people while pretending I was simply maintaining order or preventing complications. But the caring never went away. it just went underground. And now here's Cyprian and his daughter, half-orc mongrels according to my sisters, and I can't pretend I don't care. Can't hide behind strategy when I see him holding Auriel. Can't maintain detachment when I watch him carve toy soldiers for children he knows will die. He makes me remember what I've been hiding, what I've always been beneath the frost. I should resent him for it. Instead, I find myself seeking him out. The ritual chamber is quiet when I arrive. Auriel sleeps peacefully, frost patterns stable across her chest. Cyprian sits in his usual position, chair pulled close to the platform, one large hand resting near his daughter's smaller one. He looks up when I enter. Cressa. Then, seeing my expression, what happened? Nothing. I move into the chamber, letting the door close behind me. Just coven politics. You look like you want to freeze someone solid. The impulse crossed my mind. I approach the platform, checking Auriel's condition automatically. Heartbeat steady, breathing even. Suppression matrix holding. Your daughter is stable. I know, I've been monitoring. He watches me carefully, but you didn't come here to tell me that. Perceptive, inconvenient. I sink into the chair across from him, suddenly exhausted. I overheard some of my sisters. They were... I pause, choosing words carefully. They were questioning whether Auriel deserves our resources, because of her mixed heritage. Cyprian's expression darkens. What did you do? Threaten to expel them into the storm if they continue such talk. I study Auriel's sleeping face. Your daughter is a person, not a problem. Anyone who can't see that has no place in my coven. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. The words come out fierce. She's 7 years old and dying. The circumstances of her birth are irrelevant. Her worth isn't determined by blood purity or heritage or any other arbitrary measure these fools use to feel superior. Silence settles between us. Then, they said something similar about you, didn't they? Cyprian's voice is gentle. At some point in your past, about caring too much. I should deny it, should maintain the careful boundaries between matriarch and supplicant, between Perna authority and half-breed outsider. Instead, I find myself saying, I was 19 when I first defied coven law. A human family was dying. Plague had taken the parents, left 5 children orphaned and sick. I used Perna healing magic to save them, brought them medicine from our stores, spent 3 days outside the coven, tending them. What happened? The previous matriarch found out. Publicly reprimanded me. Called my compassion a weakness. Said I'd tainted myself through contact with humans. I remember Zethira's cold violet eyes, her voice dripping contempt. She assigned me increasingly difficult tasks after that. Missions designed to teach me that caring for outsiders only brings pain. That emotional attachment makes us vulnerable. Did it work? I learned to hide it better. I look at him directly. I learned to make strategic choices that happen to help people, to frame compassion as pragmatism. But I never stopped caring. I just stopped letting anyone see it. Cyprian leans forward, elbows on his knees. That why you took matriarch? To change things? Partly. Also because Zethira was cruel and needed to be stopped. The memory of that challenge still burns. 3 days of magical combat, brutal and exhausting. I won, barely, and I've been trying to walk the line ever since, maintaining coven traditions while slowly shifting what those traditions mean. Sounds lonely. The observation strikes deeper than intended. Leadership is lonely. Doesn't have to be. Doesn't it? I gesture toward the door, toward the coven beyond. Half my sisters resent my authority, the other half tolerate it only because I'm powerful enough to enforce it. The council fights me on every decision. Maven actively campaigns to replace me, just waiting for sufficient weakness to mount a challenge. I shake my head. Trust is a luxury I can't afford. You trusted me. He says it quietly. Just now. Told me things you didn't have to tell me. He's right, I did. I do. When did that happen? When did this half-breed wanderer become someone I confide in? Someone whose opinion matters? I shouldn't have, but there's no heat in the words. Maybe not, but you did anyway. Cyprian reaches across the space between us, his hand open, an offering, not a demand. For what it's worth, I won't use it against you. Your secrets are safe with me. I stare at his outstretched hand, calloused and scarred, marked by violence and hard labour, so different from Perna hands, from my own pale, ink-stained fingers. So warm. I place my hand in his. His fingers close gently around mine, and the contact sends unexpected warmth through my entire arm. When did I last hold someone's hand? When did anyone touch me with something other than formal respect or calculated political intent? Thank you, I say quietly, for listening, for understanding. Thank you for defending Auriel, for seeing her as a person worth saving. His thumb brushes gently across my knuckles. Most people wouldn't. Most people are cowards hiding behind tradition. He laughs, a low, genuine sound. There's the ice, I know. I contain multitudes. But I'm smiling slightly. Can't help it. We sit like that, hands joined across the space between our chairs, Auriel sleeping peacefully nearby. The silence isn't uncomfortable. It's companionable. The quiet that exists between people who don't need words to communicate understanding. Outside, wind howls against the mountain, the storm that never truly ends. But inside this chamber, holding Cyprian's warm hand in mine, I feel almost safe. Almost like the weight crushing me has lightened fractionally. Cressa? His voice breaks the silence gently. Yes? Whatever difficult thing you need help with, the thing you mentioned before, I meant what I said. I'm here. Whatever it costs, whatever it requires, you're not alone in this. My throat tightens unexpectedly. You don't know what you're promising. Then tell me what you found in your research, what solution you're not sharing with the council. How does he know? How did he see through my carefully maintained composure to the terrible knowledge beneath? Not yet. I squeeze his hand once, then reluctantly withdraw. The loss of contact feels like stepping back into cold wind. Soon, but not yet. He nods, accepting this, not pushing, just present. I rise, smoothing my robes. I should get back to my research. Will you eat something first? Sleep? Later. Cressa. I'll eat, I'll sleep, just later. When exhaustion forces it, when I can't avoid it any longer. Keep monitoring Auriel, alert me if anything changes. I will. He stands as well, moving to the platform where his daughter sleeps. And Cressa? I pause at the door. I'm glad you threatened to expel them. People who talk like that deserve worse than exile. Something fierce and warm unfurls in my chest. Yes, they do. I leave before I say something I'll regret. Something vulnerable and true and utterly inappropriate for a matriarch to admit. Like, thank you for seeing me, for understanding what I can barely admit to myself. Like, your hand in mine felt like coming home. Like, I'm terrified of what I'm feeling, because caring makes the inevitable loss unbearable. In my chambers, I light candles and spread familiar texts across my desk. Return to research that yields nothing. Return to the terrible knowledge I confirmed 3 days ago and have been hiding since. One life can end the curse. One person must absorb all the frozen hearts, taking the accumulated winter into themselves. They will die. Absolutely, certainly, inevitably. But everyone else will live. I know who that person has to be. Know what I have to do. I just haven't gathered the courage to tell Cyprian that I'm going to leave him. Going to leave Auriel. Going to walk into death deliberately while they watch. Not yet. Soon, but not yet.
Chapter 7. Cyprian. The girl's name is Senna, and she's 12 years old when her heart freezes solid. It happens so fast I don't have time to react. One moment she's sitting up, talking to her father about the soup I'd brought them. The next, she gasps, a sharp, shocked sound, and clutches her chest. The frost erupts across her skin like wildfire, blue-white crystals racing from sternum to throat to face in the span of 3 heartbeats. Her eyes go wide, terrified, and then they glaze over, milky white, frozen. She collapses backward onto the pallet. Her father screams, grabs her, shakes her. "Senna! Senna, wake up!" But she's already gone, already transformed into that terrible crystalline sculpture that passes for death here. I'm on my feet, shouting for Ellen, for anyone. But I know it's too late. Know that whatever killed the boy with the frosted hand has claimed another victim, faster this time. Exponential progression, that's what Cressa called it. This is what it looks like. Ellen arrives within minutes, but there's nothing to do except confirm what we already know. Senna's heart stopped. The curse consumed her, collapsing inward with sudden, vicious finality. 3 hours, Ellen says quietly, checking the suppression matrix that should have given us warning. The acceleration is getting worse. What took days before now takes hours. How long? I ask. How long before it starts taking minutes? She doesn't answer. Doesn't need to. We both know. Senna's father rocks his daughter's frozen body and keens, a raw animal sound that echoes through the refugee wing. Other refugees huddle together, watching with hollow eyes. They know they're next. Know that every death accelerates their own. Know that we're all trapped in a slow-motion avalanche, winter crushing us one by one. I leave Ellen to handle the body preparation and run. Through corridors that twist and turn. Past Perna, who watch my urgency with detached interest. Down to the deepest levels where the library squats like a sleeping beast. Cressa will be there. She's always there, drowning herself in research that yields nothing. I burst through the library doors without knocking. She's exactly where I expected, bent over ancient texts, surrounded by candles burning down to stubs. Her eyes are bloodshot, her hands trembling slightly. How long has it been since she slept? Days? Longer? Cressa. She looks up, startled, then sees my expression and goes very still. Who? 12-year-old girl. Senna. 3 hours from first symptom to death. The words come out harsh, breathless. It's accelerating faster than you predicted. Something in her face crumbles before she catches it, smooths it back to cold composure. I'll review the monitoring spells. See if there's a way to detect earlier warning signs. That's not good enough. I slam my hand on the table, rattling ink bottles. People are dying, Cressa. Children are dying, and you're sitting here reading books that aren't giving you answers. What would you have me do? She rises, violet eyes blazing. I've exhausted every resource. Read every relevant text 3 times over. There's nothing. Then try something else. Try magic. Try prayer. Try anything except watching them die one by one while you hide in your library. You think I'm hiding? Her voice drops to something dangerous. You think I want to be down here, searching desperately through knowledge that should exist but doesn't? You think I enjoy feeling helpless while my monitoring spells break and break and break? She stops abruptly, breathes hard. Her hands grip the edge of the table until her knuckles go white. I know, I say, quieter now. I know you're trying, but trying isn't enough. We need a solution. I found one. The words drop into the space between us like stones into deep water. I stare at her. What? I found a solution. Days ago. She won't meet my eyes now. her gaze fixed on the texts before her. There's a way to end the curse, to save everyone. Relief crashes through me so hard I nearly stagger. Then why haven't we? Because it requires a sacrifice. Now she does look at me, and her expression is devastating. One person must absorb all the frozen hearts, take the accumulated curse into themselves. They become the vessel for all that winter, all that death. And then they die. She says it flatly. Absolutely. No possibility of survival. The amount of curse energy involved would kill even the strongest Purna within minutes of completion. The relief evaporates, replaced by cold dread. There has to be some other way. There isn't. I've looked. I've researched every alternative, every loophole, every creative reinterpretation of the magical theory involved. She gestures at the mountains of texts surrounding her. This is it. This is the only solution. Then we find someone, a volunteer. Someone terminal anyway, someone who... It has to be Purna. Cressa cuts me off. Mortal blood can't contain that much magical energy. It would simply kill them instantly without absorbing enough curse to matter. We'd sacrifice someone for nothing. Understanding hits like a fist to the gut. That's why you've been hiding this. Because it has to be you. She doesn't deny it. No. I vehemently shake my head. Absolutely not. There has to be. Use me. I'm half Purna through my orc blood. Maybe. Your blood is much too diluted. You die in seconds, saving no one. She rounds the table, approaching me. Cyprian, I've run every calculation. Tested every theoretical model. It has to be full Purna. It has to be someone with significant power reserves. It has to be... You. The word tastes like ash. It has to be you, specifically. I'm the matriarch. I have the strongest magical capacity in the Coven. I'm the only one who might survive long enough to absorb every frigid, frozen heart before the curse overwhelms me. Her hands clench into fists at her sides. I'm the only option. Then we don't do it. I step closer, forcing her to look at me. We keep researching. Keep fighting. There must be another way. There isn't. Frustration cracks through her careful control. Don't you understand? We're out of time. The acceleration is exponential. In 3 weeks, maybe less now, the curse will break containment. We'll spread beyond these mountains. We'll turn Protheka into an endless winter wasteland where everything freezes and dies. I don't care about Protheka. I care about... I catch myself before finishing that sentence, before admitting what I barely acknowledged to myself. About Auriel. Cressa finishes quietly. About your daughter. I know. About her. And about you. The admission escapes before I can try to stop it. I care about you, Cressa. And I'm not going to stand here and calmly discuss you walking into certain death like it's an acceptable solution. She goes very still. Cyprian. No. Listen to me. I close the remaining distance between us. I've lost too much already. Lost years I should have had with Auriel because I didn't know she existed. Lost Marin before I could even apologize for abandoning her. I'm not losing you too. You barely know me. I know enough. I do something reckless. Reach out and cup her face with both hands. She doesn't pull away. I know you're exhausted and terrified and trying to carry the weight of the world alone. I know you hide compassion behind ice because someone taught you caring was weakness. I know you die for people who don't even like you because you think that's what leadership means. It is what leadership means, but her voice wavers. No, it means making the hard choices. It doesn't mean martyrdom. My thumbs brush across her cheekbones. There needs to be another way. There isn't, and even if there was... She lifts her hands to cover mine. How many more children die while we search for it? How many more Sennas? How many more boys with frosted hands who never get their toy soldiers? I don't know, but I know I can't stay and watch you die. You can. Her eyes shine with unshed tears. You will. Because you're brave enough to understand necessity. Because you love Auriel enough to let me save her. The tears finally spill over, track down her face over my hands. I'd trade places with you if I could, I tell her roughly. Would take that curse into myself in a heartbeat if it meant you lived. I know. She leans into my touch, just slightly. That's why I haven't told you before now, because I knew you'd try to stop me. Try to sacrifice yourself instead, and I can't. Her voice breaks. I can't just watch you die either. Can't watch Auriel lose her father. So it has to be me. When? The question tears out of me. When were you planning to do this? Soon, before the acceleration worsens further. She closes her eyes. Before I lose my nerve. A scream pierces through the library doors, distant but clear. Another monitoring spell breaking. Another life extinguishing. Cressa flinches like she's been struck. See? She opens her eyes and they're full of terrible resolve. It's already starting. The curse is hungry now, feeding faster. We don't have time for alternatives. Then we fight it another way. Evacuate everyone. Get them off the mountain before what? Before winter follows them? The curse doesn't care about geography. It will hunt them down, one by one, across all of Protheka. She pulls away from my touch, and the loss feels like cold wind. There's no running from this. There's only ending it. I want to argue. Want to rage against the impossible situation. Want to find some miraculous solution that saves everyone, including the woman standing before me with tears on her face and death in her future. But I'm not a hero. I'm just a half-breed wanderer who couldn't even be present for his own daughter's birth. What makes me think I can solve what Cressa, brilliant, powerful Cressa, couldn't? I need time, I say desperately. Give me time to think, to find... How much time? Another scream echoes through the fortress. How many deaths buy you that time? How many frozen children? Auriel's face flashes through my mind. Small and green-skinned, tusks peeking from her mouth, pale blue eyes watching me with trust I haven't earned. If Cressa dies, Auriel lives. If Cressa lives, everyone dies. The math is brutal, unavoidable. I hate this, I whisper. So do I. Cressa's composure cracks completely. She sags, one hand bracing against the table. Guide's mercy, I hate every moment of this. Hate that I found the answer. Hate that it requires my death. Hate that I'm not brave enough to just do it without saying goodbye. That's what she can't finish. I cross to her, pull her into my arms before thought directs me. She stiffens initially, then collapses against my chest. Her shoulders shake with silent sobs. I hold her while she comes apart. While the matriarch becomes just Cressa, frightened and exhausted and human beneath all that frost. I'm afraid to die, she admits against my chest. I'm not ready. There's so much I haven't. So many things I wanted. I know. I rest my chin on top of her head, breathing in the scent of winter root and parchment. I know. We stand like that while the fortress falls apart around us, while monitoring spells break and people scream and winter claims victim after victim, while the woman in my arms prepares to die so my daughter can live. And I wonder if loving someone means letting them go into death. Wonder if I'm strong enough. Wonder if any of us are.
Chapter 8. Cressa. I watch him from my window. The moon is full tonight, painting the courtyard in silver light. Cyprian sits on a stone bench near the thermal vents, Auriel curled against his side, wrapped in blankets. He's pointing at the sky, tracing constellations with one finger, and even from this distance I can see her face tilt up in wonder. He's teaching her the stars. The thought lodges somewhere painful in my chest. I should be working. Should be finalising the ritual configuration, calculating the precise binding required to absorb that many frozen hearts without the curse fragmenting and escaping. Should be writing instructions for whoever leads the coven after I'm gone. Probably Maven, despite my reservations. She has the power, if not the compassion. Instead, I stand at my window and watch a half-breed father love his daughter with such uncomplicated devotion that it makes my throat tight. He never flinches from her appearance, never shows disgust at the green skin or small tusks or the frost spreading across her chest. He just sees Auriel, sees the person beneath, the small, brave girl who makes jokes despite dying, who plays with toy soldiers and asks questions about everything. He loves her absolutely. I've seen many kinds of love in my 58 years. Political alliances masquerading as affection, possessive obsession called devotion, the transactional warmth of people who care only as long as you're useful. But this pure, selfless, unwavering love, I've never witnessed anything like it. Auriel says something that makes Cyprian laugh, a real laugh, deep and genuine. He pulls her closer, presses a kiss to her head. She snuggles into him, safe and warm and cherished. And I realise this is what I'm dying for. Not abstract concepts like duty or leadership. Not even to save Protheka from endless winter, though that matters too. I'm dying so this moment can continue, so Cyprian can keep teaching his daughter about stars, so Auriel can grow up knowing she was loved fiercely enough that people sacrificed everything for her survival. The knowledge settles into my bones like certainty. It doesn't make dying easier, but it makes the choice clear. I turn from the window before I do something foolish like join them, like insert myself into their constellation lesson and pretend I belong in such a scene. That I could ever be part of something so uncomplicated and pure. My chambers feel cold despite the thermal heating. I light more candles, but they don't help. The chill comes from inside, from knowing what I have to do, from knowing I don't want to. I sink into my reading chair, an indulgence I allowed myself years ago, plush velvet in deep purple, and close my eyes. When did I become such a coward? 20 years as matriarch, 20 years of hard decisions made without hesitation. I've expelled coven members for threatening our safety, refused aid to people who desperately needed it when helping would compromise us, made choices that kept my people alive at the cost of others dying. I've never hesitated before. But then, I've never had to walk into my own death deliberately, never had to plan my own sacrifice down to the last detail, never had someone look at me the way Cyprian does, like I matter beyond my utility. Like losing me would cost him something irreplaceable. The memory of his hands on my face floods back unbidden, the warmth of his palms against my cheeks, the desperate sincerity in his voice when he said, "I care about you." No one has cared about me, not Cressa the matriarch, but me, the person beneath, in longer than I can remember. And now I have to leave him. A knock at my door interrupts the spiral of thoughts. "Enter," I call, straightening in my chair, composing my expression into something appropriately authoritative. Ellen slips inside, closing the door carefully behind her. She looks exhausted, we all do now, but there's something else in her expression. Concern. "Matriarch, She hesitates. "May I speak freely? When have I ever stopped you?" A ghost of a smile. "True, but this is delicate. Speak anyway." She crosses to stand before me, hands clasped in front of her. "I know about the sacrifice, about what you're planning." My chest tightens. "How?" "I was shelving texts in the library 3 nights ago. You were too focused on your research to notice me." Her eyes hold mine. "I heard you talking to yourself, working through the ritual requirements, calculating survival times. I should be furious at the breach, should reprimand her for eavesdropping, for keeping silent about such knowledge. Instead, I just feel tired. Who else knows?" "No one. I haven't told anyone. She kneels beside my chair, her young face serious. But matriarch, Cressa, you can't do this. You must think of another way. There isn't. You know our texts as well as I do. You know... I know what the texts say. But texts can be wrong. Magic evolves. Maybe there's a variation, a different configuration. I've explored every variation. The words come out harsher than intended. Do you think I want this? That I'm choosing death casually? I've spent weeks searching for alternatives. There are none. Ellen's hand covers mine where it rests on the chair arm. Then let someone else do it. Let me do it. No. Why not? I'm Perna. I have sufficient power reserves. I could... You die in vain. I meet her eyes directly. Your power isn't strong enough to absorb all the frozen dormant hearts before the curse overwhelms you. You'd sacrifice yourself and save perhaps a third of the afflicted before burning out. The rest would die anyway. Then what about combining efforts? Multiple Perna sharing the burden? The ritual requires a single vessel. The magical architecture doesn't allow for distributed load. I've had this argument with myself 1,000 times. It has to be one person, and it has to be someone with matriarch-level power reserves, which means it has to be me. Ellen's eyes shine with tears. That's not fair. No, it isn't. I squeeze her hand gently. But fairness has nothing to do with necessity. The coven needs you. I need you. Her voice breaks. You're the only one who ever saw me as more than half-breed. The only one who gave me a chance when everyone else wanted me gone. If I die, you'll continue my work. I say it firmly. You'll remember that bloodline doesn't determine worth, that compassion isn't weakness, that the coven exists to serve, not to isolate. Maven will become matriarch. You know she will, and she'll undo everything you've built. The knowledge sits bitter on my tongue. Possibly. But even Maven can't undo saving all these lives, can't erase the precedent that we helped when it mattered most. Small comfort when you're dead. Yes, it is small comfort. I pull my hand free, stand, move to the window again. Cyprian and Auriel have gone inside, but I can still see them in my mind. But I've made my choice, Ellen. I'm making it consciously, fully aware of what it costs. And I need you to respect that. Silence behind me. Then, does he know, Cyprian? I told him today. And he reacted as expected, tried to volunteer himself, argued for alternatives that don't exist, held me while I cried. The admission feels raw. He made it harder. Made what harder? Dying. I hold my forehead to the cold glass. I was prepared for this before him, before I watched him love his daughter so fiercely, before I understood what devotion actually looks like, before I started wanting what I can't have. Now I know what I'm losing. It makes the sacrifice more difficult. Then don't make it. And watch everyone die instead. Watch Auriel crystallize like Senna did. Watch Cyprian hold his daughter's frozen body and know I could have prevented it. I shake my head. No, I can't carry that. So you'll carry death instead. Yes. I turn to face her. I will carry death so they can carry life. It's not martyrdom, Ellen. It's just mathematics. One life for hundreds. The equation is simple. Life isn't mathematics. No, but sometimes it has to be. I cross to her, place both hands on her shoulders. Listen to me. When I'm gone, and I will be gone, you need to remember why I did this. Need to teach the younger Perna that sacrifice for others isn't weakness, that caring enough to die for people matters. I'll remember. Tears flow down her face now. But I wish I didn't have to. So do I. I pull her into a brief embrace. So do I. She leaves eventually, and I'm alone again with my choices and my fear. I return to the window. The courtyard is empty now, silver and cold under moonlight. The thermal vents hiss steam that rises and dissipates into frigid air. In 3 days, I'll stand in a ritual circle and call every frozen heart to me. Will feel them enter my body one by one. Ice and death and accumulated winter. Will burn from the inside as the curse tries to consume me faster than I can contain it. Will die knowing I saved them. Will die without ever really living first. The thought surprises me with its bitterness. I've had 58 years. I've held power, earned respect, built something meaningful in this coven. I've lived a full life by most measures. But have I? Have I truly lived, or have I simply existed? Moved through days performing duties, maintaining authority, keeping everyone at careful distance? When was the last time I laughed genuinely? When did I last feel joy that wasn't tinged with responsibility? When did I last let someone close enough to matter? Cyprian's face surfaces in my mind, his warm brown eyes, the way his hands felt against my face, calloused but gentle, the absolute certainty in his voice when he said he cared about me. A few days isn't enough time to explore what that might mean. What we could have been, given a different situation, a different curse, a different ending. But it's all the time I have, so I'll use it. Will let myself feel whatever this is between us. Will stop hiding behind ice and authority long enough to experience something real before the end. And then I'll walk into death with his face in my memory and his warmth in my heart. It won't be enough, but it will have to be. I whisper the words to my empty chambers, to the cold glass and flickering candles, and the knowledge that settles heavy as stone. He'd give everything for her. Every breath, every heartbeat, every tomorrow he might have had. He'd burn himself to ash if it meant she lived. I press my palm flat against the window, feeling winter's chill seep through. And God help me, I would too, for both of them. For this half-breed wanderer and his brave daughter. For the chance that they get to keep having moments like tonight, stars and warmth and uncomplicated love. My breath fogs the glass. Would I ask the darkness. Would I give everything, or am I just convincing myself this is noble instead of necessary? The darkness doesn't answer, but somewhere deep inside, beneath the fear and hesitation and desperate desire to live, I know the truth. I would, I will, I already have.
Chapter 9. Cyprian. Aurielle's lips are blue. I notice it when I'm adjusting her blankets. That wrong shade creeping back, the color that belongs to corpses. Her pulse flutters weak beneath my fingers when I check her throat. Too fast, too irregular. She's getting worse. Little star? I keep my voice gentle. How do you feel? Tired. Her eyes don't open. So tired, Father. The monitoring spell flares yellow. Warning, not emergency, but close enough. The suppression matrix is weakening again. We reinforced it yesterday, and already it's failing. The curse is learning, adapting, growing stronger with each death in the refugee wing. I need help. Need Cressa. I leave Aurielle under Ellen's watch and navigate the fortress corridors at a near run. It's late, past midnight by my estimate, but I know where Cressa will be. The library. Always the library. I don't knock. Just push through the heavy doors into the cavernous space. She's exactly where I expected, surrounded by open texts and dying candles. Her hair has escaped its usual severe arrangement, falling in dark waves around her face. Ink stains her fingers. She doesn't look up when I enter. Cressa, I'm working. Her voice is distracted, eyes still scanning whatever ancient text has captured her attention. Aurielle's worse. Now she looks up, violet eyes sharp and focused. How much worse? Blue lips, weak pulse. The suppression matrix is failing again. I cross to her desk, needing her to see my face, to understand the desperation. It's only been a day since the last reinforcement. It shouldn't be failing this fast. Cressa's jaw tightens. She closes the book with careful precision, rises. Show me. We walk back in silence. I want to demand answers, want to shake her and ask what she's found in all those endless hours of research. But her expression is closed, guarded. Whatever she's thinking, she's keeping it locked behind ice. The ritual chamber feels colder than usual when we enter. Auriel sleeps fitfully, small body curled on its side. The frost has spread since I left. I can see new patterns glittering across her shoulder. Cressa examines her with practiced efficiency, checks pulse, breathing, the progression of crystallization. Her hands glow violet as she assesses the magical structure. Finally, she straightens. The curse is accelerating, specifically targeting her now that it's established a foothold. Can you fix it? I can reinforce the suppression. Buy more time. She begins the familiar chant, power flooding the space. I watch her work, and something breaks inside me. The careful control I've maintained since arriving at this cursed mountain. The desperate hope that if I just stayed calm, stayed helpful, stayed out of the way, everything would somehow work out. It's my fault. Cressa's chanting falters. What? This. All of it. The words pour out unbidden. If I'd stayed 7 years ago, if I'd gotten Marin's name, found out she was pregnant, if I'd been there. My voice cracks. Marin wouldn't have died alone and desperate, wouldn't have tried that spell. Auriel wouldn't be dying now because her mother panicked, trying to protect her from a world where her father abandoned them both. Cyprian! I didn't even know she existed. I'm pacing now, unable to stand still. 3 months ago, Marin sends word she's dying. Gives me a name, Auriel, and an address. Just that. I show up and find my daughter, this brave little girl I never knew about, and her mother already dead. Already gone before I could apologize, before I could... I slam my fist against the stone wall. Pain radiates through my knuckles. I had a child for 7 years and didn't know. Didn't care enough to find out. What kind of person does that make me? Silence. Just my ragged breathing and the hiss of thermal vents. Then Cressa's hand touches my arm. Gentle. The first time she's touched me without magical necessity. The kind of person who came when called, she says quietly. Who climbed through a deadly blizzard carrying his dying daughter. Who's barely slept in weeks because he refuses to leave her side. Who carved toy soldiers for children he doesn't know because he promised them hope. I turn to face her. She's close. Closer than I expected. Those violet eyes hold something I haven't seen before. Compassion without calculation. You can't change the past, Cressa continues. Neither can I. We both carry guilt for things we didn't do, choices we didn't make when we should have. But you're here now. That matters. Does it? If she dies anyway? Yes. Her hand is still on my arm, warm through the fabric. It matters that she knows she's loved, that someone fought for her, that she didn't die alone and forgotten in some distant place. Her voice drops. Trust me. That matters more than you know. Something in her tone suggests personal experience. Some old wound I'm too wrung out to examine closely. I can't lose her, I whisper. She's all I have left. The only good thing I've ever... The words choke off. I know. We stand like that, her hand on my arm, close enough that I can see the exhaustion carved into her features. The silver threading her dark hair isn't age. It's stress. Magical burnout from pushing too hard for too long. When did you last sleep? I ask. Sleep is inefficient. But she says it without conviction. Sleep is necessary, even for Purna. Especially for Purna using this much power daily. She removes her hand and the loss of contact feels like cold wind. But there's too much work, too much research still needed. Have you found anything? Anything that might help? Her expression shudders. I'm exploring possibilities. Nothing certain yet. She's lying, or at least not telling the full truth. I can see it in the way she won't quite meet my eyes, the tension in her shoulders. But I don't push, don't have the energy for another fight. Thank you, I say instead, for coming, for helping her again. It's what I do. She turns back toward Auriel. The reinforcement should hold for 2 days, maybe 3. After that, we do it again. If we can. She doesn't elaborate. Cressa finishes the ritual in silence. The frost's spread halts, though it doesn't recede. Auriel's breathing eases slightly, color returning fractionally to her lips. Not healed, just delayed. I should return to my research, Cressa says when it's done. You should sleep. Later. She moves toward the door, then pauses. Looks back at me with an expression I can't quite read. Cyprian, what you said about guilt, about not being there, you're not responsible for Marin's choices, or for the curse. You're just a father trying to save his daughter. There's no shame in that. Feels like there should be. Feels like I should have done more, been more, prevented. You can't prevent everything. Can't control fate. Her voice softens. Sometimes terrible things happen and all we can do is stand in the wreckage and try to save who we can save. Then she's gone, slipping out before I can respond. I return to Auriel's side. She's sleeping peacefully now. The crisis passed. For now. For 2 days, maybe 3. I take her precious hand in mine and hold on like she's the only solid thing in a world gone liquid. I'm sorry, I whisper, for not being there, for not knowing, for every moment I missed. But I'm here now, little star. I'm here, and I'm not leaving, whatever it takes. Her fingers curl slightly in sleep, gripping back. And in the cold ritual chamber, I let myself hope that somehow, against all odds, it will be enough.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 10. Cressa. I can still feel where I touched him, my hand resting on his arm, the warmth of him through fabric, the way his muscles tensed beneath my palm, solid and real and alive. It's been 3 hours since I left the ritual chamber, and the phantom sensation lingers like a brand, ridiculous, distracting, unprofessional. I force my attention back to the text before me, theoretical applications of distributed curse architecture, dense, technical, exactly the kind of material that usually absorbs me completely. Tonight, the words blur together. Meaningless shapes on parchment. I read the same paragraph 4 times before admitting defeat. Focus, I mutter to the empty library. You have work to do. But my mind drifts back to Cyprian's face when he confessed his guilt. The raw pain in his voice. The way he broke down, this massive half-orc warrior reduced to a grieving father who blames himself for everything. I shouldn't have touched him, should have maintained professional distance, offered clinical reassurance, returned to my research without that moment of connection. should have, didn't. The touch felt natural, necessary, like my hand belonged there, offering comfort he desperately needed. Irritating. I slam the book closed harder than intended. The sound echoes through the cavernous library. I'm the matriarch. I don't get distracted by half-breed refugees, no matter how devoted they are to their daughters, no matter how their brown eyes hold warmth instead of calculation, no matter how they look at me like I'm a person rather than an authority to fear or manipulate. I pull another text toward me, the updated calculations on curse progression rates. This, at least, should demand my full attention. The numbers are worse than I feared. The acceleration isn't just linear or even simply exponential. It's compounding on itself, each death feeding the curse's power in a cascading effect. What took weeks in the first victim now takes days. What took days now takes hours. Within 3 weeks, the progression will be instantaneous. Touch and freeze. No warning, no time for intervention. And it won't stop at the mountain. The curse will spread. Refugees fleeing, carrying winter in their blood, infecting everyone they encounter, village by village, city by city, until all of Protheka crystallizes under endless winter. I need to find an answer. Need to discover some solution hidden in these ancient texts before time runs out completely. But the texts offer nothing new, just variations on suppression, temporary containment, ways to slow but never stop the curse's progression. There has to be something I'm missing, some approach I haven't considered. My hands shake slightly as I set down the calculations. Exhaustion, probably. I've been running on stimulant teas and sheer will for too long. Or maybe it's fear. Fear that I won't find the answer in time. That all my knowledge and power will prove insufficient against winter's patience. I rise from the desk, needing movement. Needing to think about anything other than failure and the weight of expectations I can't meet. The library's fireplace crackles in the corner, one of the few genuine fires we maintain, fed by carefully rationed wood. I approach it, drawn by warmth and the mesmerizing dance of flames. I stare into the fire, letting my mind drift, and see Cyprian's face in the flames. Not literally, I'm not that far gone. But my mind conjures him anyway. The sharp line of his jaw, the way his tusks peak slightly when he speaks, the gentle way he handles his daughter despite hands built for violence, the trust in his eyes when he looks at me. Like he believes I'll find the answer. Like he has faith in my abilities even when I don't. When did I start caring what he thinks? The question surfaces unbidden. I barely know him. 2 weeks, maybe 3 since he arrived, most of that time spent in tense negotiation or desperate crisis management. We're not friends. We're certainly not. I can't finish that thought. Don't want to examine what we might be becoming. But I can't stop thinking about him. About the way he carved those toy soldiers with such care. About his fierce protectiveness of not just Auriel, but of all the refugee children. About how he sees past my ice to something softer beneath and refuses to let me hide completely. About how his arm felt under my hand, warm and solid and real. This is a problem, I tell the fire. The fire doesn't answer, just crackles and burns and shows me phantom images of a half-orc wanderer who's somehow become tangled in my thoughts. I should be focused solely on the cure, on research and calculations and finding the solution that will save everyone. I should be dedicating every moment to that singular purpose. Instead, I'm standing in front of a fire at 3 a.m, thinking about Cyprian's brown eyes and wondering what it would feel like to touch him again. Wondering what it would feel like if he touched me back. Dangerous thoughts. I've spent 58 years building walls, maintaining distance, protecting myself from the vulnerability that comes with caring about people who will inevitably disappoint or abandon or die. And now this half-breed wanderer threatens all of it with nothing more than honest eyes and gentle hands and the kind of devotion I've never witnessed before. Foolish, I whisper to the flames. Utterly foolish. But I don't stop thinking about him. Don't push the thoughts away or bury them under ice. For once, for these few stolen moments in the depth of night, I let myself feel. Let myself imagine what it might be like if I weren't the matriarch. If he weren't a supplicant. If we had different circumstances and a world that wasn't ending. Let myself wonder what his hands would feel like against my face. What his voice would sound like saying my name without desperation or fear. What it might feel like to be seen not as authority or power, but simply as Cressa. The fire burns lower, consuming itself. I should return to research, should dive back into the texts and search for answers that continue to elude me. But I'm so tired, and for just this moment, I want to think about something other than failure and dying children and impossible expectations. I want to think about warmth, about connection, about a half-orc wanderer who makes me feel human. Tomorrow I'll return to being the matriarch, to carrying the weight alone and maintaining the walls that keep me safe. Tonight, just for a moment, I'm simply a woman who touched someone and can't forget the warmth. It will need to be enough.
Chapter 11. Cyprian. The woman's name is Martha, and she's carrying her daughter into a blizzard. I spot them from the courtyard, two hunched figures moving toward the outer gates, barely visible through the snow. The smaller one stumbles, and Martha catches her, adjusting the bundle of blankets wrapped around the child's body. They're leaving. In this weather. With a cursed child. Wait! I'm running before thought catches up with instinct. Martha, stop! She doesn't stop. Doesn't even turn around. Just keeps pushing forward through drifts that come up to her knees. I catch up to her at the bottom of the mountain pass. Grab her arm gently. Where are you going? You can't take her out in this. Martha turns and her face is hollow. Desperate. I can't stay here watching her die. The Perna try, but it's not enough. She's getting worse. So you're going to freeze to death in a blizzard instead? No. She adjusts her grip on her daughter, maybe 4 years old, frost claiming half her small face. I'm taking her to the Dark Elves. The words hit like a fist. The Dark Elves? Their magic is strong. Stronger than the Perna, some say. They can cure her. Martha's voice carries the frantic certainty of someone who's already decided, who's past the point of reason. I have to try. I have to... Martha, listen to me. I keep my voice calm despite the urgency screaming through my veins. The Dark Elves won't help you. They'll kill you or worse. Then I'll accept that fate. I'll offer them anything. And your daughter? I cut her off. Best case. Absolute best case. They cure her curse. Then what? Do you know what they do to girls? Martha's face crumbles. I can't just watch her die. I know. I understand. I have a daughter too, and I'd do anything, to save her. But this isn't saving her. This is trading one death for another. I gentler my tone. I want her to live. The words tear out of Martha, raw and desperate. Tears are streaming down her face, freezing on her cheeks. I want her to grow up, to have a life, to be... Her voice breaks. She sags forward and I catch her, supporting both her and her daughter's weight. I know, I say quietly. I know what you want, but the Dark Elves aren't the answer. Then what is? She looks up with hollow eyes. Tell me what the answer is, because I'm out of options. I'm out of hope. I'm out of everything except the need to save my child. I don't have an answer. Don't have anything except the same desperate hope that keeps me going. Cressa's working on it, I try. The matriarch. She's researching. She's been researching for weeks, and children keep dying. Martha's voice rises. My daughter doesn't have weeks. She has days, maybe hours. So tell me why I shouldn't try the Dark Elves. Tell me why I shouldn't take any chance, no matter how slim. The mountain moves. That's what it feels like. Like the entire peak shifts beneath our feet. A deep rumble that I feel in my bones before I hear it. Then the world becomes white. Snow crashes down from above. Tons of it. An avalanche triggered by our voices, or the storm, or simple bad luck. It hits like a physical wall, knocking us off our feet. I lose my grip on Martha. Lose sight of her and her daughter in the chaos of white and cold and tumbling impact. The ground disappears beneath me. I'm falling. My back slams into stone. Air explodes from my lungs. I slide, tumble, crash down through darkness and snow until finally, violently, I stop. Silence. Slowly I sit up. I'm in some kind of cave, underground. The avalanche must have opened a crevasse and I fell through. Above me, maybe 20 feet up, I can see the ragged opening where I entered. Snow still falls through it, accumulating on the cave floor. I test my limbs carefully. Everything moves, though my left shoulder screams in protest. Small mercies. I stand, examining my prison. The cave is maybe 15 feet across, rough stone walls slick with ice. The opening above is the only exit I can see. A vertical climb through loose snow and crumbling rock. I try anyway. 3 times I attempt the climb. 3 times I make it halfway before my injured shoulder gives out, or the rock crumbles under my grip, or the snow avalanches down on top of me. The 3rd time I fall hard enough to see stars. Lie on the cold stone floor, breathing hard, tasting blood from a split lip. I'm trapped. Truly, completely trapped. The realization settles over me like the cold, like the darkness pressing in from all sides. Nobody knows where I am. I ran out without telling anyone, chasing Martha on pure instinct. Ellen thinks I'm still with Oriel. Cressa thinks I'm researching or sleeping or doing any of the dozen things I might normally be doing. Nobody's coming. The cold intensifies. My Orcish blood keeps me warmer than a full human would be, but I'm still soaked from the avalanche, still injured and exhausted and trapped underground. How long until hypothermia sets in? Hours? Less? Stupid, I mutter, the word echoing. So stupid. I should have grabbed Martha harder. Should have physically stopped her instead of trying to reason. Should have alerted the Coven guards, gotten help, done literally anything other than chase her alone into a blizzard. Now Martha's probably dead. Her daughter's probably dead. And I'm going to die down here in the dark. Oriel will wake up and I won't be there. The thought hits harder than the fall, harder than any physical pain. She'll wake up asking for me and I'll be gone. Dead in a cave because I was too impulsive, too stupid to think before acting. Just like I was too stupid to stay with Marin. Too thoughtless to get her name, to check if she was pregnant, to be anything other than a selfish wanderer who took what he wanted and moved on. I'm going to fail Oriel the same way I failed her mother. Through absence. Through not being there when it matters most. I'm sorry, I whisper to the darkness. I'm so sorry, little star. The cold wraps around me like a shroud. The wind howls above. Snow continues falling through the opening, burying me by slow degrees. I curl on my side, trying to conserve warmth, trying to stay conscious. But exhaustion pulls at me with relentless gravity. Maybe if I just rest for a moment, just close my eyes for a few minutes. No, if I sleep, I die. I know this. But I'm so tired, so cold. And fighting feels increasingly pointless when nobody's coming. I think of Cressa at her window, staring into fire, looking for answers in ancient texts. I think of toy soldiers and frozen hearts, and all the people I couldn't save. The cold deepens. The darkness closes in. And alone in an underground cave with the storm raging above, I finally understand what it means to be truly helpless. To be dying while the people I love continue living, unaware. To have run out of time before I even knew time was running out. I'm sorry, I whisper one more time.
Chapter 12. Cressa. I watch the snow take him from my window, One moment he was there, arguing with Martha, gesturing desperately. The next, white chaos, the mountains screaming, everything buried. I'm running before the avalanche settles. Down corridors, through chambers. Other Perna call out, but I don't stop. Can't stop. My lungs burn, my legs scream, and I don't care about any of it. Only, find him, find him, find him. The blizzard hits me like a wall when I burst outside. Wind tears at my cloak, snow blinds, cold cuts through every layer. I push forward anyway, carving a path with magic I should be conserving. The avalanche site is chaos. Fresh snow 20 feet deep. No bodies. No movement. Cyprian. Wind swallows his name. I close my eyes, shut out the visual chaos, and reach for the thread I don't understand. The bond that's existed since he arrived. This impossible awareness that has nothing to do with magic and everything to do with something deeper. There. Not forward. Below. The pull is faint but unmistakable, guiding me parallel to the avalanche site. I follow it blindly, trusting what shouldn't exist. 50 yards away, I find the passage. Narrow, half-hidden, descending into darkness. I slip inside without hesitation. The thread grows stronger as I descend. Violet pernifire lights my way through stone corridors I mapped years ago. The connection pulls me forward like a rope drawing taut. Close, so close. The passage opens above a chamber. 20 feet below, sprawled on cave floor, Cyprian lies motionless. I descend recklessly, magic and ice and desperation. Nearly fall twice. Don't care. I reach him and drop to my knees, hands already glowing with diagnostic magic. Ice cold, pulse thready, breathing shallow, but alive. You stubborn fool, I whisper, channeling warming magic into him. What were you thinking? His eyes flutter, open halfway. Cressa, his voice barely registers. How? I felt you. The truth erupts before I can stop it. Always feel you, like a thread between us. Feel it too. His words slur with cold. Always reaching. Stay awake. I pull him into my arms, adding body heat to magic. Stay with me, Cyprian. His temperature rises slowly. Too slowly. I hold him tighter, willing warmth into his body through sheer force of will. Minutes pass, maybe hours. Time loses meaning. Finally, his colour improves, his breathing deepens, his eyes focus. You found me, he says, wonder and disbelief mixing. Always. The word comes out fierce. I'll always find you. His hand rises, still trembling, and cups my face. I thought I'd die down here. All I could think was I'd never see you again. I couldn't bear it. My voice breaks. When I saw that avalanche, something in me shattered. The thought of losing you. He kisses me, desperate and fierce, pouring everything unspoken into the press of his lips. I kiss him back, my hunger matching his, months of denial shattering like ice under a hammer. His calloused hands tangle in my hair, tugging gently, while mine clutch at his broad shoulders, pulling him closer. We're both half frozen, battered from the curse's toll, but none of it matters. Only this matters. We break apart, breaths ragged, chests heaving. Cressa, he rasps, my name raw and real in his gravelly voice, like it's something sacred. I want... So do I interrupt, my voice thick with need. Words are useless now. We don't need them.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. I didn't think I could feel like this, I whisper into the darkness. His arms tighten around me. Like what? Safe, warm, human. My fingers trace lazy patterns on his skin, lingering at the base of his horn. I've spent so long as the matriarch, ice, authority, nothing soft, that I forgot what it feels like to just be. You're more human than you think. His hand combs through my hair, gentle and rhythmic. You just hide it well. I have to. Showing weakness gets you challenged, gets you replaced. I press closer, seeking his warmth. But with you, I don't feel like I have to hide. You don't. He kisses the top of my head, not with me. We fall quiet. Outside, the storm continues its fury. Inside our small cave, we've created warmth and safety and something that feels dangerously like home. Cyprian? What happens when we go back? The question I've been avoiding. When we're not trapped in a cave anymore. When we're matriarch and supplicant again. He's quiet for a moment. I don't know. What do you want to happen? I struggle for words. I want to keep this. Whatever this is between us. But I don't know if that's possible. The coven, the politics, the expectations. Forget all that for a moment. His voice is firm. Just tell me what you want. Not what's practical or politically wise. What you actually want. I close my eyes, letting myself imagine it. I want mornings waking up beside you. I want to teach Oriel magic if she has the gift. I want to travel beyond these mountains for the first time in decades. I want... My voice drops. I want a life with you. Ordinary and small and perfect because we're in it. That sounds beautiful. It's impossible. Maybe. His hand continues its gentle stroking. But wanting it isn't wrong. Feeling this isn't wrong. Isn't it? I tilt my head up to look at him. I'm supposed to be focused on curing the curse, on saving everyone. Instead, I'm lying in a cave thinking about futures that can't exist. You're allowed to want things for yourself, Cressa. You're allowed to be more than just duty and sacrifice. His brown eyes hold mine. You're allowed to be happy. The words lodge somewhere painful in my chest. I don't have any idea how to be happy. Don't have any idea how to be anything except what I've always been. Then learn. He cups my face gently. With me, we'll figure it all out together. What if I can't find the cure? The fear escapes before I can stop it. What if all my research leads nowhere and everyone dies because I wasn't smart enough, wasn't powerful enough? Stop. He cuts me off. You're doing everything possible, more than anyone else would. If there's an answer, you'll find it. And if there isn't... He pauses. Then we'll face that together too. Together. I repeat softly, testing the word. I've been alone so long, I'm not sure I remember what together feels like. It feels like this. He pulls me closer, like not having to carry everything yourself. Like having someone who sees you, really sees you, and stays anyway. Tears burn my eyes. I'm terrified of losing this, of losing you. I'm terrified of losing you too. His voice roughens. But I'd rather have this, whatever time we get, than spend the rest of my life wondering what might have been. I kiss him then, soft and slow and full of everything I can't say, full of gratitude and fear, and the dangerous bloom of hope. When we break apart, I whisper, I wish we had a little more time. We have to go. He brushes hair from my face. We have to get back. And I know that we do.
Chapter 13. Cyprian. Cressa's magic tears through the snow drift like a blade through silk. I watch violet light surge from her palms, cutting a path through the packed snow that sealed the cave entrance overnight. The barrier crumbles, and beyond it, the storm still rages, slightly diminished from yesterday's fury, but far from finished. Ready? She glances back at me, robes already fastened, hair pulled severe again. The matriarch returning. Oriel --. We'll be fine. Ellen is with her. Cressa's voice is firm, certain. But we need to move before the storm worsens again. I nod, pushing down the panic clawing at my chest. I've been gone all night. What if Oriel woke asking for me? What if the suppression matrix failed? What if... Cyprian. Cressa's hand touches my arm briefly. Focus. One crisis at a time. Right. One crisis at a time. We push through the opening into the full force of the blizzard. It's not as vicious as yesterday's avalanche-triggering monster, but it's still brutal. Wind tears at my cloak. Snow drives horizontal, stinging exposed skin. Cressa moves with confidence, navigating terrain she knows intimately. I follow close, using her slight form to break the worst of the wind. We make slow progress. Every step fights against drifts that come past my knees. My injured shoulder screams in protest, but I grit my teeth and push through. The fortress can't be more than a quarter-mile away. Should take minutes in good weather. This weather turns minutes into an eternity. We're maybe halfway there when I hear it. A sound that cuts through the wind's howl. High-pitched, desperate, crying. I stop. Do you hear that? Cressa pauses, head tilted. A child. We look at each other. The fortress is so close. Oriel is waiting. Every instinct screams to keep moving. But that's a child crying in a blizzard. We have to... I start. I know. Cressa's already turning toward the sound. Come on. We veer off course, following the crying. It grows louder. Heartbreaking sobs that speak of terror and exhaustion, and cold that's gone beyond pain into numbness. I spot movement first. A small form huddled against a boulder, wrapped in inadequate blankets. Dark hair matted with snow and ice. Martha's daughter. I reach her in 3 strides, dropping to my knees. Hey, I've got you. She looks up with frost-rimmed eyes. 4 years old, maybe. Her lips are blue, frost spreading across her jaw. But she's alive. Conscious. Crying means breathing means a chance. Where's your mama? I ask, already knowing the answer but hoping I'm wrong. The girl's arm lifts, pointing weakly. I look. Martha lies 10 feet away, half buried in snow. Her body is completely crystallized, transformed into that terrible ice sculpture that marks the curse's final victory. She must have shielded her daughter with her own body, using the last of her warmth to keep the child alive. Died protecting what she loved most. Oh, Martha, I breathe. Cressa kneels beside the mother, checking for any sign of life. After a moment, she shakes her head. She's gone. Has been for hours. The daughter sobs harder. Mama won't wake up. I tried and tried, but she won't wake up. My throat closes. I pull the child against my chest, wrapping her in my cloak's warmth. I know, sweetheart. I know. But we need to get you somewhere warm, okay? Can you hold on to me? She nods on my chest, small arms wrapping around my neck with desperate strength. I stand carefully, keeping her tucked close. My shoulder protests the additional weight, but I ignore it. This child just watched her mother freeze to death. The least I can do is carry her to safety. We can't leave Martha like this, I say to Cressa. We'll send a recovery team once the storm breaks. Cressa's expression is grim. Right now, we need to move. That child won't last much longer in this cold. She's right. I can already feel the frost spreading on the girl's skin where it presses against my neck. The curse still has its hooks in her. We push toward the fortress with renewed urgency. I lean into the wind, protecting the child's body with my own. Cressa walks slightly ahead, using magic to carve a path through the worst drifts. It feels like hours. Probably only minutes. Finally, the fortress walls emerge from the white chaos. The gates open as we approach. Guards must have been watching for us. We stumble through into blessed shelter, and the wind's roar cuts off as the gates slam shut behind us. "Get healers!" Cressa barks at the nearest guard. "This child needs immediate treatment for hypothermia and curse progression." Porna materialize from doorways. Someone tries to take the girl from my arms, but she clings tighter, whimpering. "It's okay," I tell her gently. "These people will help you. They'll keep you safe and warm." "You promise?" Her voice is so small. "I promise." She finally releases her grip. A healer, one of Cressa's younger sisters, takes her carefully, already chanting warming spells. I watch them disappear into the fortress, that small, frost-covered form vanishing into violet light and stone corridors. "You did what you could," Cressa says quietly beside me. "Martha's still dead." "Yes, because she made a choice." Cressa's voice is gentle but firm. She chose to shield her daughter with her own body, to give the child every chance at survival. That's not your failure, Cyprian. That's her final act of love. I know she's right. No, Martha's death isn't my fault, any more than the curse or the storm or any of this nightmare. But it still sits heavy in my chest. "I need to see Auriel," I say. "Go!" Cressa starts to turn away, back to matriarch mode, back to distance and authority. I catch her wrist. "Cressa!" She stops but doesn't look at me. "Last night was a mistake." The words come out flat, cold. I feel like I've been punched. "What?" "Not a mistake," she corrects quickly, frustration flickering across her features. "Poor word choice, but it can't happen again. We both know that." "Why not?" "Because I'm the matriarch. Because you're a refugee seeking aid. Because..." She pulls her wrist free, finally meeting my eyes. "Because attachment is dangerous. For both of us." "Dangerous how?" "You lose focus." Her voice hardens. "I lose objectivity. We both start making decisions based on feelings instead of necessity. And in a situation like this, that gets people killed. Or maybe having something to fight for makes us stronger." "No." She shakes her head. "It makes us weak, makes us vulnerable. I've seen it destroy people, seen them compromise everything they believe in because they can't bear to lose what they love." Her expression shudders completely. "I won't be that person. I can't be." "So, what was last night then? Just a moment out of time that means nothing now?" "It means everything." The admission escapes before she can stop it, and I see the crack in her armor. That's the problem. It means too much, and I can't afford that right now. Not when so many lives depend on me keeping my head clear. "Cressa, I need to work." She steps back, putting physical distance between us. "I need to find a cure before more children die like Martha almost did. And I can't do that if I'm distracted thinking about..." She stops. "It doesn't matter. Just go to your daughter. That's where you're needed." She walks away before I can respond. Robes sweeping behind her, back straight, every inch the cold matriarch who doesn't have time for half-breed wanderers and their inconvenient feelings. I stand in the courtyard, snow melting off my clothes, watching her disappear. She's scared. That's what this is. Not rejection, but fear. Fear of caring about someone when caring makes you vulnerable. Fear of feeling things that can be used against you. Fear of losing something that's become precious. I understand it. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. But Auriel is waiting. I can feel the worry pulling at me. Need to see her. Confirm she's okay. That I didn't fail her by vanishing all night. I make my way to the ritual chambers, each step feeling heavier than it should. Auriel is awake when I arrive, She's sitting up on the platform playing with the toy soldiers, and her face lights up when she sees me. "Father, you're back!" Then her expression shifts to concern. "You look terrible. Where were you?" "Long story, little star." I sink into the chair beside her platform, exhaustion crashing over me now that adrenaline is fading. "How are you feeling?" "Fine. Ellen did the morning ritual." She studies me with those too perceptive pale blue eyes. "But you're avoiding my question. Where were you all night?" "Got caught in the storm. Had to wait it out in a cave." "Alone?" Heat creeps up my neck. "No. Cressa was there." Oriel's eyes go wide. Then, impossibly, she grins. "You were in a cave all night with Cressa?" "It's not. We were just—" "Father." She giggles, actually giggles. "Do you like her?" "That's not—" I stop. Take a breath. "It's complicated, Oriel." "Complicated how?" She leans forward, interested now. "She's pretty, even with the scary purple eyes, and she's smart, and she's trying to save everyone. That seems like good things to like about a person, out of the mouths of children." "She is all those things," I admit. "But liking someone and being able to do anything about it are different matters." "Why?" "Because— how do I explain this to a 7-year-old? Because she has important responsibilities. Because we're from different worlds. Because she's scared of getting close to anyone." "That's silly," Oriel says simply. "Being scared of good things is silly. Mother used to say you should grab happiness when you find it because life is too short for being afraid. Your mother was wise. So maybe listen to her?" Oriel smiles. "If you like Cressa, and she likes you, which she obviously does because Ellen says she never leaves her library for anyone, but she left it for you, then maybe you should just tell her you're not going anywhere." "It's not that simple." "Why not?" She tilts her head. "You tell me you're not leaving all the time, that you'll always be here. Why can't you tell her that too?" "Because Cressa doesn't believe in always, doesn't trust promises or permanence or anything that requires vulnerability." But I smile at my daughter's optimism. "I'll think about it." "Good." She returns to her soldiers, arranging them in new formations. "Because you smile different when you talk about her, like how you smile at me. And I think you should smile like that more." I watch her play, her words circling in my head. "You smile different when you talk about her." "Do I?" "Probably. Cressa makes me feel things I didn't think I could feel anymore. Hope, warmth, the possibility of something beyond just survival, even if she's currently running from those same feelings." Over the next few hours, as I settle back into routine, I start noticing things. Cressa doesn't come for the afternoon check on Oriel. Ellen does instead, offering vague excuses about the matriarch being occupied with research. When I see Cressa in the corridor later, she averts her eyes, takes a different path rather than pass close to me. During the evening meal in the communal hall, she sits at the far end, doesn't look my way once. And when our eyes accidentally meet across the room, just for a moment, I see something in her expression that breaks my heart. Longing, regret, fear, like she wants to close the distance but doesn't know how. Like she's already convinced herself that wanting me is a weakness she can't afford. Dread settles into my chest, but it's different than before. Not the dread of imminent loss, the dread of watching someone I care about lock themselves away, because they're too scared to let anyone in. I need to talk to her. Need to make her understand that what we have, what we could have, is worth the risk. But as the evening wears on and she continues avoiding me, I realize something. Cressa isn't just scared of losing me. She's scared of having me at all. And I can't fight that kind of fear.
Chapter 14. Cressa. The text is older than the mountain itself. I find it in the restricted archives, buried behind 3 layers of protective wards that shouldn't exist anymore. The parchment crumbles at the edges when I touch it, ancient beyond measure, written in a dialect of Perna that predates modern civilization. And it contains the answer I've been searching for. One vessel, one sacrifice, one person to take on every frozen heart and burn out like a dying star. The magical theory is elegant in its brutality. The curse fragments across multiple victims, yes, but it's still fundamentally one working, one malformed spell that Maren cast in desperation. To end it, someone must pull all those fragments back together, become the singular focus, the lightning rod that draws winter's fury into themselves and holds it until it consumes them completely. Perna only. Mortal blood would ignite and die instantly, saving no one. High magical capacity required. Someone with matriarch-level reserves who might survive long enough to absorb every last frozen heart. It has to be me. The knowledge settles into my bones like ice, like certainty, like death. I set the text down with trembling hands, stare at the words that have just sentenced me, the solution I've been desperately seeking, delivered with the cruelty of answered prayers. I can save them, all of them. Auriel, the refugees, everyone the curse has touched or will touch. I just have to die to do it. My gaze drifts to the narrow window. Dawn is breaking, pale light spilling across snow-covered courtyard. And there, barely visible, Cyprian walks with Auriel. He's carrying her, pointing at something in the distance, teaching her, loving her, living. You'll live, I whisper to the glass. To the father and daughter who don't know I'm watching. Even if I die, you'll both live. The words taste like goodbye. I reach for the text again, need to study the ritual requirements, the precise configuration, when the alarm horns scream. Not the measured call for assembly, not the warning for weather, the attack signal. 3 sharp blasts that mean one thing: breach. I'm moving before conscious thought directs me, the forbidden text forgotten. Through corridors at a run, my magic already rising, power flooding my veins with familiar burn. Other Perna converge from doorways, weapons manifest, ice blades, staffs crackling with energy. We move as one organism, decades of training taking over. Report! I snap at the nearest guard. Perimeter scouts spotted movement in the forest. 20, maybe 30 hostiles, moving fast toward the refugee wing. A scream cuts through her words. Not human. Something deeper, more primal. The sound raises every hair on my body. I know that sound. Woodwoes. To arms! My voice cracks like a whip. Protect the refugees. No one gets through to the children. We burst into the courtyard and see them. They emerge from the tree line like nightmares given flesh, massive forms covered in matted fur, 8 feet tall or more. Their faces are almost human but wrong, stretched and bestial, mouths full of broken yellow teeth. They carry crude weapons, clubs made from entire tree trunks, stone axes that could split a man in half. And they're howling, rhythmic chanting in a language that predates words. A hunting song. There must be 24 of them I can see. Maybe more emerging from the forest, all moving toward the refugee wing with terrible purpose. Shield wall! I roar. 10 Perna form the line, magic blazing. Violet light erupts, a barrier of pure force between the woodwoes and their prey. The first creature hits the barrier at full sprint. The impact sends shockwaves through the magical construct. The woodwoes bounces back, howls in rage, and charges again. More follow, slamming against our shields with bone-crushing force. 1, 2, 5, 10. The barrier holds, but cracks spread like spiderwebs. Offensive line. Strike. 5 Perna break formation, magic condensing into weapons. Ice spears materialize and launch. 6 feet of crystalline death, moving faster than arrows. The first spear takes a woodwoes through the chest. It staggers, looks down at the ice protruding from its torso. then roars and keeps coming, blood spraying black against snow. "They don't go down," someone shouts. "Then hit them harder." I step forward, gathering power. "Aim for the heads!" I release the spell. A lance of pure force punches through a woodwose's skull. Brain matter explodes. That one finally drops. But 3 more are already past our line. One swings its club at Ellen. She rolls under the blow, comes up with ice daggers in both hands, plants them in the creature's kidneys. It howls, backhands her 20 feet. She hits the stone wall hard and doesn't get up. No rage floods hot through my veins. I'm moving, magic erupting around me in waves of violet destruction. I hit the woodwose with telekinetic force that would crack granite. It flies backward, crashes into 2 of its companions. Before they recover, I'm there. My hand clamps on the first one's face and I freeze its blood. Ice crystals form in arteries, in brain tissue, in the fluid of its eyes. It dies screaming. The second one swings at me. I catch the club with a shield of solid air, shatter it with a thought, then drive an ice blade up through its jaw into its brain. Black blood sprays across my face, tastes like copper and rot. The third one grabs me. Massive hands close around my torso, lifting me off the ground. Crushing. I feel ribs creak, struggle to breathe. Its mouth opens wide. Yellow teeth, breath like carrion. A roar splits the air. Cyprian slams into the woodwose like a battering ram. They go down in a tangle of limbs. The creature releases me and I drop, gasping. Cyprian is on top of it, raining down blows with his fists. His orcish blood is fully awake now. I can see it in his eyes, in the savage efficiency of his strikes. He's not trying to subdue, he's trying to kill, and he's succeeding. The woodwose's face becomes pulp. Bone cracks. It stops moving. Cyprian stands, chest heaving, fists dripping black blood. His eyes find mine. "You all right?" "Behind you!" He spins. Another woodwose charging. Cyprian grabs a fallen club, can barely lift it but manages, and swings with everything he has. The club connects with the creature's knee. Bone shatters. It goes down howling. Cyprian doesn't stop, brings the club down on its skull. Again, until it stops moving. "Refugee wing!" I shout. "They're trying to flank!" I see it, 6 woodwose breaking off, circling toward the eastern entrance where the women and children shelter. Not happening. I sprint, magic gathering with every step. The other Perna form up behind me. We hit the flanking group like a winter storm. Maven is there, her magic brutal and efficient. She freezes one woodwose solid, then shatters it with a gesture. Ice shards explode outward, shredding 2 more. Kira fights with blade and spell, dancing between massive swings. She's beautiful and terrible, every movement precise. A woodwose lunges for her. She slides between its legs, drags an ice blade across its hamstrings. It collapses. She drives the blade through the back of its skull. Vess takes a club to the shoulder. I hear bone crack. She goes down screaming. The woodwose raises its weapon for the killing blow. I hit it with everything I have. Pure force, raw power, magic concentrated to a single point. The woodwose explodes, literally explodes. Torso rupturing, organs spraying, blood misting the air. I'm covered in it, don't care. Hold the line. More woodwose press forward. They're not retreating, not fleeing. They want what's in that refugee wing and they'll die trying to get it. Fine, let them die. We fight like demons. Like the legendary Perna of old who carved kingdoms from ice and blood. Magic and blade, force and frost, working in deadly harmony. Cyprian is everywhere, protecting wounded Perna, intercepting woodwose that break through, fighting with a ferocity that matches the creatures themselves. He saves 3 of my sisters in as many minutes, earns their shocked respect with every blow. A woodwose grabs a refugee child who wandered too close, starts to run. "No!" I scream. but Cyprian is faster. He tackles the creature from behind, wraps his arms around its throat. It thrashes, trying to throw him off. He holds on, squeezing, cutting off air and blood flow with pure strength. The woodwoes drops the child, claws at Cyprian. He doesn't let go. Finally, it collapses. He releases it, checks the child, terrified but unhurt, and pushes her towards safety. Then he's back in the fight. We drive them back inch by bloody inch. Bodies pile up, mostly woodwoes, but too many Perna among them. The snow runs black with blood. A massive one, must be their leader, 9 feet tall and broad as a bear, charges straight for me. I gather power for the killing blow. My magic gutters, fails. I've pushed too hard, depleted my reserves. The woodwoe swings its club. Cyprian appears from nowhere, interposes himself, takes the blow meant for me. It catches him across the ribs. I hear them crack. He goes down hard. Cyprian! The woodwoe raises its club again. I find reserves I didn't know existed. One last surge of power, drawn from will rather than capacity. Ice erupts from the ground, impaling the creature through chest and throat. It freezes solid mid-swing. I shatter it with a thought. Then I'm on my knees beside Cyprian. Don't you dare die. Don't you dare. He coughs blood, grins through the pain. Not planning to. Around us, the battle winds down. The remaining woodwoes, maybe 5 left, finally break and flee, retreat into the forest, howling their rage. We don't pursue, can't. We're too depleted, too wounded, too exhausted. Silence falls, broken only by moans of the injured and the wind through bare trees. I stand slowly, surveying the carnage. 14 woodwoes' corpses, 5 Perna dead, twice that many wounded, some critically. Cyprian with broken ribs and internal bleeding that needs immediate attention. Victory, at tremendous cost. Get the wounded inside, I order, voice hoarse. Recovery teams for our dead. Burn the woodwoes' corpses. Don't touch them with bare hands. Perna scramble to obey, moving with exhausted efficiency. Ellen approaches, limping but alive. Matriarch, that was a nightmare. I cut her off. Get yourself treated. That's an order. She nods, retreats. Cyprian tries to stand. I help him up, careful of his ribs. He leans heavily on me. You saved my life, I say quietly. Took that blow meant for me. Couldn't let you die. His voice is strained. World needs you. But not for long, I think. Soon I'll walk into death deliberately. The thought of the forbidden text surfaces. The solution I found minutes before the attack. The sacrifice that will save everyone, including this stubborn half-orc who keeps throwing himself between me and death. Come on, I say instead. Let's get those ribs treated. We limp toward the fortress together, covered in blood. His, mine, the woodwoes' all mixed together. Around us, Perna tend to their wounded and honour their dead. The battle is over. But the war, the real war against the curse that brought these creatures to our door, continues. And now I know how to end it. I just have to find the courage to die. Later, after Cyprian is treated and resting, after the dead are prepared for funeral rites, after I've washed the blood from my skin but not from my memory. I return to the library. The forbidden text lies where I left it, waiting, patient as winter. I pick it up with shaking hands and begin to study the ritual in earnest. One vessel, one sacrifice, one life to save hundreds. The mathematics are simple, the choice is impossible. But watching Cyprian fight today, watching him protect those children with everything he had, risk his life without hesitation. I know what I have to do. He'll live, Auriel will live, all of them will live, and I'll make peace with dying so they can.
Chapter 15. Cyprian. My ribs scream with every breath. The healers did what they could, wrapped them tight, gave me something for the pain that barely touches it, told me to rest. I ignored the last part. Can't rest when Cressa is avoiding me more than ever, when Auriel needs constant monitoring, when the Woodwow's attack proved just how precarious our situation is. 3 days since the battle, 3 days of Cressa being a ghost. She doesn't come to check on Auriel anymore. Sends Ellen or one of the other Perna instead, always with thin excuses. Research, council meetings, ritual preparations, though for what, she won't say. When I do see her in corridors, she looks haunted, exhausted beyond measure, like she's carrying weight that's crushing her from the inside out, and she won't talk to me. I tried yesterday. Caught her outside the library, asked if we could speak privately. She looked at me with those violet eyes, so full of sorrow I nearly staggered, and said simply, "There's nothing to discuss," then walked away before I could respond. Something's wrong. Something beyond the curse, beyond the attack, beyond her fear of attachment. She knows something, and whatever it is, it's destroying her. I'm sitting with Auriel when Ellen arrives for the afternoon ritual. She looks tired too. Everyone does now. The battle took its toll on the entire coven. "How is she?" Ellen asks, already beginning the diagnostic spells. "Stable. Frost hasn't spread since this morning's reinforcement." I watch her work, noting the efficiency. "Ellen, what's going on with Cressa?" Her hand still fractionally. "I don't know what you mean." "Yes, you do." I keep my voice gentle. "She's avoiding everyone. Locked herself away. Something happened after she found that text in the archives, didn't it? Before the attack?" Ellen's jaw tightens. "If the matriarch hasn't told you, it's not my place to..." "Is there a cure?" I cut to it. "Did she find something?" Silence. Then so quietly I almost miss it. "Ask her yourself." "I've tried. She won't talk to me." "Then try harder." Ellen finishes the ritual, steps back. "Because if you care about her at all, you need to make her talk. Before..." She stops, shakes her head. "Just talk to her, please." She leaves before I can press further. Before what? Dread coils in my gut like a living thing. "Father!" Auriel's small voice interrupts my thoughts. "Is Cressa angry at us?" "No, little star. She's not angry." "Then why doesn't she visit anymore?" Auriel's pale blue eyes hold worry beyond her years. "Did I do something wrong?" "You didn't do anything wrong." I take her small hand in mine. "Cressa is just dealing with difficult things right now." "Like finding a cure for me?" The question hits harder than it should. "Yes. Like that." "Father," Auriel squeezes my hand. "If the cure hurts someone else, I don't want it." I go very still. "What?" "I heard the Perna talking. They said some cures require sacrifice. That someone might have to..." She stumbles over the words. "Might have to give something up. And I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me." Guide's mercy, she's 7 years old and already thinking like this. Already willing to accept her own death if it means protecting others. Just like her mother. Just like Cressa. "Listen to me." I crouch beside the platform so we're eye level. "No one is going to get hurt. And whatever cure Cressa finds, it won't be your fault. None of this is your fault. You understand? But..." "No buts. You're a child. A brave, wonderful child who deserves to live a long, happy life. And I will do everything, to make sure you get that chance." She nods slowly, but I can see the worry doesn't leave her eyes. I need to talk to Cressa. Need to find out what she's hiding before whatever she's planning destroys us all. I wait until evening when I know she'll be in the library. Leave Auriel under Ellen's watch and make my way through the fortress, each step a negotiation with my injured ribs. The library doors are closed but not locked. I push through. Cressa sits at her usual table, surrounded by texts and scrolls and parchments covered in calculations. She doesn't look up when I enter. "I told Ellen I didn't want to be disturbed," she says flatly. "Ellen didn't tell me. I came on my own." I cross to her table. "We need to talk." "I'm working." "You're always working. You've been working non-stop for days, avoiding everyone, especially me." I lean against the table, forcing her to acknowledge my presence. "What did you find, Cressa? What's in those texts that's got you so terrified?" "I'm not terrified." "You're a terrible liar." I reach out, gently turn her face toward me. There are dark circles under her eyes, new lines of stress around her mouth. "Talk to me, please." She pulls away from my touch. "There's nothing to discuss." "Nonsense." The word comes out harsher than intended. "Something happened. You found something, and now you're pulling away from everyone who cares about you. Ellen's worried. I'm worried. Even Auriel noticed. Auriel should rest, focus on staying strong. She's asking why you don't visit anymore, asking if she did something wrong." I lean closer. "What am I supposed to tell her? That the woman who saved her life can't bear to look at her now?" Cressa flinches like I've struck her. I'm not avoiding her because..." She stops, visibly struggling. "It's complicated, then uncomplicated. I'm pleading now. Tell me what's wrong. Tell me what you found. Tell me why you look at me like you're already mourning." "Cyprian, please." Her voice breaks. "Don't push this." "Why not? What are you so afraid of?" "I'm afraid of..." She cuts off abruptly. Her face goes pale. Something's wrong. I feel it a second later. A disturbance in the air, like the moment before lightning strikes. My skin prickles with wrongness. "Auriel," we say simultaneously. We run. Through corridors, taking corners too fast, my ribs screaming in protest. Cressa moves faster, magic propelling her forward. We burst into the ritual chamber and find chaos. Ellen is on the platform with Auriel, hands glowing violet, panic written across her face. Auriel convulses, her small body arching off the stone, frost exploding across her skin in rapid crystallization. Not the slow spread we've been fighting. This is aggressive. Violent. Like the curse has decided it's done waiting. "She just collapsed!" Ellen's voice is strained. "The suppression matrix shattered. I can't slow it down." Cressa is already moving, power flooding the chamber. She joins Ellen, their magic braiding together, but I can see it's not enough. The frost keeps spreading, consuming Auriel's chest, creeping toward her heart with terrible speed. "No, no, no." I'm at the platform, taking Auriel's hand. Her skin is freezing, her pulse barely registering. "Fight it, little star. Fight it." Her eyes flutter open, clouded with frost, barely seeing. "Father! Cold!" "I know. We're going to fix it. Just hold on." I look at Cressa desperately. "Do something. Please. Whatever it takes, just save her." Cressa's face is a mask of concentration and despair. Sweat beads her forehead despite the cold. Her hands shake with the effort of holding back the curse. "It's accelerating," she grits out. "I can slow it, but I can't stop it. Not like this." "Then do it differently. Use whatever you found in those texts." "I can't." "You can!" I'm shouting now, grief and terror making me cruel. "You found something. I know you did. So use it. Save my daughter. Save her." The frost reaches Auriel's sternum. She gasps, a horrible rattling sound. Her lips go blue. Her small body shudders once, violently, then goes terrifyingly still. "Auriel!" I grab her shoulders, shaking gently. No, wake up! Wake up!" Cressa pours everything into one massive surge of power. Violet light explodes through the chamber, so bright I have to look away. The ritual stones crack with the force of it. For a moment, one perfect, desperate moment, the frost spread halts. Then it starts again. Slower, but still moving. still claiming her. She has hours, Cressa says, her voice hollow. Maybe less. The curse is in cascade failure. It's pulling from all the other victims, accelerating everywhere. This is the beginning of critical mass. Then tell me how to stop it. I round on her. You've been researching for weeks. You found something. I know you did. So tell me how to save her. Cyprian, tell me! Cressa looks at me and I see tears streaming down her face. Not the controlled composure. Not the icy matriarch. Just Cressa, breaking. There is a way, she whispers. One way to end the curse completely. To save Auriel and everyone else. Relief crashes through me. Then do it. Whatever it requires, whatever the cost. The cost is death. Her voice is barely audible. One person has to be able to absorb all the frozen hearts, become the vessel for all that accumulated winter. They die and everyone else lives. The words don't make sense at first. Then slowly, horribly, they do. No. It's the only way. No. We must come up with another way. Another solution. There isn't. She's still crying, tears cutting tracks through the exhaustion on her face. I've looked. I've researched every alternative, every possible variation. This is it. One life for hundreds. One sacrifice to end the curse forever. I stare at her, understanding crystallizing like ice. It has to be you, I say slowly. That's why you've been avoiding me. Why you look at me like you're saying goodbye. Because you're planning to die. She doesn't deny it. No. The word comes out fierce. Absolute. Find another way. There is no other way. Then I'll do it. Use me. Take my life instead. Your blood is diluted. You die instantly without absorbing enough curse energy to matter. We'd sacrifice you for nothing. Her voice hardens. It has to be full Purna, high magical capacity. Someone who can survive long enough to absorb every frozen heart and ensure that the curse does not overwhelm them. It has to be you, I say again, hating the truth of it. Yes. She meets my eyes. It has to be me. Behind us, Auriel whimpers. The frost continues its inexorable spread. I look at my dying daughter, then at the woman I love who's already decided to die saving her. And I realize I'm going to lose them both, one way or another. Unless I can find some impossible third option that doesn't exist. How long? My voice sounds dead even to my own ears. How long do we have? Days. Maybe a week before the cascade becomes unstoppable. Cressa wipes her tears with the back of her hand. I need to prepare the ritual, gather the components, make sure everything is ready. And then you die. And then I die. She says it simply, like discussing the weather. And Auriel lives, and you raise her, and you both have the future you deserve. What about the future you deserve? She smiles, broken and sad. I get to save people. That's enough. It's not enough, it's not. My voice cracks. Cressa, please. There isn't. She crosses to me, cups my face with both hands. And I need you to accept that. Need you to be strong enough to let me go. Can you do that? I can't answer. Can only stare at her through tears I didn't realize I was crying. For her. Cressa glances at Auriel. For your daughter. Can you let me die so she can live? The question is a knife in my chest. But I look at Auriel, small and frost-covered and barely breathing, and know the answer. Yes, I whisper. Yes, I can. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. No. She pulls me into a fierce embrace, mindful of my broken ribs. Neither do I. We hold one another while our daughter dies by inches on the stone platform. While the world continues its inexorable march toward endings we can't prevent. While I try to memorize the feel of her in my arms before I lose her forever. I love you, I tell her. The words escape before I can stop them. I know it's too soon. I know we barely know each other. but I love you, and I don't want to watch you die. She pulls back just enough to look at me. I love you too. That's why I have to do this. Then she kisses me, soft and desperate and tasting of salt from our combined tears. When she pulls away, the matriarch is back, composed, controlled. I'll stabilize Auriel one more time, she says. Buy us a few days. Then I begin preparations for the ritual. And I'm supposed to just accept that? You're supposed to be there. Her voice softens. Be there for the time we have left. Don't waste it fighting the inevitable. She returns to the platform, begins the stabilization ritual with Ellen. I watch them work, violet light filling the chamber, and feel something inside me break beyond repair. I'm going to lose her. Going to watch the woman I love walk into certain death to save my daughter. And there's nothing, absolutely nothing I can do to stop it.
Chapter 16. Cressa. The ritual stabilizes Auriel, but barely. I can feel the curse's resistance, stronger than before, fighting my magic like a living thing. It wants to finish what it started, wants to claim this child and move on to the next victim, and the next until winter consumes everything. It won't wait much longer. She has 3 days, I tell Cyprian, once Ellen has left us alone. Maybe 4 if we're fortunate. After that, the suppression won't hold anymore. He's still standing at the platform, one hand resting on Auriel's sleeping form. His face is a study in controlled devastation. 3 days, he repeats hollowly, and then you perform the ritual. Yes, and die. Yes. He turns to face me, and the fury in his eyes is scorching. No, Cyprian. I said no. He crosses the space between us in 3 strides despite his injured ribs. I'm not accepting this. I'm not standing here calmly discussing your death like it's inevitable. It is inevitable. Nothing is inevitable. His hands grip my shoulders, not hard enough to hurt, but firm enough to make his point. There has to be another way. Someone else who can do it. Something we haven't tried. Do you think I haven't considered every alternative? My voice rises despite my efforts to control it. Do you think I want to die? That I'm choosing this casually? Then don't choose it at all. I don't have a choice. The words tear out of me. It's me or everyone. Me or Auriel. Me or hundreds of people who will die when this curse spreads beyond the mountain. So tell me, Cyprian, what would you have me choose? He stares at me, jaw working. I'd have you choose to live. At what cost? Your daughter's life? All those refugees we've been trying to save? The entire region crystallizing under endless winter? I pull away from his grip. You're asking me to be selfish, to put my life above everyone else's. I can't do that. Why not? His voice breaks. Why can't you be selfish just this once? Why can't you choose yourself? Because I'm the matriarch. The answer comes automatically. Because people depend on me to make the hard choices. Because you've spent your entire life convincing yourself you don't deserve to be happy. He says it with devastating accuracy. Because you think duty and sacrifice are the only things that give you value. The observation hits too close. That's not. It is. He steps closer again. You told me in that cave what you wanted. A life beyond these mountains. Teaching Auriel magic. Growing old together. You want those things, Cressa. You're just too scared to fight for them. There's nothing to fight! Frustration bleeds into my voice. The ritual requires one sacrifice. The magical theory is absolute. I've checked the calculations 12 times. There is no loophole, no creative workaround, no way to... Then I'll do it. His words cut through mine like a blade. Take me instead. No. Why not? Because your blood is too weak. I'm shouting now, composure shattered. Half orc, half human. You don't have the magical capacity. You'd die in seconds without absorbing enough curse energy to make a difference. We'd sacrifice you for nothing, and Auriel would die anyway, and I'd have to live with killing the man I love for absolutely no reason. The last words hang in the air between us. I didn't mean to say that. Didn't mean to confirm what we both already know but haven't fully acknowledged. The man you love, Cyprian repeats softly. I can't take it back now. Yes. Then how can you ask me to watch you die? His voice roughens with emotion. How can you expect me to stand there while you walk into that ritual, knowing I'll never see you again, never hold you again, never... He stops, breathing hard. I can't do it, Cressa. I can't watch you die. You have to. I force steel into my voice even as my heart breaks. For Auriel, for your daughter, you have to be strong enough to let me go. I'm not that strong. Yes, you are. I step closer, cup his face with both hands. You're the strongest person I've ever met. Strong enough to climb through a blizzard carrying your dying child. Strong enough to fight woodwoes with broken ribs. Strong enough to love fiercely, despite knowing you might lose everything. Loving you isn't strength. It's the most terrifying thing I've ever done. His hands cover mine where they rest against his face. And losing you will destroy me. No, it won't. I hold his gaze. You'll survive because you have to. Because Auriel needs her father. Because you're too stubborn to let grief win. You don't know that. I do. I brush my thumb across his cheekbone. I know you, Cyprian. Know you'll rage and grieve and hate me for leaving. But eventually you'll keep going. You'll raise Auriel to be brave and kind. You'll tell her stories about the Perna matriarch who saved her life. And you'll find happiness again, even if you can't imagine it right now. Stop! His voice cracks completely. Stop talking like you're already gone. Stop! A small sound interrupts him. We both turn. Auriel is awake, tears streaming down her green cheeks. Don't go, she whispers to me. Please don't go. I don't want you to die because of me. My heart shatters. I cross to the platform, kneel beside her. Oh, little one. I heard everything. She's sobbing now. You're going to die to save me. But I don't want that. I don't want anyone to die. Auriel ... let me die instead. The words are barely audible. I'm already sick. I'm already dying. So just let it happen. Don't sacrifice yourself for me. I'm not worth it. Stop. I take her small hands in mine. Don't ever say that. You are worth it. You're worth everything. But you'll die. Yes. I won't lie to her. But you'll live, and that's what matters. It's not fair. She's crying harder now. It's not fair that you have to die. It's not fair that my mother died. Nothing is fair. No. I smooth hair back from her forehead. It's not fair. Life rarely is. But we do the best we can with what we're given. And right now, I'm given the chance to save you and everyone else. That's a gift, even if it costs me everything. I don't understand. She studies me with those pale blue eyes. So much trust, so much pain. How can dying be a gift? Because loving someone means putting their life above your own. I glance at Cyprian. Your father understands. He'd trade places with me in a heartbeat if he could. I would, Cyprian confirms, voice rough. He joins us at the platform, kneeling on the other side. But I can't. So we have to let Cressa do what she thinks is right, even if it kills us to watch. Auriel reaches for both of us. I take one of her hands. Cyprian takes the other. The three of us form a circle around her small form. I'm scared, she whispers. So am I admit. But we'll face it together, all of us. Even though you're leaving. Even though I'm leaving. I squeeze her hand gently. I'll be with you until the very end, and afterward. My voice wavers. Afterward, your father will take care of you. He loves you so much, Auriel, more than anything in this world. I know. She looks at Cyprian. But he loves you too. I can tell. I do, Cyprian says simply. I love her very much. Then why can't you both just stay? Auriel's question is heartbreaking in its simplicity. Why can't we all be together and be happy? Because sometimes the world doesn't work that way. I blink back tears. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices to protect the people we love. It's not fair, she says again, quieter this time. No, little star. Cyprian's free hand strokes her hair. It's not. We stay like that, the three of us connected in a circle, while Auriel cries herself back to sleep. Her hand goes slack in mine, but I don't let go. Neither does Cyprian. 3 days, he says once her breathing evens out. Maybe 4. And you're certain? No possibility of error in the calculations? I've checked them 100 times. I meet his eyes across Auriel's sleeping form. I'm certain. Then we don't waste them. His jaw sets with determination. We don't spend the time we have left fighting or grieving or pretending this isn't happening. We spend it together. Cyprian, I mean it. His grip on Auriel's hand tightens. If I only get 3 more days with you, I'm not wasting a single moment. I'm going to be present for every second. I'm going to tell you I love you until you're sick of hearing it. I'm going to make sure you know, absolutely know, that you mattered, that you were loved, that your life meant something beyond duty and sacrifice. The tears I've been holding back finally fall. I don't know how to do that. Don't know how to be anything except what I've always been. Then learn. He releases Auriel's hand carefully, comes around to my side of the platform, pulls me into his arms despite his broken ribs. We'll do this together. I let myself collapse against him. Let the matriarch facade crumble completely. Let myself just be Cressa, terrified and grieving and desperately wishing for more time. I can't die, I whisper against his chest. I know I must. I know it's the right choice, but I really don't want to. I want to live. I want more time with you. I want to see Auriel grow up. I know. His arms tighten. I know what you want, and I'm so sorry you can't have it. We continue holding each other while our daughter sleeps between us, while the curse continues its inexorable countdown, while the world keeps spinning toward an ending we cannot prevent. Eventually, I pull back, wipe my eyes, try to find some composure. I need to start preparations, I say. The ritual components, the circle configuration, Later. Cyprian cuts me off. Right now, you need to rest, to eat something, to be human for a few hours before you go back to being the matriarch who has to die. I don't have time for... You have 3 days. You have time. His voice is gentle but firm. And I'm not letting you spend them alone in a library, working yourself to death before the curse gets the chance. Despite everything, I almost smile. Stubborn. Relentless, he corrects, echoing what I once said about him. Come on, let Ellen watch Auriel for a few hours. Come to my quarters. Rest. I shouldn't... Please. The single word holds everything. Just a few hours. That's all I'm asking. I look at him, at this half-orc wanderer who's somehow become my entire world in the span of weeks. At the man who's asking me to choose myself, even if only for a moment. A few hours, I agree quietly. His smile is sad, but genuine. Thank you. We arrange for Ellen to keep watch. Then Cyprian leads me through the fortress to his small quarters. Barely more than a cell, but warm and lived in. Personal in ways my chambers aren't. He helps me sit on the narrow bed, then fetches food from somewhere. Simple things, bread, cheese, dried fruit. I eat mechanically, tasting nothing. When did you last sleep? He asks. I don't remember. Then sleep now. He settles beside me, careful of his ribs. Just for a little while. I can't. There's too much to... Sleep, Cressa. His arm wraps around my shoulders. I've got you. And somehow, impossibly, I do. I rest my head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, strong and steady and alive. His warmth surrounds me. His hand moves through my hair with gentle rhythm. My eyes grow heavy despite my protests. Exhaustion pulls at me with relentless gravity. Don't let me sleep too long, I murmur. I won't. Promise? I promise. He presses a kiss to my forehead. Sleep, love. I'll be here when you wake. The endearment wraps around my heart. Love. I am loved. Even now, even knowing I'm going to die, I am loved. It should make the sacrifice easier. Instead, it makes it infinitely harder. But I close my eyes anyway. Let sleep claim me in Cyprian's arms. Let myself have this one stolen moment of peace before I have to return to being the woman who walks toward death. Before I have to say goodbye to everything I've ever wanted. Before I have to be strong enough to let it all go. Just for a few hours, I let myself be weak. Let myself be loved. Let myself pretend we have forever. Even knowing forever ends in 3 days.
Chapter 17. Cyprian. I watch her sleep and try to memorize everything. Her black and white hair, softer than it appears, falls across her face, revealing a previously unnoticed scar above her left eyebrow. Her breathing deepens and relaxes, and the dark circles under her eyes, now less pronounced, betray a much-needed exhaustion. She's beautiful, not in any conventional way. Cressa is all sharp angles and severe lines, but beautiful nonetheless, especially like this, with her guard completely down, especially knowing I'm going to lose her. My ribs ache where they're pressed against her, but I don't shift position. Don't want to risk waking her when she clearly needs this rest. When these might be the last peaceful hours she gets. 3 days, maybe 4. Then she walks into that ritual circle and dies, saving everyone. A heavy, cold stone sits in my chest. I meant what I said. I won't waste our remaining time fighting the inevitable, but I haven't accepted it. A desperate part of me still seeks non-existent alternatives. What if I could steal her and Auriel away before the ritual? We wouldn't get far before winter. Her words, truer now, reveal the curse's cascade failure. It threatens Auriel, the refugees, and everything, spreading until only frozen corpses remain. Could another Purna perform the ritual? No, it requires matriarch-level reserves. Only Cressa bears this burden. What if I could amplify my own blood, becoming a viable vessel? Your blood is too diluted. You die in seconds without absorbing enough curse energy to matter. Dead end after dead end. Every path leads back to the same conclusion. Cressa has to die, and I have to let her. The injustice of it burns. She stirs against me, and I freeze, not wanting to wake her. But she just shifts slightly, burrows closer into my warmth, and settles again. Her hand rests over my heart, perhaps feeling the beat unconsciously, finding comfort in the rhythm. I cover her hand with mine. Hold on like she's the only solid thing in a world gone liquid. Hours pass. The light through the narrow window shifts from afternoon to evening. My body starts to protest the stillness, ribs aching, muscles cramping. But I don't move. Let her sleep. Let her have this. Finally, as twilight deepens, her eyes flutter open. She looks confused for a moment, disoriented like she's forgotten where she is. Then awareness returns, and with it, the weight she carries. How long? Her voice is rough with sleep. 5 hours, maybe 6. She starts to sit up. I pull her back gently. Stay. Just a little longer. She hesitates, then settles against me again. I wasted so much time. Should have been working. You needed rest more than work. Did I dream? Or did you call me love before I fell asleep? Heat creeps up my neck. You didn't dream. Oh, a pause. Say it again. Love. The word feels natural now. Right. You're my love, even if I only get 3 days with you. Her hand tightens over my heart. I wish we had some more time. So do I. I place a kiss against her hair. But we have now, and I'm grateful for it. How can you be grateful? I'm leaving you, leaving both of you. Knowing you was worth the pain of losing you. I hold her face. These weeks, despite the curse and fear, have been the best of my life. You made me human again. Made me believe I was more than a wanderer. Tears fill her violet eyes. You were always more. Maybe, but I didn't believe it until you. I brush her cheek. So yes, I'm grateful, even knowing this ends and I'll miss you. I'm grateful I got to love you. She kisses me, soft, desperate, and salty. When we break apart, she whispers, "We should check on Oriel." We should. Neither of us moves. In a moment, she adds. In a moment, I agree. We lie there in the growing darkness, holding each other, stealing borrowed time. Eventually, duty wins. It always does. We make our way back to the ritual chambers. Ellen is there looking relieved to see us. She's been asking for you both, Ellen says. Woke up about an hour ago. Oriel's face lights up when she sees us enter. You came back. Of course we came back. Cressa crosses to the platform, checking Oriel's condition automatically. The frost hasn't spread. The suppression is holding. How do you feel? Okay. Tired. Oriel looks between us. Were you together this whole time? Yes, I say simply. No point hiding it. Good. She smiles, actual joy in her face despite everything. You should be together. You're both happier when you are. Out of the mouths of children. Cressa finishes her examination, then sits on the edge of the platform. Oriel, I want to teach you something, if you're up for it. Teach me what? Magic. Cressa's expression softens. Just a small working, nothing that will tax you. But I'd like to see if you have the gift. Oriel's eyes go wide. Really? Really? Cressa takes her small hands. Close your eyes. Feel for the energy inside you. It's like a warm current beneath your skin. Can you feel it? Oriel screws her face up in concentration. I think so. Good. Now imagine pushing that warmth to your fingertips. Just a little. Don't force it. Let it flow naturally. I watch as Cressa guides my daughter through the basics of magical manipulation. Her voice is patient, encouraging, nothing like the cold matriarch. Just a teacher with her student. Just a woman who loves this child and wants to give her something before leaving. After several minutes, a faint violet glow appears around Oriel's fingers. Barely visible, but there. I did it! Oriel's eyes fly open. I made light. You did. Cressa's smile is genuine. You have the gift, little one. Not Perna strong. Your human blood dilutes it, but enough to learn if you want to. Will you teach me more? The question hangs in the air, because we all know the answer. I'll teach you what I can, Cressa says carefully, in the time we have. And afterward, your father can help you practice. Can't you, Cyprian? I don't know anything about magic. You know determination. That's half of what magic requires. She looks at me meaningfully. Promise me you'll help her develop this, even after I'm gone. The words after I'm gone hit like physical blows. I promise, I manage. The three of us, Cressa, Oriel, and I, spend the evening together. Cressa teaches Oriel exercises while I learn alongside them. We share small talks and stories. Cressa describes the ocean, I recount my travels, and Cressa shares childhood memories of learning magic. It feels like family. It feels like everything I never knew I wanted. And it's all temporary. Eventually, Oriel's energy fades. Her eyes droop despite her best efforts to stay awake. "Sleep, little star," I tell her gently. "Don't leave," she mumbles. "Either of you." "We won't," Cressa promises. We arrange ourselves around her, me on one side of the platform, Cressa on the other, both of us keeping watch. Oriel's small hands reach out in sleep, one grasping for each of us. I take her left hand. Cressa takes her right. And somehow, impossibly, our hands find each other too, meeting across our daughter's sleeping form, fingers interlacing. We stay like that through the night, neither of us sleeping, just being present, being together. "Thank you," Cressa whispers at some point. "For what?" "For this, for giving me a family, even if only for a little while." Her thumb brushes across my knuckles. "For making me believe I deserved one." "You do deserve it. You deserve everything." "So do you." Her voice is barely audible. "And I'm sorry I can't give you more time. Can't give Oriel a mother figure who stays. Can't—" "Stop." I squeeze her hand. "Don't apologize for saving her life. I'm not apologizing for that. I'm apologizing for making you love me, for letting you get close when I knew how this would end. I don't regret loving you." I meet her eyes across Oriel's sleeping form. "Not for a second. You will, when I'm gone and you're left picking up the pieces. Maybe, but I'll also remember this." I gesture at all three of us connected. "I'll remember nights like this, where we were whole, where we were family, and that will be worth the pain." Tears slip down her cheeks, silent in the dim Perna-fire light. "I love you," she whispers. "I love you both so much, and I wish—" Her voice breaks. "I wish I could stay." I know. My own tears fall freely now. "I know, love. So do I." We hold hands across our daughter's sleeping body and let ourselves grieve what we're losing. Let ourselves feel the weight of borrowed time running out. Let ourselves be human and vulnerable and heartbroken together. Outside, wind howls against the fortress. The curse continues its countdown. The world keeps spinning toward an ending that's impossible to prevent. But inside this chamber, holding Cressa's hand while our daughter sleeps between us, I let myself have this moment. Let myself believe in family, even if only for 2 more days. Let myself love her completely, despite knowing it will destroy me to lose her. Because Oriel was right. We're happier when we're together. And happiness, even temporary, even doomed, is worth every moment of pain that follows. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing, and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 18. Cressa. The council convenes at dawn, and I know before entering that this will be brutal. Maven called the emergency session. Someone, probably Vess or Kira, told her about my planned sacrifice. She's been positioning herself for leadership for years, and this is her moment. All 12 senior Perna sit at the circular table when I arrive. Maven occupies the seat directly across from mine, the challenger's position. Deliberate. Matriarch. False respect in her voice. We've heard concerning rumours about a ritual requiring the matriarch to die. Around the table, Perna shift uncomfortably. Some knew already. Others are hearing this for the first time. It's not a rumour, I say calmly. It's the solution to ending the curse. Chaos erupts. I let them vent for 30 seconds, then release a pulse of power to silence the room. The curse will reach cascade failure within days, I explain. To stop it, someone with high magical capacity and Perna blood must absorb all frozen hearts simultaneously. They die. Everyone else lives. And you've decided that person should be you. Maven states it like an accusation. I'm the only viable candidate. Or, Maven leans forward, we could seal the fortress, let the refugees die, protect ourselves, and let Protheka fend for itself. Several Perna nod agreement. You're suggesting we abandon everyone beyond these walls, I say flatly. Let hundreds die when we have the power to save them. I'm suggesting we prioritise the Coven's survival. Maven stands, magic crackling visibly. We've wasted weeks on outsiders, half-breeds and humans who brought this curse to our door. Lost sisters in a Woodwoe's attack because we sheltered refugees. Now you'd sacrifice our matriarch, our most powerful Perna, for people who will never appreciate it. The curse doesn't discriminate, I counter. It will spread to Perna settlements eventually. It will consume everything. Then let someone else stop it. Use a weaker Perna, someone expendable. The word lands like a slap. There are no expendable people. That's what leadership means. Maven's smile is cold. Knowing when to sacrifice pawns to protect the queen. But you've always been too soft, Cressa. Too concerned with humans and half-breeds. It's why half the Coven doesn't trust you. Why I'm challenging your authority now. Around the table, Perna tense. You're challenging me for matriarch, I say calmly. I am. You're unfit to lead, too emotional, too willing to sacrifice Coven interests for outsiders. Anyone who supports me, stand. For a terrible moment, no one moves. Then Vess stands. Kira follows. 3 more Perna rise, 6 out of 12, half the council. My stomach drops. The challenge has been issued, Maven says. Do you accept, or do you yield? I think of Cyprian and Auriel sleeping peacefully, of the refugees who trusted us, of the promise I made to end this curse. I accept. My voice is steel. We duel now. Traditional rules, blood magic and frost only. Fight until one yields or dies. Agreed. The council clears the centre of the chamber, forming a circle. This is old magic, old tradition. Whatever happens here is between Maven and me. We face each other across empty space. You're exhausted, Maven says. Depleted. You've spread yourself too thin. It's made you weak. Caring doesn't make you weak. I gather power, feeling my reserves stretch dangerously. It makes you fight harder. She strikes first. Blood magic rips through the air, razor-sharp constructs. I counter with frost, freezing them mid-flight. They shatter into crimson ice. I retaliate with ice spears. She dodges most, but one grazes her shoulder. First blood. She uses that blood, transforming it into whips that lash toward me. I throw up barriers. Behind them, I gather frost from everything around us and release it in a wave. The temperature plummets. Her blood whips freeze mid-strike and shatter. She bleeds herself deliberately, both palms. The blood forms a massive serpent. I meet it with a wolf of pure ice. They collide, tearing at each other. I'm calculating. She's stronger right now, fresher reserves. I can't win through raw power. I let the ice wolf collapse. Her blood serpent lunges forward. I freeze it from within. Ice crystals forming in the blood itself, expanding, shattering the construct. Maven staggers. I press the advantage. Ice erupts from every surface, trying to trap her. She breaks through, but it drains her. We're both breathing hard, both depleting fast. She tries blood magic aimed directly at me, trying to boil my blood, freeze it, turn it against me. I counter with frost in my own veins. It hurts, feels like ice in my arteries, but I hold it. You're killing yourself, she pants. Even if you win, you'll be too depleted for the ritual. Then I'll die knowing you didn't win. I pull from reserves I didn't know existed. One massive working, everything I have left. Ice erupts from floor, walls, ceiling, converging on Maven from all directions. She throws up blood shields. They hold. 3 seconds. 5. 8. Then they crack. Ice punches through, pierces her shoulder, thigh, side. Not killing blows, just disabling. Maven collapses to her knees, ice spears protruding from her body. Yield, I rasp. She looks up with pure hatred. Never. Then die. I gather one final spike. Aim it at her heart. Your choice. For a long moment we stare at each other. Finally, I yield. The words are barely audible, but they're enough. I release the magic. The ice spears dissolve. She slumps forward. The challenge is ended, I announce, voice hoarse. I remain matriarch. Around the circle, Perna bow. Even those who supported Maven. The rules are absolute. But victory tastes like ash. Maven was right. I've depleted myself dangerously. My reserves are nearly empty. It will take at least a day to recover enough for the ritual. A day I might not have. I dismiss the council. Order healers for Maven. The Perna file out, leaving me alone. I lean against the table, breathing hard. Everything hurts. My magic feels raw, overextended. Cressa? Cyprian's voice from the doorway. He takes in the scene, frozen blood on the floor, my exhaustion, Maven being carried out. What happened? Challenge for matriarch. I accept his support gratefully. I won. You look half dead. Just half. I try to smile. I'll recover. How long? A day, maybe less. And the ritual? I don't answer. We both know. I've bought time for recovery, but lost time for preparation. The margin has shrunk to nothing. Come on. He guides me toward the door. You need to rest. Auriel --. Ellen's watching her. Right now, you need to take care of yourself. I'm too exhausted to argue. He takes me to his quarters, helps me sit, removes my blood-stained robes, brings water, tends cuts I didn't realize I had. You're good at this, I murmur. Practice. His smile is sad. From taking care of Auriel. I wish. I stop. Too many impossible futures. I know. He eases me back onto the bed. Sleep now. I'll wake you if anything changes. Promise? Promise. My eyes are already closing. The crash after adrenaline and magic expenditure is overwhelming. Cyprian? Yes? Thank you for not leaving, for staying even when... I'm not going anywhere, he says firmly. Not until I have to. Just rest, love. I'm here. I feel his hand take mine as darkness pulls me under. I sleep knowing that even though I won the challenge, I lost something today. Lost the support of half the coven. Lost precious energy I'll need for the ritual. Lost more time with the people I love. But at least I kept the ability to choose. To make the sacrifice on my terms, not Maven's. Small comfort, but it should be enough.
Chapter 19. Cyprian. The riot starts in the refugee wing at midday. I hear it from Cressa's chambers, where I've been keeping watch while she recovers from yesterday's duel. The sound starts low, angry voices, shuffling feet, then escalates rapidly to shouting and crashes. Cressa jolts awake. What? Stay here, rest. I'll handle it. But I'm already running. The refugee wing is chaos when I arrive. Maybe 30 people crowded in the hallway, shouting at a line of Perna who formed a barrier. Children crying. Adults shoving forward, faces twisted with rage and grief. Where is she? A man I recognize, Davos, his daughter died 2 days ago, screams at the Perna. Where's your precious matriarch? The matriarch is occupied, one of the Perna responds coldly. Return to your quarters. Occupied? A woman pushes forward. While our children die? While you do nothing? We've done everything possible. You've done nothing! Davos lunges forward. My daughter froze to death while your matriarch played politics. You don't care about us. You never did. That's not true, I say, loud enough to cut through the noise. Heads turn. The refugees see me, half-orc wanderer, one of them, and their attention shifts. Cyprian. Davos's voice drips with betrayal. You're defending them? I'm stating facts. I push through the crowd to stand between them and the Perna line. The matriarch has been working non-stop to find a cure. She's exhausted herself trying to save your children. Then where is the cure? A woman shouts. 3 more died last night. 3. Where's her miracle? It's coming. When? When we're all dead? Davos lurches forward. My daughter is gone. And for what? The crowd rumbles agreement. Anger and grief feeding on itself, turning dangerous. Martha died in the snow while these Perna sat warm and safe, another voice calls out. And now they want us to be grateful? Davos shoves past me, lunging for the Perna line. Others follow, the crowd surging forward like a wave. The Perna respond instantly. Magic flares. Barriers slam into place. Wind knocks refugees backward. Ice forms slippery patches. Stand down. The lead Perna's voice cracks like thunder. Return to your quarters or be expelled into the storm. You'll kill us either way. More shoving. More magic. The situation spiraling toward bloodshed. I see the moment before everything explodes. Stop! I roar with everything I have. Everyone stop! The authority in my voice cuts through the chaos. Both sides pause. Listen to me. I position myself directly between the groups. You're angry. You're grieving. You have every right. But attacking the people trying to save you won't bring your children back. It will only get you killed. They're not trying to save us, Davos spits. No! A new voice. Cressa emerges from the corridor, still weak but standing tall. We're not waiting for you to die. We're preparing to end the curse. The crowd's attention shifts to her, hostile, desperate, teetering on violence. More promises, someone mutters. Not promises. Truth. Cressa steps forward beside me. In 2 days, I will perform a ritual that ends the curse completely. Everyone will be cured. What's the cost? Davos asks suspiciously. Nothing from you. Cressa's voice is calm. The cost is mine alone to pay. Silence falls. Something in her tone registers even through their anger. What cost? I ask, though I already know. She doesn't look at me, keeps her eyes on the refugees. My life. The ritual requires a sacrifice. 1 vessel to absorb the frozen hearts. I die, and everyone else lives. Shock ripples through the crowd. Davos struggles. You're going to die? For us? For everyone. Cressa meets his eyes. For your children. For all of us. Why? A woman asks, genuinely confused. We're nothing to you. Your people. Cressa says it simply. You're suffering. I have the power to end that suffering. That's reason enough. The hostility drains from the crowd. replaced by uncertainty, guilt, shame. "We didn't know," someone says quietly. "I didn't tell you." Cressa sways slightly. I move to support her, but she waves me off. 2 days. Can you give me that? Around the corridor, refugees nod. Some are crying. "I'm sorry," Davos says hoarsely, "for blaming you. For..." His voice breaks. "I'm sorry too." Cressa's voice softens. "Sorry I couldn't save her, but I will end it. I promise." The crowd disperses slowly, returning to their quarters. The crisis diffused through truth rather than force. When we're finally alone in the corridor, Cressa's knees buckle. I catch her before she falls. "You shouldn't be out of bed." "Had to." She leans heavily on me. "Couldn't let them hurt each other." "You're exhausted." "I'm terrified." The admission escapes quietly. "Of dying, of leaving you both, of everything." I carry her back to my quarters. She doesn't protest, just curls against my chest like she belongs there. Inside, I lay her on the bed. She doesn't let go of my shirt. "Stay," she whispers. "I'm not going anywhere." I settle beside her and she immediately curls into my side, seeking warmth, seeking comfort. "They hated me," she says quietly, "until they knew I was dying. Then suddenly I mattered." "They didn't hate you. They were scared and grieving. Is that all I'm worth? My death?" "No." I tilt her face up. "You matter because you're you. Because you're brilliant and fierce and stubborn about saving everyone. Your death doesn't define your worth. Your life does." Tears slip down her cheeks. I wish I believed that. Believe it. I brush away the tears. Because I do. Because Oriel does. Because those refugees know it now. You matter, Cressa. She buries her face in my neck, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. I hold her while she falls apart, while the matriarch becomes just Cressa, frightened and grieving and human. "I don't want to die," she whispers against my skin. "I know I must make the sacrifice. I know it's right, but I do not want to." "I know." I hold her tighter. "I know, love." "One more day," she says eventually, voice raw. Then I prepare the ritual circle. "Then don't think about tomorrow." I kiss her hair. "Just be here now. With me." She nods against me. We lie together as darkness falls outside. Not sleeping. Not talking. Just holding each other while the world continues its march toward an ending we can't prevent. Her breathing gradually evens out. Her grip on my shirt loosens slightly. "Cyprian." Her voice is barely audible. "Hmm? Thank you. For defending me. For staying. For..." She stops. "For everything. There's nowhere else I'd be." She's quiet for a while. Then, "Tomorrow night, after I've prepared the ritual, after everything is ready, can we..." She struggles for words. "Can we have one more night? Just us?" I know what she's asking, what she needs. "Yes," I tell her. "Tomorrow night, just us." "Promise?" "I promise." She finally relaxes completely, trusting me to keep watch, to keep her safe for one more day. I hold her through the night, this fierce, brilliant woman who's choosing to die so others can live. This impossible person who's somehow become my entire world in the span of weeks. Tomorrow she'll prepare the ritual that will save everyone and kill her. But tonight, I hold her, and I let myself memorize everything. The weight of her against me, the rhythm of her breathing, the way her hand rests over my heart even in exhausted rest. All of it, because tomorrow night might be the last time I get to hold her, and I want to remember every second.
Chapter 20. Cressa. The ritual circle is complete. I spent all day etching runes into ice, calculating angles, testing magical resonance. Everything is ready. Tomorrow at dawn, I walk into that circle and die. Tonight is mine. Cyprian arrives at my chambers after putting Auriel to sleep. He looks exhausted, days of stress carved into his features. But his eyes hold warmth when they find me. "How are you?" he asks. "Terrified." Honest answer. But ready. He crosses to me, pulls me into his arms. I let myself melt into his warmth, breathing in his scent, memorizing it. I wish. I stop. Too many wishes. All of them impossible. "What do you wish?" His voice is gentle. I wish I'd known love before this end. The confession escapes quietly. I wish I'd had years with you instead of weeks. I wish I could watch Auriel grow up. I wish... My voice breaks. I wish I didn't have to leave you. I wish that too. He cups my face, tilting it up to meet his eyes. But I'm grateful for the time we did have. Grateful I got to love you at all. Even knowing how it ends. Especially knowing how it ends. His thumb brushes across my cheekbone. Because loving you, even for this brief, impossible moment, has been the greatest privilege of my life. Tears burn my eyes. I love you. I love you so much it terrifies me. I love you too. He says it with absolute certainty. I love your fierce heart and brilliant mind. I love your stubborn determination to save everyone. I love how you pretend to be ice when you're actually fire beneath. He kisses my forehead. I love you, Cressa, and I will love you long after you're gone. The tears fall now, hot against my cheeks. He kisses them away. Soft brushes of his lips across my face, tender and reverent. Tonight, I whisper. I don't want to think about tomorrow. I just want... I know. He kisses me properly now, deep and slow and full of everything we can't say. I know what you need. He guides me to the bed, undresses me slowly, each revealed bit of skin.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
I press my ear over his heart, listening to the steady rhythm. Alive. Strong. Everything I'm about to leave behind. I don't want to leave you, I whisper into the darkness, the truth I've been avoiding. I know I have to. I know it's the only way, but I don't want to. His arms tighten. I know. I'm so scared. The admission tears free. Not of the pain. I can handle pain, but of losing this. Losing you. Losing Auriel. Losing the life we could have had. Me too. His voice is rough with emotion. I'm terrified of losing you. Of raising Auriel alone, of living the rest of my life knowing what I had and lost. We grip each other while grief washes over us, while the reality of tomorrow presses down with crushing weight. Tell me something, I say eventually. Tell me something good, something to hold on to. He's quiet for a moment, thinking. Then, when this is over, when Auriel is cured and the curse is ended, I'm going to take her to see the ocean, like you wanted, and I'll tell her about you, about how the fierce Perna matriarch who saved her life dreamed of seeing waves but never got the chance. And we'll stand on the shore and think of you. The image breaks my heart and warms it simultaneously. Thank you, I whisper, for giving me that, for making sure I'm remembered as more than just a sacrifice. You're so much more than that. He kisses the top of my head. You're the woman who taught me I could be more than my mistakes, who showed Auriel that magic exists, who fought for people who couldn't fight for themselves. That's how you'll be remembered. I tilt my face up to kiss him, slow and deep and full of goodbye. Make love to me again, I whisper against his lips. One more time before dawn. He does. Slower this time, if possible. Every touch deliberate, every kiss lingering. We move together like a prayer, like worship, like the last dance before the world ends. When we finish, we don't separate, just hold each other, skin to skin, heart to heart. I wish it could last, I whisper as exhaustion finally pulls at me. Wish we had more time. So do I. His hand strokes through my hair with gentle rhythm. But I'm grateful for what we had, for this, for you. I love you. I say it one more time, need him to hear it. I love you, Cyprian. Always. Always, he echoes. I love you, Cressa. In this life and whatever comes after. I close my eyes, letting his warmth surround me, letting his heartbeat lull me towards sleep. Tomorrow I walk into death, but tonight I was loved. Tonight I was whole. Tonight I had everything, and that will have to be enough.
Chapter 21. Cyprian. I wake to find her side of the bed empty. For a moment, panic seizes me. Irrational fear that she's already gone, that I slept through our last morning together. But then I hear it, the soft scrape of metal on ice, the whisper of magic being woven into stone. I dress quickly and follow the sound. The great ritual chamber is transformed. Cressa kneels in the center, etching runes into the floor with a tool that glows violet. The symbols are intricate, spiraling outward in patterns that hurt to look at directly. They pulse with barely contained power. She's wearing simple white robes. Her hair is unbound, falling in dark waves around her shoulders. She looks younger like this, more vulnerable, more human. Cressa! She doesn't startle, just continues her work, hand steady as she completes another rune. You should be with Auriel. Ellen's with her. I step into the chamber. How long have you been working? Since before dawn. She sits back on her heels, examining her work. It's almost complete. Just a few more binding sigils. I look at the circle, at the elaborate magical architecture that will save everyone and kill her. Is there really no other way? We've been through this. I know, but... I cross to her, kneel beside her. Run away with me. Take Auriel and just... run. We could be gone before anyone realizes. Find somewhere far from here, far from the curse. We would not get far before winter found us. She says it gently, but with absolute certainty. The curse is in cascade failure, Cyprian. It will spread faster than we can run. And when it catches us, Auriel will die anyway, along with everyone else. Then let me do the ritual. Find some way to make my blood strong enough. There is no way. She cups my face with both hands. Your blood is mortal. It would burn out instantly. We'd lose you and gain nothing. I can't... Her voice catches. I won't watch you die for nothing. But I'm supposed to watch you die? Yes. She holds my gaze. Because my death means something. Means Auriel lives. Means all those refugees get to go home. Means the curse ends instead of consuming Protheka. I want to argue. Want to rage against the unfairness. Want to find some impossible solution that saves everyone, including her. But I see the resolve in her violet eyes. See the acceptance. See the peace she's made with this choice. I hate this, I whisper. So do I. She leans forward, presses her forehead to mine. But it's the only way. We stay like that for a long moment, just breathing together, being present. I wrote letters, she says eventually. For Auriel. For you. For the coven. They're in my chambers, in the desk drawer. Her hand trembles slightly against my face. Don't read yours until after. Please. Cressa. Promise me. Her voice breaks. I can't do this if I know you're reading goodbye while I'm still here. I promise. She pulls back, returns to her work. Her hands shake as she etches the next rune. I watch her fight for control, see her jaw tighten with determination. What are you thinking? I ask quietly. That I'm terrified. She doesn't look up from her work. That I'm not ready. That I want more time. She completes another symbol with vicious precision. That I'm being selfish even thinking those things when lives depend on me. You're not selfish. You're human. I'm supposed to be more than human. But her voice wavers. I'm supposed to be the matriarch. Strong. Certain. Unafraid. You are strong. Being scared doesn't change that. She sets down her tool, stares at her shaking hands. I keep thinking about all the things I'll never do. Never see the ocean. Never watch Auriel grow up. Never wake up beside you again. A tear escapes, tracks down her cheek. Never have the life we could have had. I move behind her, wrap my arms around her. She leans back into me, letting me support her weight. I'm sorry, she whispers, for falling in love with you when I knew I was leaving. For making you care when it only causes pain. Stop. I tighten my hold. Don't apologize for loving me. Don't apologize for any of it. These weeks with you have been... My voice roughens. They've been everything, and I wouldn't trade them for anything. She turns in my arms, buries her face against my chest. Her shoulders shake with silent sobs. I hold her while she breaks, while the matriarch becomes just Cressa again, frightened and grieving and so very human. After a long moment, she pulls back, wipes her eyes, takes a shaky breath. I need to finish, she says, voice steadier. Just a few more runes. Let me stay. Let me be here while you work. She nods, grateful. I watch her complete the final symbols, each one etched with care despite her trembling hands, each one bringing her closer to the end. When the last rune is complete, she sits back. The entire circle glows faintly, power humming just beneath the surface, waiting to be activated. It's ready, she says quietly. When? Tomorrow at dawn, when my power is strongest. She stands, brushes ice crystals from her robes. Tonight I'll rest, meditate, prepare myself mentally, and say goodbye, She looks at me, eyes red from crying but clear, determined. To you, to Auriel, to... A scream echoes through the fortress, then another, and another. We both freeze. The curse, Cressa breathes. We run. The refugee wing is chaos. Bodies on the floor. Perna rushing between them. Violet light flaring. Children convulsing as frost explodes across their skin. Not the slow spread we've been fighting, but violent, aggressive crystallization. It's happening, Ellen says as we arrive, her face pale. The cascade failure. They're all going critical at once. Around the corridor, I see it. See refugees collapsing. See frost racing across skin like wildfire. See the curse claiming victims by the dozen. How long? Cressa asks, already moving toward the nearest victim. Hours. Maybe less. Ellen's voice is strained. The suppression matrices are shattering. We can't hold it back anymore. Cressa closes her eyes briefly. When she opens them, her expression is resigned. Then we don't have until dawn. My blood runs cold. What are you saying? I'm saying the ritual happens now. She turns to face me. Or we lose everyone. But you need time to prepare. To meditate, to... There is no time. She cups my face, and I see the fear beneath her resolve. I have to do it now, Cyprian. Right now. Before I can respond, another scream. This one I recognize. Auriel. I'm running before thought directs me. Through corridors, around corners, back to the ritual chamber where Ellen left her sleeping. She's on the platform, convulsing. Frost races across her chest, spreading faster than I've ever seen, consuming her small body with terrifying speed. No, 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 no. I'm at her side, taking her hand. Ice cold, her pulse barely there. Auriel, stay with me. Her eyes flutter open, clouded with frost. Father, can't breathe. I know, little star. I know. I lift her carefully, mindful of the frost spreading across her ribs. We're going to fix this. Right now. I promise. I carry her back through the fortress at a run. Each step jostles her, draws whimpers of pain. But I don't slow. Can't slow. Cressa is in the great chamber when I arrive, already standing at the center of her ritual circle. Other Perna file in. Ellen, even Maven. Witnesses to what's about to happen. Cyprian! Cressa's voice breaks when she sees Auriel in my arms, sees how far the frost has spread. Please. I'm begging now, past pride or dignity. Please save her. I know it's not ready. I know you need more time, but please. Bring her here. Cressa steps out of the circle briefly. Both of you, come here. I carry Auriel to her. Cressa's hands glow violet as she examines the spread. I see her face pale at what she finds. Minutes, she whispers. She has minutes, not hours. Then do the ritual. Now, please. Cressa looks at me, then at Auriel, then back at me. Her eyes hold such sorrow, such love, such absolute devastation. I need to say goodbye first, she says quietly. She takes Auriel from my arms, holds her gently, strokes her hair with trembling fingers. You're so brave, Cressa tells her. So strong and kind and magical. You're going to grow up to be extraordinary. You're going to see the ocean and learn spells and make your father so proud. Her voice breaks. And I wish so much that I could be there to see it. Don't go, Auriel manages, frost creeping up her throat. I have to, little one. Cressa presses a kiss to her forehead. But I'll always be with you. In the magic you learn, in the stories your father tells, in every brave thing you do. She blinks back tears. I love you, Auriel, so very much. She hands Auriel back to me and our eyes meet. Take care of her, Cressa whispers. Give her the life I wanted for her, for all of us. I will. I promise. My voice breaks. I love you, Cressa. I love you too. She reaches up, pulls me down for one last kiss. Soft, lingering. Goodbye. Both of you. Always. Then she steps back into the circle. Everyone out, she orders the gathered Perna. Stand outside the boundaries. Don't cross them no matter what happens. The Perna obey, forming a ring around the ritual space. Cressa stands at the center, white robes glowing in the dim light. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, raises her arms, and then begins to chant.
Chapter 22. Cressa. The words feel like ice in my mouth. Ancient language, older than the Perna, older than the mountains. Words that reshape reality, that call to winter itself and demand it answer. The ritual circle flares to life beneath my feet. Violet light racing along every rune I etched, every binding sigil, every carefully calculated line of power. The magic responds to my call, rising like a tide. I can feel them already, the frozen hearts throughout the fortress, throughout the valley. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all pulsing with accumulated curse energy. All waiting, all mine to claim. I open my eyes, look beyond the circle's boundary. Cyprian stands holding Auriel, her small body racked with frost, His face is devastated, terrified. But he meets my gaze, and I see love there. Absolute, unwavering love. It gives me courage. I continue the chant, weaving the spell tighter. The air grows cold, colder than winter, colder than anything natural. My breath mists, ice crystals form on my skin, my hair, my robes. The first frozen heart answers my call. I feel it detach from its victim somewhere in the refugee wing. Feel it lift, drawn by the magic I'm channeling. Feel it begin its journey toward me. Then another, and another. All across the fortress, the curse responds. Releasing its grip on victims, gathering itself, flowing toward the vessel I've offered. Flowing toward me. The first heart enters the circle. Pain explodes through my chest. Not physical, worse than physical. The heart is pure curse energy, winter given form, death crystallized. It slams into me like a fist of ice, seeking purchase in my body. I hold it, force my magic to contain it, to compress it, to make room. The second heart arrives before I've fully absorbed the first, then the third, fourth, fifth. They come faster now. A stream of frozen hearts flowing through the air like pale blue stars. Each one a life I'm saving. Each one a piece of winter I'm taking into myself. Each one agony. My body shudders with every impact. The curse fights me, tries to overwhelm, tries to do what it's designed to do, freeze, kill, consume. But I'm Perna. I'm the matriarch. I have reserves deep enough to hold this. For now. 10 hearts, 20, 30. Frost spreads across my skin from the inside out. I can feel it crystallizing in my blood, forming in my lungs, wrapping around my own heart with terrible patience. I keep chanting, keep the spell structure intact, keep pulling the curse toward me. 50 hearts, 60. My vision starts to blur. The pain is constant now, no breaks between impacts. Just wave after wave of winter forcing its way into a body never meant to contain this much death. I see Cyprian through the distortion. See him holding Auriel. She's gasping, colour returning to her cheeks. The frost is leaving her, flowing out of her small body and into mine instead. Good. Let her live. Let them all live. 70 hearts. 80. My knees buckle. I catch myself, staying upright through sheer will. Can't fall. Can't break the circle. If the spell structure collapses now, all this accumulated curse energy will explode outward, will kill everyone in the chamber, will achieve nothing. I force myself to stand, to keep chanting even though my lips are going numb, my throat freezing from within. 90 hearts. 100. How many more? How many frozen hearts did the curse claim? How much more can I hold? My magic screams in protest, reserves depleting faster than expected. The curse is heavier than the calculations predicted, denser, hungrier. Around the chamber, I see refugees reviving, see children gasping their first clear breaths in weeks, see frost vanishing from skin like morning dew evaporating. Worth it. Whatever happens next, this is worth it. 120 hearts. 130. Frost-like cracks spread across my arms, my chest, visible even through the white robes. I'm crystallizing from within, becoming what I'm fighting against. But I hold on, keep pulling, keep containing. Cyprian's face. I focus on it. Use it as an anchor. He's crying, I realise. Tears streaming down his face while he watches me die. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, love. 150 hearts. 160. My vision narrows, tunnelling down to just the ritual circle, just the magic, just the desperate effort to hold on long enough. I taste blood, realise I've bitten through my lip. The blood freezes as it falls, tiny crimson crystals hitting the floor. 170 hearts. 180. How many more? How many? A hand touches my shoulder, Impossible. No one should be able to cross the boundary. The wards should. I turn my head fractionally. See Cyprian beside me, inside the circle. His face is determined, jaw set. What are you? My voice is barely recognizable. Get out! You'll die! So will you. His hand moves to my back, supporting me. Let me help. Your blood can't. I don't care. His other arm wraps around my waist. I'm not watching you do this alone. The next frozen heart arrives, slams into both of us. Cyprian screams. The curse tries to take root in his mortal blood, tries to freeze him like it froze all the others. But he's touching me, connected to me. My magic wraps around him instinctively, protecting him, channeling the curse through me instead. It costs me. Protecting him while holding the accumulated curse is like trying to carry twice my weight. But I do it anyway, because he's here. Because he refused to let me die alone. Because even now, even at the end, he's choosing to stand beside me. Stubborn fool, I gasp. Relentless, he corrects, echoing my own words back to me. 190 hearts. 200. We're both shaking now. Both crystallizing. Frost spreads from me to him through our contact, and he holds on anyway. Holds me upright when my legs finally give out. Takes my weight without complaint. 210. 220. It has to end soon. There can't be many more. There can't. The final frozen heart arrives. I feel it the moment it detaches, the last victim releasing the curse. The last piece of winter answering my call. It enters the circle, enters me. And I know I can't hold any more. My magic is depleted. My reserves are gone. My body is crystallizing faster than I can counter it. The accumulated curse presses against my failing barriers, demanding release. Cyprian. His name is barely a whisper. You need to let go now. No. Please. I try to push him away, but I'm too weak. Get Auriel. Get out. Before. I'm not leaving you. I'm dying. Stating the obvious. The curse is too much. My reserves are empty. I'm going to. Then I'll hold you while you do. He pulls me closer, careful despite his own pain. I won't let you die alone, Cressa. I won't. Around us, the refugees are celebrating. Their children are healed. The frost is gone. They're laughing, crying, thanking the guide for their salvation. They don't see me collapsing, don't see the price still being paid. My vision darkens at the edges. The cold is absolute now, not painful anymore, just heavy. Final, like being wrapped in winter's embrace and pulled down into darkness. I love you, I whisper. Need him to hear it one more time. I love you too, his voice breaks. Don't go. Please don't. Take care of Auriel. Each word costs everything. Tell her Tell her yourself. He's sobbing now. Stay. Fight. You're the strongest person I know. You can. But we both know I can't. The darkness rises. The cold deepens. My heart, wrapped in so much accumulated winter, slows, stutters, stops. I have one final moment of clarity, one last second to see Cyprian's face above mine, devastated and loving, to see Auriel behind him, healed and whole and alive. Worth it, I think. They're alive. That's worth. The darkness takes me. I feel myself falling. Not physically. My body stays in Cyprian's arms, but something else falls. Something deeper. The part of me that makes me Cressa, that holds consciousness and memory and love. It falls away from life, falls into something else. The last thing I hear is Cyprian screaming my name. The last thing I feel is his hand holding mine. Then nothing. Just darkness and cold and the absolute silence of death. I'm gone.
Chapter 23. Cyprian. She's not breathing. I know this, can see it. Her chest doesn't rise, her lips are blue-white. Frost covers every inch of exposed skin, transforming her into something that looks carved from ice rather than born from flesh. But I can't accept it. Cressa! I shake her gently. Cressa, wake up. Please wake up. Nothing. Just the terrible stillness of a body no longer inhabited. Around us, the ritual circle's glow fades. The magic dissipates. Task complete. The frozen hearts are gone, absorbed, neutralized, ended. The curse is broken, and Cressa is dead. Father! Auriel's voice breaks through my shock. I look up, see her standing just outside the circle. She's whole. The frost is gone from her skin. Her cheeks are pink with life. Her pale blue eyes are clear. She's saved. Is she... Auriel's voice trembles. Is Cressa... I can't say it. Can't make it real by speaking the words aloud. But Auriel sees my face. Sees Cressa's still form in my arms. Understanding crashes over her, and she starts to cry. No, 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 no! She runs forward, drops to her knees beside us. Cressa, wake up! You have to wake up! Auriel dash. You promised! She's sobbing now, small hands reaching for Cressa's face. You promised you'd teach me more magic. You promised. Her voice breaks completely. You can't be dead. You can't. I pull her against me with one arm, still holding Cressa with the other. Can't let go of either of them. Can't face the reality of having one without the other. Around us, refugees are celebrating. They're hugging their children, crying with relief, thanking the guide for their salvation. The joy is deafening, but I hear none of it. Just Auriel's sobs, just my own ragged breathing, just the terrible silence where Cressa's heartbeat should be. Ellen approaches carefully. Her face is streaked with tears. Matriarch. She stops, corrects herself. Cressa. She's... gone. The word tastes like ash. She's gone. She saved us all. Ellen's voice breaks. Every frozen heart in the valley. Every victim. She took it all into herself and... She can't finish. I know. I lower my forehead to Cressa's, closing my eyes. I know what she did. My tears fall on her frozen face. Hot against cold. Life meeting death. I'm so sorry, Ellen whispers. I'm so sorry, Cyprian. She retreats, leaving us alone in our grief. I hold them both, my daughter and the woman I love. One alive because the other died. One future bought with another sacrifice. The mathematics are brutal, absolute, and I hate them. Father. Auriel's voice is small, broken. What do we do now? I don't know. Honest answer. I don't know, little star. Around the chamber, Purna began organizing, directing refugees back to their quarters, preparing for whatever comes next. Recovery, funeral rites, moving forward without their matriarch. I should move. Should take Auriel somewhere private. Should let the Purna handle Cressa's body with proper ceremony. But I can't let go. Just a little longer, I whisper to Auriel. Let me hold her just a little longer. She nods against my chest, understanding. We stay like that while the chamber empties, while celebration fades to quiet, while reality settles in with crushing weight. Cressa is dead, the woman who saved Auriel, who taught me I could be more than my mistakes, who loved fiercely despite knowing she was leaving, who walked into death deliberately so others could live. Gone. She was brave, Auriel says eventually, voice raw from crying. The bravest person I ever met. Yes. I press a kiss to her hair. She was. Will you tell me about her? Later, when it doesn't hurt so much? Will you tell me all the stories so I don't forget? Every day. My voice roughens. I'll tell you every single day. You'll know her so well it'll feel like she never left. But she did leave. Oriel's hand reaches out, touches Cressa's frozen cheek. And it's not fair. No, it's not fair. We're quiet for a long moment, just breathing, just existing in the first moments of a world without Cressa in it. Then Oriel says quietly, "Father, can you kiss her? Like in the old stories? Maybe if you kiss her, she'll wake up." The request breaks my heart. That's just stories, little star. In real life, please, just try. I look down at Cressa's face. So still, so cold, transformed into ice by the curse she absorbed. It won't work. I know it won't work. Death doesn't reverse because we want it to. Love doesn't conquer everything, no matter what the tales say. But Oriel is watching with desperate hope. And I'd do anything, absolutely anything, to give her that hope, even temporarily. So I lower my head, press my lips to Cressa's frozen ones. They're cold, hard, like kissing stone. I pour everything into it anyway. All my love, all my grief, all my desperate, futile wish that she could come back. Please, I think. Please don't leave us. Please. Nothing happens. Of course nothing happens. I pull back, fresh tears streaming down my face. I'm sorry, Oriel. She's gone. She's really... Something changes. It's subtle at first. So subtle I think I'm imagining it. But Cressa's lips, they're not quite as cold, not quite as hard. Father, Oriel's voice rises with hope. Father, look. I look. Color is rising in Cressa's cheeks, pale pink blooming beneath the frost like flowers under snow. No. My voice comes out strangled. That can't. But it is. The frost on her face begins to recede, melting, or maybe dissolving, pulled away by some force I don't understand. Her lips soften. Her skin warms beneath my hands. Her chest rises, falls, rises again. She's breathing, Oriel shouts. Father, she's breathing! I'm afraid to believe it. Afraid this is some cruel hallucination born of grief. But Cressa's eyes flutter. Her fingers twitch in my grip. Cressa, I whisper. Can you hear me? Her eyes open slowly. Violet, alive, focused. They find mine. Cyprian? Her voice is barely audible, confused. What? How? You're alive! I'm laughing and crying simultaneously. You're alive, you're... Cressa! Oriel throws herself forward, wrapping small arms around Cressa's neck. You came back. You came back! Cressa's arms rise weakly, holding Oriel, holding me. Her face is stunned, disbelieving. I died, she says slowly. I felt it. I was gone. I was in... She stops, eyes widening. The guide. She sent me back. What? I was in the abyss. The guide was there. She said... Cressa's voice strengthened slightly. She said it wasn't my time yet, that my work wasn't finished. Around us, Purna are rushing back into the chamber, shouting in shock and disbelief. Ellen reaches us first, drops to her knees. Matriarch! Tears stream down her face. You're alive! How is this possible? I don't know. Cressa tries to sit up, and I help her. She's weak but whole. Alive. Real. I was dead. I know I was dead. But the guide, she gave me back. A miracle, Ellen breathes. The guide performed a miracle. Maybe. Probably. I don't care about the mechanics. I just care that Cressa is warm in my arms. Breathing. Looking at me with those violet eyes I thought I'd never see again. You came back, I whisper, cupping her face. You actually came back. I couldn't leave you. She leans into my touch. Either of you. The guide knew. She saw. Tears spilled down her cheeks. She saw how much I wanted to stay. I kiss her. Properly this time. Her lips are warm and soft and alive. When we break apart, Oriel is laughing through her tears. Around us, Purna are celebrating, a different kind of celebration than before. Not relief at salvation, but joy at resurrection. I can't believe you're here, I say against Cressa's forehead. I thought I had lost you, I thought... I know. Her hand finds mine, squeezes. I know, love, but I'm here. I'm alive, and I'm not going anywhere. She pulls both of us closer, me and Oriel, wrapping us in her arms despite her weakness. And for the first time since this nightmare began, I let myself believe it's over. The curse is broken, the victims are saved, and somehow, impossibly, miraculously, we all get to live.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 24. Cressa. The abyss is not what I expected. I wake, if wake is the right word, in endless shadow laced with silver starlight. Not darkness exactly, more like the space between moments, between heartbeats, between one breath and the next. I'm standing, or floating. Hard to tell when there's no ground beneath my feet, just this strange suspension in silver-touched void. The sound of waves reaches me, distant but clear. The ocean I never got to see in life, present here in death. I'm dead, I realise with odd calm. I died. The ritual succeeded. They're alive. The thought brings peace rather than terror. If my death bought their lives, then it was worth it. Was it? The voice comes from everywhere and nowhere. Female, ancient, carrying the weight of eternity in each syllable. I turn. The guide stands before me. She's exactly as the old texts describe and nothing like them simultaneously. Cloaked in what might be fabric or might be tide itself. Constantly moving, shifting between states. Her face is obscured, but I see starfire where eyes should be. Feel her gaze like warmth against my skin. The goddess of death, travel, and the sea. Guide. I bow my head respectfully. I didn't expect to meet you personally. Few do. Her voice holds amusement. But your death was noteworthy, witnessed by many, freely given, motivated by love rather than duty. She tilts her head. Such sacrifices catch my attention. I did what was necessary. Did you? The guide moves closer, and I realise she's not walking, just existing in different positions, like reality rearranges itself around her. Or did you do what your heart demanded and convinced yourself it was necessity? The question unsettles me. The curse required a sacrifice. I was the only viable. There were other options. She says it gently but firmly. Harder options, messier options. But you chose death because some part of you believed you deserved it. Believed sacrifice was the only way you mattered. Her words hit too close to truth. That's not... Isn't it? Starfire eyes pin me. You've spent your entire life proving your worth through service, through protecting people who didn't always deserve protection, through carrying burdens alone because asking for help felt like weakness. She pauses. And when the curse offered you a chance to die heroically, to be remembered as saviour, rather than simply leader, some part of you embraced it. I want to deny it, want to insist my motives were pure, but standing before a goddess lies feel impossible. Maybe, I admit quietly, maybe I wanted to matter, to be more than just the cold matriarch who made hard choices, to be, my voice breaks, to be loved, even if only in memory. You were already loved. The guide's voice softens, by that stubborn half-orc who refuses to let you die alone, by the child who called you brave, by yourself, though you've never admitted it. Tears I didn't know I could still shed fall down my face. Then why did you let me die? If I was loved, if I mattered, why? Because you needed to choose. The guide moves closer still. Now I see her clearly, a woman's face, ageless and kind, wreathed in tide and star. Needed to walk into death freely, knowing it was your choice, not duty, not necessity, just love given without expectation of return. I don't understand. You gave your life for people you loved. She reaches out, and her hand is warm when it touches my shoulder. Not because you had to, not because it was expected, but because loving them meant more than living. That's a gift, Cressa, a rare and precious gift. A gift that killed me. Death is not an ending. The guide's smile is gentle. It's a journey, a transition. I am the goddess of travel for a reason. Death is simply another path to walk. I look around the abyss, at the silver starlight and distant waves. So this is... what? The afterlife? This is a way station, a place between places. She gestures, and suddenly I see others, distant figures moving through the silver shadows, some alone, some in groups. Souls pass through here before moving on. Some stay longer than others. Some choose to return. Return? Hope surges, sharp and desperate. You mean I could go back? Perhaps. The guide's expression turns serious. But understand, resurrection is not given lightly. It requires reason, purpose. You cannot simply return because you wish to. Death demands respect. Then why are you telling me this? Why offer hope if... Because your work isn't finished. She says it with certainty. You ended the curse, yes, saved all those lives. But the coven you lead is fractured. The refugees you protected still need guidance. And the family you found. Her voice softens. They need you too. Family, Cyprian and Auriel. The thought of them, alive, whole, waiting, makes my chest ache with longing. I want to go back, I whisper. Guide, please. I want to live. I want more time with them. I want everything. I want everything I thought I was giving up. Please. The guide studies me for a long moment. If I send you back, it will not be easy. The coven will question. Some will claim you're corrupted by death. Others will see your return as weakness, proof that even the matriarch fears dying. I don't care what they think. Don't you? She tilts her head. The Cressa who died was concerned with duty, with how she'd be remembered. The Cressa asking to return. What does she care about? I think of Cyprian's face, Auriel's laugh, the life we could build together if given the chance. I care about living, I say firmly. Not for duty or sacrifice or proving my worth. Just living, being present, being loved and loving in return. Is that allowed? The guide smiles, warm and approving. That is exactly what I hoped you'd say. She extends her hand, and I see it's not empty. A small shell rests in her palm, spiral-shaped, pearlescent, perfect. From the ocean you never saw, she explains. A gift, a reminder that some journeys are worth taking, even if we don't reach them in the way we expected. I take the shell. It's warm in my hand, solid and real. You're giving me another chance, I say slowly. I'm giving you a choice. The guide corrects. Return to life with all its complications and pain and joy. Or continue forward into whatever comes next. Peace, rest, release from burden. She pauses. Either choice is valid, Cressa. Neither is wrong. I look at the shell in my hand. Think of waves I've never heard except in this liminal space. Think of Cyprian's arms around me. Auriel's small hand in mine. Think of waking up tomorrow, and the day after, and all the days beyond that. I choose life, I say without hesitation. I choose them. I choose to go back. The guide nods, satisfaction in her posture. Then go, return to the world you saved, love fiercely, live fully, and when death finally claims you, many years from now, know that you chose well. She touches my forehead with one finger. Warmth floods through me. Not the burning heat of magic or the cold of winter. Just warmth. Life. The pull of a body waiting to be re-inhabited. Thank you, I whisper. Thank yourself. The guide's voice fades as the abyss dissolves around me. You earned this, Cressa. Now go live like you mean it. The silver starlight intensifies. The sound of waves grows louder. Everything spins. And I'm falling, up, not down, rising toward light and warmth and the sound of Cyprian's voice calling my name, rising toward life.
Chapter 25. Cyprian. She gasps. The sound cuts through everything, through celebration, through shock, through my own disbelieving joy. Cressa gasps like someone surfacing from deep water, desperate and alive. Her eyes fly open, violet and clear and focused on my face. Cyprian? Her voice is rough but real. What? How am I? You're alive. I'm laughing and crying simultaneously. Can't stop doing either. You came back. You actually came back. I was dead. She sits up slowly and I help support her. She's weak but whole, breathing, real. I was in the abyss. The guide. She sent me back. The guide, Ellen breathes from beside us. The goddess herself? Yes. Cressa looks around, taking in the gathered Perna, the celebrating refugees, Auriel crying happy tears. She said my work wasn't finished, that I... She stops, looks at me directly. That I was allowed to choose life. So I did. You chose us, Auriel says, throwing herself into Cressa's arms. You came back for us. Cressa catches her, holds her tight despite obvious exhaustion. I came back for all of us. For this. For... Her voice breaks. For family. I wrap my arms around them both. Feel Cressa solid and warm between us. Feel her heart beating. Steady. Strong. Alive. I thought you were gone, I whisper against her hair. I thought... I know. She turns her face toward mine. I thought I lost you too. Lost everything. But the guide... She gave me another chance. Around us, Purna are dropping to their knees, bowing. Some in reverence, others in shock. Even Maven looks stunned, her usual hostility replaced by something like awe. The guide blessed her, someone whispers. Brought her back from death itself. A miracle, Ellen says, tears streaming down her face. An actual miracle. Maybe it is. Maybe the guide saw something in Cressa worth saving. Maybe love really can conquer death, just not in the way the stories tell it. Or maybe, most likely, Cressa was just too stubborn to stay dead. Can you stand? I ask her gently. I think so. She tries, stumbles slightly. I catch her, steady her. Still weak. The ritual took everything. Then rest. Let us take care of you for once. She looks at me and something in her expression has changed. The weight she carried, the crushing responsibility, the certainty of death. It's lifted. She looks lighter, younger, more alive than I've ever seen her. "Yes," she says simply. "I think I will." I help her out of the ritual chamber, Oriel on her other side. Behind us, the Perna organize. The refugees celebrate. The world continues turning. But for now, for this moment, it's just the three of us. Just family. We make our way to my quarters, closest and most private. I help Cressa sit on the bed while Oriel fetches water. "How do you feel?" I ask, checking her over automatically, looking for injuries, for signs the resurrection was incomplete. "Strange." She examines her hands like they're foreign objects. "I remember dying, remember the cold and the darkness and letting go. But now I'm..." She flexes her fingers. "I'm here, alive, breathing." "Are you okay? Does anything hurt?" "No, I'm just..." She looks up at me, eyes shining. "I'm grateful, so grateful to be here, to see you, to have this chance." Oriel returns with water. Cressa drinks slowly, carefully. "What was it like?" Oriel asks quietly. "Being dead? Peaceful." Cressa considers. "Like floating in starlight. The guide was kind. She asked me what I wanted and She looks at me. I wanted this. You. Both of you. Everything I thought I was giving up. And she just let you come back? Not just let me. Made me choose." Cressa's hand finds mine. "Made me admit I wanted to live for myself, not just for duty or sacrifice. That I deserved happiness." "You do," I tell her firmly. "You deserve everything." She smiles, genuine and full of wonder. I'm starting to believe that. We sit together as afternoon fades to evening. Oriel eventually falls asleep curled against Cressa's side, exhausted from emotion and fear and relief. "She's been through too much," Cressa whispers, stroking Oriel's hair gently. 7 years old, and she's already faced death twice. She's strong, like her father. I pause. "Like her. Like you." Cressa looks up sharply. "Cyprian, I know we haven't discussed it. I know it's fast and complicated and probably crazy. But..." I take her free hand. "You're family. You've been family since the moment you decided to die for us. And if you'll have us if you want..." "Yes." She cuts me off. "Whatever you're asking, yes. I want all of it. Want to be part of this. Part of you both. Want to..." Her voice wavers. "Want to be Oriel's mother, if she'll have me. Want to be your..." I kiss her. Can't help it. She kisses back, soft and sweet and full of promises. When we break apart, she's crying again. Happy tears this time. "I get to live," she whispers wonderingly. "I actually get to live." "Yes." I rest my forehead to hers. "You get to live. With us. For as long as you want." "Forever," she says immediately. "I want forever." Then forever it is. We hold each other while Oriel sleeps between us, while the fortress settles into evening quiet, while the world adjusts to the impossible reality that death can be reversed, that miracles can happen, that love actually does matter. Tomorrow will bring challenges. The Coven will need guidance. Refugees will need help returning home. Questions will arise about Cressa's resurrection and what it means. But tonight we're just a family. Alive. Together. Whole. And that's more than enough.
Chapter 26. Cressa. I wake to sunlight. Real sunlight. Not the dim grey light that filters through storm clouds. The blizzard that's raged for weeks has finally broken, and golden dawn spills through the window of Cyprian's quarters. Our quarters now, I suppose. I haven't returned to my own chambers since the resurrection. Can't bring myself to sleep alone when I could be here instead, with Cyprian's warmth beside me and Oriel's small form curled at the foot of the bed. Family. The word still feels new, precious, like something I'm afraid to grip too tightly for fear it'll shatter. Cyprian's arm tightens around my waist, pulling me closer despite still being asleep. I let myself sink into his warmth, breathing in his scent. Memorizing this moment. 5 days since the ritual. 5 days since I died and came back. 5 days of recovery and adjustment, and learning what it means to live for myself instead of for duty. It's harder than expected. You're thinking too loud, Cyprian murmurs against my hair, voice rough with sleep. Sorry. Don't be. He presses a kiss to my shoulder. What's on your mind? Everything. I turn in his arms to face him. The coven, the refugees. What happens next? Whether... I stop, uncertain how to voice the fear. Whether this is real, he finishes gently. Whether you'll wake up and find out the resurrection was a dream. Yes. Relief at being understood. Exactly that. It's real. He cups my face, thumb brushing across my cheekbone. You're here, alive, breathing, real as anything. I lean into his touch. I keep expecting the guide to change her mind, to realize she made a mistake bringing me back. That's not how gods work. How would you know? But I'm smiling slightly. I don't. He grins. But I'm choosing to believe she knew exactly what she was doing. That you were meant to come back. That we get this. This being mornings in bed. Auriel's laughter, the possibility of a future I never thought I'd have. I want to believe that, I whisper. Then believe it. He kisses me softly. We survived the impossible. Might as well enjoy it. Auriel stirs at the foot of the bed, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. Are you two being mushy again? Absolutely, Cyprian confirms. She wrinkles her nose. Gross. But she's smiling as she crawls up between us, inserting herself into our embrace. We wrap around her automatically, protecting, warming, loving. What's today? She asks through a yawn. 3 short days until New Year, I tell her. The refugees are preparing to leave. Most will be gone by tomorrow. Will we go too? Auriel looks up at me with those pale blue eyes. Now that the curse is over? The question catches me off guard. I look at Cyprian, uncertain. Do you want to leave? He asks Auriel carefully. She thinks about it. I don't know. I like it here. I like learning magic from Cressa. But... She trails off. But it's not home, I finish softly. And you've been through too much here. Will you come with us? Auriel asks me directly. If we leave? Or do you have to stay because you're the matriarch? Another question I haven't let myself examine too closely. I don't know, I admit. The coven needs leadership, especially now after everything that's happened. But I look at Cyprian. I want to be with you both, wherever that is. Then we'll figure it out together, Cyprian says firmly. No more making decisions alone, no more carrying everything yourself. We're family now. We decide together. The word family still makes my throat tight. Together, I agree quietly. We spend the morning like this, tangled together, talking about possibilities. About travelling to the coast so Auriel can see the ocean. About teaching her magic properly. About whether we stay at the coven or make our own way in the world. Nothing is decided. Everything feels possible. Eventually, duty calls. I have to meet with the council, help coordinate the refugee departures, handle a dozen other matriarch responsibilities. But it feels different now. Lighter. Like the weight I carried has been redistributed, shared among people who actually want to help, rather than watching me struggle alone. The council meeting is awkward. Half the Perna won't meet my eyes. Those who supported Maven's challenge, uncertain how to act around a matriarch who died and returned. The other half treat me with uncomfortable reverence, like I'm some kind of saint rather than just a person who got lucky. Maven herself sits silent throughout, her hawk-like features unreadable. The scars from our duel mark her shoulder and thigh, visible reminders of her loss. She hasn't challenged me again, hasn't spoken against any decision I've made, but I don't trust her silence. The last refugees depart tomorrow, Ellen reports. Those healthy enough to travel. The few who remain will need another week of recovery before they can safely leave. Arrange provisions for their journeys, I instruct, enough to reach the nearest settlements, and send word ahead, make sure they have places to go. Yes, matriarch. The title still feels strange. I died, came back. Shouldn't that change something fundamental about who I am? But the coven needs stability, needs someone to lead them through this transition. So I wear the title like I wear my robes, necessary armour rather than true identity. One more thing, I add. New Year's Day, we'll have a celebration. Nothing elaborate, just a meal, some recognition of what we survived, what we accomplished together. Around the table, Perna exchange glances. Celebrations aren't typical Perna tradition. We're not exactly known for joyous gatherings. But no one argues, not even Maven. After the meeting, I find Cyprian in the refugee wing. He's helping pack supplies, laughing with Davos about something. The man who nearly rioted now clasps Cyprian's shoulder like a brother. Ready? I ask. Almost. He secures the last bundle. Davos was just telling me about his plans. He's going back to his village, wants to rebuild. If you ever need anything, I tell Davos, send word. The coven owes you, all of you, more than we can repay. You saved our lives, matriarch. His voice is rough with emotion. We're the ones in debt. No one is in debt. I say it firmly. We helped each other survive. That's what people do. He nods, accepting this, then hesitantly. Is it true, what they say about you dying and the guide bringing you back? Yes. Why? The question is genuine. Why would she do that? I think about the abyss, about starfire eyes and the choice I was given, about admitting I wanted to live for myself, not just for others. Because my work wasn't finished, I finally say. Because I still have people to love and things to do and a life to live. Davos studies me for a long moment, then smiles, genuine warmth. I'm glad you got your miracle, glad you're still here. So am I. That evening, the three of us eat dinner in our quarters. Simple food, bread, cheese, stew, but it tastes better than any feast. 3 days until the new year, Oriel says, swinging her legs under the table. Will there be presents? Presents? I look at Cyprian. It's tradition in some places, he explains. Giving gifts on New Year's Day, symbolising fresh starts. I like presents, Oriel announces. Then there will be presents, I decide. Small ones, but yes. Her face lights up with pure joy. After dinner we stand at the window together. The sun sets over mountains that no longer feel like a prison. The fortress that was my cage for decades now feels like home? Maybe. Or at least a place where I'm learning what home might mean. What are you thinking? Cyprian asks, arm around my waist. That I get to have this. I lean into him. That I get mornings and evenings and everything in between. That I get to watch Oriel grow up. That I get to love you. My voice catches. That I actually get to live. You've always been alive, Cressa. No. I shake my head. I've been existing, surviving, performing duty, but this... I gesture at those of us reflected in the window. This is living, and I almost missed it. But you didn't. He kisses my temple. The guide gave you another chance. Now you get to figure out what to do with it. I look at our reflection, at Cyprian solid and warm beside me, at Auriel leaning against my other side, at myself, no longer just the matriarch but also Cressa, partner, mother, person. I think, I say slowly, I'd like to see the ocean, eventually. When things settle, I'd like to take Auriel and show her the waves. We'll go, Cyprian promises. All three of us. We'll travel to the coast and you can finally see what you've only read about. And after we figure out the next thing, and the thing after that, we make it up as we go. He pulls me closer. No more grand plans, no more sacrifices, just living, one day at a time. I like that plan. Good. He smiles. Because you're stuck with us now. No more dying heroically. No more carrying everything alone. You're ours and we're keeping you. Auriel giggles. Forever and ever. Forever and ever, I agree. And for the first time in my 58 years, I actually believe in forever. Actually believe I deserve it. The guide gave me life. Now I get to learn how to live it. Starting with 3 days until New Year. 3 days until whatever comes next. 3 days to be grateful for miracles and second chances and the impossible gift of being loved. I close my eyes, lean into Cyprian's warmth, feel Auriel's small hand slip into mine. And think, this is what I came back for. This is worth everything.
Chapter 27. Cyprian. The new day dawns clear and bright. I wake before Cressa and Auriel, careful not to disturb them. They're tangled together like they've always slept this way. Cressa's arm wrapped protectively around Auriel, Auriel's face pressed against Cressa's shoulder. My family. The thought still catches me off guard. 3 months ago I was a wanderer with nothing. Now I have everything. I slip out of bed, dress quietly, and retrieve the gifts I've been working on. Hidden in the bottom of my pack, wrapped in cloth. Small things, but made with care. When I return, they're both awake. Auriel bounces on the bed with excitement. Cressa watches her with such open affection it makes my chest tight. Is it time? Auriel asks. For presents? It's time. I sit on the edge of the bed, though mine are simple. I didn't have much to work with. I don't care. She's practically vibrating. I just like presents. I hand her the first package. She tears into it with 7-year-old enthusiasm. Inside is a wooden doll, carved from scraps I found in the workshop, painted with borrowed pigments. It has dark hair, violet eyes, and robes that might be Perna if you squint. It's Cressa! Auriel squeals. You made Cressa! So you can take her with you, I explain. Wherever we go, she'll always be there. Auriel clutches the doll to her chest, then launches herself at me. Thank you, Father. Thank you, thank you. I hold her tight, blinking back unexpected emotion. When she pulls back, I turn to Cressa, hand her the second package. She unwraps it slowly, carefully. Inside is a pendant, simple silver chain with a small carved stone. I etched symbols into it during long nights keeping watch. Protection runes, family bonds, hope. It's not much. I start. It's perfect. She traces the symbols with one finger. What do they mean? This one, I point to the first rune, means protection. This one means family. And this, the third symbol, more complex, means new beginnings. Her eyes shine with tears. Cyprian, you gave us new beginning, I say quietly. Gave us life. Gave us this. I wanted you to have something to remember that. To remember you're not alone anymore. She kisses me, soft and sweet, and full of everything we don't have words for. Help me put it on, she asks. I fasten the chain around her neck. The pendant rests just above her heart. Perfect. I didn't get you anything, she says, suddenly worried. I didn't know we were... I should have... You came back. I cup her face. You chose to live. That's all the gift I need. That's not fair. I want to give you something. Then give me today. I lean my forehead against hers. Give me this moment, this morning, this life we're building. That's more than enough. She kisses me again, deeper this time. Gross, Oriel announces, but she's giggling. We break apart, both laughing. Go play with your doll, Cressa tells her, voice warm. Let the adults be gross for a few minutes. Fine. Oriel hops off the bed, already making her doll have adventures across the floor. But don't do anything too disgusting. Once she's absorbed in play, Cressa turns back to me. Her hand finds mine, fingers interlacing. What are you thinking? I ask. That I get to have this. She gestures at the three of us. That I get mornings like this. Oriel's laughter. Your love. A future. Her voice catches. I almost lost it before I even knew I wanted it. But you didn't lose it. You're here. I'm here. She smiles, genuine, full of wonder. And I'm going to make the most of it. Every single day. What does that look like? Making the most of it? I don't know yet. She laughs. Maybe traveling. Showing Oriel the ocean. Teaching her magic properly. Finding out what life looks like when I'm not constantly preparing to die. Sounds perfect. It does, doesn't it? She looks at Oriel, then back at me. We could leave. Eventually. Once things settle here. See what's beyond these mountains. Would you want that? To leave the coven? I want to be with you both. Wherever that is. She says it with certainty. The coven will survive without me constantly hovering. Maybe even thrive. And She touches the pendant at her throat. I want to see what new beginnings actually look like. Across the room, Oriel is making her Cressa doll fight imaginary enemies, fierce and brave and thoroughly absorbed. She's happy, I observe. She is. Cressa's expression softens. We all are. After everything, after the curse and the death and the impossible, we actually get to be happy. We do. I pull her closer. And I'm not taking that for granted. Not for a second. She kisses me again. Slower this time, deeper. Her hands slide under my shirt, mapping familiar territory. I pull her into my lap, need rising between us. Oriel's right there, I murmur against her lips. She's playing. Cressa's hand trails lower. And we could be very quiet. Could we? Let's find out. I glance at Oriel. She's thoroughly engrossed, building an elaborate fortress from pillows and blankets, creating her own world. Your chambers? I suggest quietly. More private. Cressa considers. Meet me there in 5 minutes. I'll tell Oriel we're discussing something. Discussing? I grin. Very diplomatic. She swats my shoulder, but she's smiling. We separate reluctantly. Cressa crosses to Oriel, kneels beside her. Sweetheart, Father and I need to discuss some adult things. Will you be okay here for a little while? We'll be right down the hall. Are you going to be gross again? Possibly. Oriel wrinkles her nose. Fine, but don't take forever. We won't. Cressa kisses the top of her head. Be good. Always am, she replies. Cressa grabs my hand, tugging me toward her chambers, and my blood roars with a warmth I never thought I'd feel again. The door barely shuts before I'm on her, kissing her hard, pouring everything into it. She matches me, fierce and hungry, her fingers already clawing at my furs, yanking them loose like she can't wait another second. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
We should get back, she murmurs after a while, voice lazy, reluctant. Before Oriel comes looking. Probably, I grunt, my arms tightening around her, feeling her warmth, her softness. Neither of us move.
Epilogue. Maven. The mountains are quiet this far from the fortress. I walk alone through snow-dusted forest, gathering winter berries for the healers. Menial work, humiliating work for someone who should be matriarch. But I'm not matriarch. Cressa is. Cressa, who died and came back. Cressa, who the guide herself blessed. Cressa, who can never be challenged again, because what Perna would dare fight someone touched by divinity? My shoulder aches where her ice spear pierced it during our duel, a constant reminder of my failure. The berries go into my gathering basket with more force than necessary. Red against white snow, like blood on ice. She was wrong. About everything. About helping the refugees. About sacrificing herself. Except she wasn't wrong. That's what makes it unbearable. The curse is ended. The refugees survived. Children who are dying now run and play and laugh. Even the coven, fractured and resentful, cannot deny that Cressa's way worked. And I argued for letting them all die. I argued for sealing the fortress, for protecting our own, for pragmatism over compassion. I lost. Worse, I was wrong to argue it. The curse would have spread to us eventually, would have consumed the coven along with everyone else. Cressa's sacrifice saved us all, even those of us who wanted her to fail. The knowledge sits bitter on my tongue. I move deeper into the forest, away from the fortress, away from celebration and joy and the insufferable sight of Cressa playing happy family with her half-breed and his mongrel child. A sound stops me. Crying, faint but distinct. An infant's wail. I freeze, listening. Out here, in winter, impossible, the crying continues, coming from a dense thicket ahead. I approach cautiously, hand ready to summon magic. Could be a trap. Could be... I push through bare branches and stop dead. A baby, wrapped in crude furs, barely protected from the cold. Maybe 3 months old, wailing with surprising strength given its circumstances. But it's not human. Even swaddled, I can see the differences. The skin is too dark, mottled grey-brown. The hands that flail from the wrapping have fingers too long, nails too sharp. And the face. Woodwoes! I should kill it immediately. Should summon ice and end this creature before it grows into the monster that killed my sisters. That attacked our fortress. That would gladly eat human children and drag women away screaming. My hand rises, power gathering. The baby looks at me. Stops crying. Just looks. Its eyes are almost human. Frightened, helpless, I could kill it so easily. Should kill it. My hand trembles. Around the thicket, I see signs of struggle. Blood in the snow, Woodwo's blood, black and viscous. Drag marks, the aftermath of the battle we fought. This is one of theirs, left behind when they retreated. Too young to keep up, so they abandoned it. Just like the coven wanted to abandon the refugees, just like I argued we should. The baby starts crying again. Thin, desperate wails. It's freezing out here, won't last another hour. I should let it die. Natural selection. One less monster in the world. Except. An idea forms. Dangerous. Possibly brilliant. Cressa can never be challenged directly. The guide's blessing makes her untouchable. Any Perna who raises a hand against her now would be seen as heretical, blasphemous. But what if the threat came from elsewhere? What if something she chose to protect turned against her? What if her compassion, her greatest strength according to the refugees, became her greatest weakness? I look at the Wudwo's baby, at this creature that killed my sisters, at this opportunity. You're going to help me, I tell it, whether you want to or not. I gather the baby roughly, wrapping it tighter in its furs. It quiets slightly, responding to warmth, to being held. Wudwos grow fast. I've read the old texts. They reach maturity in 5 years, maybe 6, and they're strong, stronger than humans, stronger than most Perna, spiritually connected to old gods, capable of magic we barely understand. If I raise this one, if I shape it from infancy, if I make it loyal to me instead of its own kind, the possibilities unfold like a map in my mind. I could have my own weapon, my own creature of violence and power sworn to me alone. When it's grown, when it's reached its full, terrible strength, I could use it, could engineer situations where Cressa's compassion looks like foolishness, could demonstrate that her way leads to disaster, could prove I was right all along. And if things go really well, if I play this perfectly, all I have to do is wait, be patient, play the long game. The baby, male, I realise upon closer inspection, grabs my finger with surprising strength. His 2 sharp nails dig into my skin. You need a name, I murmur, something appropriate, something that speaks to what you'll become. I think of old stories, of kings who rose from nothing, who overcame impossible odds to defeat kingdoms thought unbeatable. Penda, I decide, King Penda, perhaps one day. You're going to help me take everything she has, I tell him. First, we need to get you inside without anyone knowing. I adjust my cloak to hide him. Then, we find you somewhere to hide, somewhere to grow, somewhere no one will think to look. My chambers have a storage room, rarely used, easily warded. I can claim I need privacy for meditation, for magical research. No one will question the matriarch's second questioning her need for space. Not when they all think I'm broken, defeated, no longer a threat. Perfect. I start the walk back, Penda hidden against my body. With each step, plans form and reform, contingencies, possibilities. This will take years. Patience I've never had to exercise, but the potential reward. Cressa standing in ruins of her own making. Her compassion weaponized against her. Her blessed status meaningless when something she chose to let live destroys everything she built. And me, rising from the ashes to lead the coven properly, the way it should have been from the beginning. Welcome to the world, Penda, I whisper. You're going to change everything. The baby makes that sound again, almost content with no idea what I've planned for him.